sheer amount of racers from so many different countries. I'm going to have a tot up and see what it's like.
Well, how many countries?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got over 250 teams here this weekend.
That's right. From all over Europe. Obviously, the man down there in the Turbo Mustang, Andrei Arnover, like I said, from Tallinn in Estonia. Yeah, you heard that right. A long old way.
And he's had more laps than pretty much anybody this season.
Even than the two-seater, even than Martin Hill, I think, so far this year. So he's going to bring the boost up. This is another test run.
0.96 to 60 foot, getting out of the groove, dinks the 8th mile blocks.
He still went 4:02 at the 8th mile. Yeah, he just had... That car makes a characteristic move and wiggle to the left. Around about 3:30 every single time. Unfortunately, that one just went that little bit too far. He was trying to stay with it, but 0.963 to 60 foot, which I do actually think is his quickest ever. He's been 0.96 to 60 foot, but a 963, 330, 262. He's going to love that number. He was out of it before the blocks at the 8th mile. Unfortunately, they paid the price.
Yeah. The sacrificial blocks already.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
But they... it's quite funny. Well, you had a chat with him last night, didn't you? And,
he was chatting to everybody last night. anybody that would listen to him, he went and had a chat with. He's a lovely guy. He really is. Loves what he does. He every weekend is race weekend for him, be it at home, be it abroad, wherever. It's just brilliant.
Well, I was actually saying to him, I said, so, like, tradition, how can I put this? Sort of like drag racing tradition is if you've got a high horsepower car, you wait for a few cars to go down the track to see what they're going to do, just to see how the track's behaving, whatever else it might be. And he said, no, I don't need to do that. He said, these guys are the best. They're the best in Europe. The racetrack is consistent. It's always really good. Just as I was chatting to him, Dave Warren came past with the keg readings. Now, a keg is basically it's a traction reading out there on the track. And he just looked at that and went, yeah, that's great. That was it, He said, and he kind of said to me, this is why I'm in the lane straight away. He said, why do I need to wait? He said, we were here yesterday. We were ready yesterday. I'll be first in the queue. I don't care. Yeah. So, anyway.
He was talking a lot about boost settings as well last night. That's the other thing he was saying. And he said, we're just going to play around with it and we'll turn it up. We got plenty left. He's...
Well, he did say to me, he said that the last two, I've already been here for 2 events. This is the third one of the year. I'm only at the start of May, basically. Yeah. But he said that the car, they really worked on getting the car to leave the line better. 0.963 to 60 foot. For any door car is pretty immense. And he said that's exactly where we want to be. He said now, he said the car wasn't responding how they want it to down the rest of the racetrack. So it didn't respond the way he wanted it to then either. But, anyway.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, just to give everybody a heads up, I know you all know this, but just a reminder, it is open testing until 1 o'clock today. Then there is a half-hour lunch break. The track will reopen at 1:30, will close at 4:30. And then it's everybody over to the announcement area, just past the pod shop for the drivers' meeting at 4:45. The track will then reopen at 5:30 for Doorslammers Open Heads Up qualifying. Track will close, estimated 8 o'clock this evening. There we go.
So basically, a great fun day. So all of these are just test runs until after
purely
lunch,
then.
Yeah, okay,
purely that.
Now, there's a lot of stuff here to test as well. I think.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people we don't know. There's a lot of cars we don't know. So sometimes we will be scratching around a little bit trying to find out
there's
details on the cars.
There's going to be a lot of pausing. Right, out of the two of us, Colin's the only one whose eyes work. So he's going to be...
Yeah, but the brain doesn't sometimes engage with the eyes, so I struggle a little bit.
He's going to be zipping up and down through the entry list, trying to locate people. This is one of these times... One of these times I'm quite glad to be useless, frankly. Some of the names are going to be fun as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll leave those to you because I'm the comedy of errors when it comes to those.
There's no Scandinavian bikes here this weekend, so it's fine. Okay. It's easy. Okay, the Osprey Supra. That car also makes a great funny car body. Ian, the slick tricks.
Yeah, don't forget, all teams, you do need to put your class nomination and your race number on your back windows, please. It does help us in commentary. It helps the timing crew as well. Obviously, we know Chris Newsom down there, but we don't know the Supra yet. So it is quite key, even if it's just shoe winder for the time being. It is quite key that you do get your car numbers on the back of your car. And I think actually when you go into proper qualifying, if you haven't got your number on the back window, then the run doesn't count.
Yep. So it's not because we want you to make your cars look any uglier. It's so that we know who you are.
That was Harvey Bogle. I've just found him now. He's a regular at these, so that's his ride for this year. And, of course, Harvey running in 6-cylinder.
How ironic. He used to run a BMW, and now he's running a BMW.
Yeah. Oh, is it a BMW? No, it's not. That was a Toyota.
Yeah, underneath it, sir.
Oh, it is a BM underneath. Is it?
Sorry.
Right, okay.
I won't be sat there. That's it. My one cryptic moment of the weekend over and done with. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Right, weapon.
You wouldn't normally look at an SUV and think,
no,
definitely not.
This is amazing. Some of the cars here this weekend. Let's see how we get on then. Building up the boost. Kicks in.
My God.
That is squirreling a little bit. Are we going straight into the 9s?
Very good chance of that. Oh, my word. 950, 150 miles an hour. If ever there was a case of curtains not matching the cloth, or whichever one it is, I'm not sure, or curtains not matching the drapes, I think that's the one, really. I mean, yeah, okay, it does look quite meaty, I think is probably the polite phrase, but flipping heck.
We ain't seen nothing yet.
It's nearly a half-second breakout for Supergas.
We've got to apologise to our spectators this weekend because we're going to be like a couple of little school kids up here just laughing and whooping and honouring because it's just mental.
There's so much stuff here that we've seen before, but there's loads and loads that we've never seen before, which is just, frankly, indecently quick, which is what it's all about.
Yeah. Walking around the pits last night, just trying to catch up with some of the cars that are out there. And a little wander again this morning. But seriously, what people will do to tune whatever they've got into a seriously quick car up that track. I respect every single vehicle that's here this weekend. 77 front-wheel drives entered this weekend. Unbelievable. And every single one of them could win the event. We've seen it before where an 11-second vehicle has won it. And yet you've got the cars that run in the 8 sometimes fall by the wayside. But don't forget, they've got to go 7 rounds in a day.
So
some of them might not do it.
I'm missing a trick by not entering my A3.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think that's what you were going with that, wasn't it?
Well, I don't think I stand much chance with 4-wheel drive on mine, but there we go.
Oh, you mean it's not as quick as that pokey little BM out there?
Nah.
Right,
well, if I started at the 8th mile and he started at the start line, I think he'd still beat me.
You still would have had it. Yeah. So if you've never been drag racing before, first of all, everybody on the banking and in the grandstands, very good morning. Anyone bunking off work today? Yep, I think that's a few of you, definitely. Welcome to one of the best door car shows in the world, folks.
On the banking, actually, don't forget your sunblock. It might be a little bit podface this weekend. So hands up those who've had podface before. I bet there's a few.
It's basically sitting outdoors when you haven't done for a long while. Anyway, the track crew will be doing quite a lot of this sort of thing, i.e. either clearing up or making sure the track is in optimal condition. The man down there with the cleaning stuff is Mr. Marshall.
Yeah. I just spotted somebody else who's going to be very busy. Mr. Ian Blackett. Good morning, Ian. He's going to have so many different pictures this weekend of cars that he's never seen before either. So if you are a racer, don't forget to pop around to Blackett's Photography Studios at varied. Are we open all day today? Just check with Ian again. Oh, no, tractor's just going past, so you probably won't hear that one. Ian, are you open today? No, he's going up to speaker now. Are you open today? No, tomorrow. Okay, right. So Ian is gathering photos today, and so pop over to Blackett Photography tomorrow when you can start obtaining all your pictures and everything. Yeah,
we will be live online as well later today or tomorrow.
I hope at some point today, because you don't really want to miss any of this.
Yeah, definitely not. But everybody out there on the grandstands, on the banking. Also, It is VW Breakout this weekend, which is can see all the stuff set up over there. Unfortunately, the weather did do its worst. However, it was for once comparatively kind because it was yesterday.
Yes.
Not today, or tomorrow, or hopefully Sunday. So there we go. But yeah, we will have a few gaps like this over the course of the weekend, just to make sure the track is in optimal condition for absolutely everybody. So, being open practice or testing, if you will, we're going to see all sorts of cars, different shapes, sizes, whatever they might be. We will do our very, very best to name all of them because there's a whole, again, a load of stuff that A, we don't know what it is, and B, we can't pronounce.
Yeah. Well, luckily we know two or three cars we can see in the lanes. John Sleeth, good to see John back with the truck. Charlie's down there with the up, with the 5-pot up front. And is that Paul Houston's car behind there? I can't quite see. That's probably the wrong one actually. But yeah, there's something else tucked around the corner as well. But we haven't got the parent lane cam up yet, so hopefully that will come up soon. So yeah, it is a real mixed bag of cars going to be coming down into the lanes, and it is the ultimate box of weird and wonderful chocolates because you just do not know what you're going to get. One of our front-wheel drives, well, another one of our front-wheel drives is just a bit. Don't forget, folks, as the day progresses, it's going to get quite busy. Suggest you get some early runs in now. Make the most of the track that's available to you. Because the lanes will get chock-a-block later on. It'd be good to get an early run in just to set yourself up and go, yeah, okay, I've got to run in. Don't forget, with over 250 of you here today, a lot of you will think, I left it a bit late. I'll wait until 2 o'clock this afternoon before I do a run. You could be sat in the lanes for an hour and a half, 2 hours waiting to put a run in. So be sensible to get a run in now. Conditions are pretty good. And coming around the corner now, John Sleeth with the Chevy pickup, running in Pro Doorslammer. This is a 7-second pickup truck. Used to be diesel, but now LS powered. And mid-sevens order of the day here for John. See what he can do. His first run. There's me saying Pro Doorslammer. That's what he was in last year. He's in 760 heads up this weekend. Great to see 760 heads up actually making a real good statement this weekend. We've got 10 of them here. And well done to all of those that are going to be taking part in that. And Jeff and Belinda, of course, key supporters and title sponsor of 760 heads up. So, John Sleeth. Well, straight and true. Anywhere around about 760 will do nicely. 770 off the bat. Very, very nice indeed. Very, very good opener indeed there for John. Shoots blossomed in the shutdown area, just coasting down to a stop. So, yeah, shot fired straight away there in 760 heads up with John Sleeth going 770. So one of our first front-wheel drive to take to the track today, Charlie. So he gets on, and one of our Audi TTs. There's quite a few of those here this weekend. As I say, don't forget, folks, make sure you do have your class nomination as well as your race number on the back window. So Charlie Robertson, front-wheel drive. His first run of the day. Not entirely going to plan, unfortunately, for Charlie, so get his thinking cap back on. He'll get it back to the pits. Unfortunately, pushed back for the Audi. That's right, making his way back. Okay. A very, very warm welcome, actually, to our class sponsors this weekend. And especially Worcester with the four-cylinder sponsorship. They are directly opposite the pod shop. Had a chat with the guys there yesterday. And we hope to be able to have a chat with them throughout commentary over the course of the weekend. So stepping up to sponsor the four-cylinder class this weekend with 43 entries. We've got some of their own team drivers and people they support there as well. So be very interesting to see how the class goes this weekend. We mentioned Jeff Bull, our title sponsor for 760 Heads Up. Big thanks to them. The big bracket, once again, being supported by the Williams Brothers under the Speed Shop banner this year. And, of course, Williams Brothers, along with VP, have sponsored Doorslammers since the first event and have continued to do so ever since. So big, big thanks to the Williams Brothers. And they will be making waves in the big bracket. Obviously, they got test passes today, but then they have a full-blown bracket tomorrow and, of course, a full-blown bracket on Sunday as well. A big shout-out also to TurboSmart, another one of our big sponsors here this weekend. Again, just having these companies involved with the sport really does make a huge amount of sense, and to have the support from these companies is absolutely superb. So big, big thanks to them. Also, Tom Wrigley Performance. What can we say? Again, a lot of their customers are here, and looking at the numbers of what the entry that has come through this year has been doubled from 14 to 29 in six-cylinder. That is absolutely amazing. So certainly having the big support as well makes a huge amount of difference there. So say Turbo Smart sponsoring Pro Street and Tom Wrigley sponsoring six-cylinder. A big shout out once again to European Front Wheel Drive. 77 have stepped up to enter front wheel drive this year. Also supported by Street Racers and SW Motorsport. But it is Luke with European Front Wheel Drive. How he has managed to convince 77 racers to book in for front wheel drive this weekend. Full respect, and every single car that has entered stands a chance of winning. We've seen it happen before. We could see it happen again this weekend. So front wheel drive will be absolutely phenomenal. We've got some seriously quick cars here this weekend. Every single one of them has been built to go quick. All of them will be looking for PBs this weekend. All of them will be looking for reliability as well, because to get a race win is one thing, but to be able to come down and have another go in your next pairing, and bearing in mind you've got to do 6 rounds on Sunday, you're going to be turning around pretty quick. So just look after your equipment, take the win, but don't try and break records on every single run. It's going to be very, very entertaining to watch indeed. So over 250 teams taking part this weekend. The pairing lanes are starting to fill up nicely. And as Ian Marshall now calls the next ones to come forward to continue with their testing. And probably one of the busiest men on site this weekend, Luke Stevenson, has just made it up here. He has got so many people in the pits running around. He was the vicar yesterday at Rach and Matt's wedding. So that was good. Good to see him there. Okay, so lots of wheel spin off the line, but finally gets it to hook.
Hello.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I forgot my water. I knew I forgot something. Sanjay Var, look, 1160. That's his PB.
Wow, straight off the bat.
Sold him a pair of four slicks the other day. He's been running in VW DLC Heads Up for last year and this year. Been running on treaded tyres, and he not actually made the cut-off, which used to be 11.99. And there you go.
And that was only a 192 60 foot because it was wheel spinning straight
Yeah.
away. And yet you still did a PB. Nice job.
Nice.
Is that the
nice.
difference that Slicks make then, basically?
Yeah.
Sorry, Slicks bought from you make is what I was
Well, no,
going to
I
say.
think they need a
needed to
bit.
say
Well,
that.
because I got them with the car, and basically I said to whoever buys these, I was like, the sidewalls are lovely. There's loads of tread. They need a good burnout on them. Just get them a nice bit soft again.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've only got 2 words to say talking about tyres. Almac.
Okay.
It will become clear later on. Everybody in Street Eliminator is now laughing. But yeah, that's all I'll say. We can talk about that later on.
Fair enough. Well, so Luke is basically, this is your best weekend of the year. I think,
It's
right?
definitely one of them, isn't it?
Right down there with taking a holiday with the kids, obviously. Sorry, up there, taking a holiday with the kids. But so come on, 77 cars. How'd you do it?
Well, I made a plan for 80, and we got 77. That is with that is with the implementation of the roll cage rule. So obviously this year, the one thing different is the front wheel drive class. Every car has to have a roll cage.
Blimey.
So
Okay.
basically, they've tried to step up the level of cars
Safety.
and to stop people entering in road cars essentially, and just keep it more race specific. And yet we've still managed to find ourselves 77 cars. Tom Herbert, it's going to be his first run of the weekend, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
Anytime-
most of these are.
Okay.
Anytime front wheel drive car turns up with a parachute on, you know it's not going to be hanging about.
That's it. And one thing you will notice between the white label motorsport team this weekend is they're all looking very, very professional now. We've got Fran just rolling underneath the tower as well. And Jacob Bailey has just rolled out with his design as well. So, taking on Darren Huxley. Now, of course, this is all just testing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until
Yeah, to
our
lunchtime.
first break.
Yeah, lunchtime. After lunch, apparently I only just found that out too. After
Do you mean
lunch.
dinner?
Sorry?
After dinner,
Dinner.
not lunch.
Lunch, it's afternoon is just open. It's after the drivers' meeting tonight is the
Qualifying.
qualifying.
So, lunch is 1 o'clock to 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we go on a
I'll have a late lunch.
dinner. Then we go on a
Pedantic
dinner
kids.
break.
Oh, okay.
And then we start going into qualifying.
Yeah.
I just need to learn how to read. I think that's probably what you're getting at, isn't it? Yeah.
You're as organised
Or
as
look-
all of us, really. You
look
just,
at the schedule,
just
mate,
turned
that's
up
what
and
it
looked
is.
at the
Yeah,
schedule.
yeah, there we go.
That's what's going on, is it?
I swear in years gone past that it's been open qualifying
It has. I
the
think
whole
but,
time, isn't it?
It's been open qualifying all of Friday, but this year, because there's so many cars, I don't know if you remember last year, a lot of people just basically said the lanes were so chock-a-block
Yeah.
on the Saturday, and that's because we condensed all those cars into qualifying in one day. So by
So
opening
was
it up on
Friday
a
just
Friday,
testing then? last
Friday
year?
was always just testing,
Okay.
whereas this year we brought in 3 hours of
Yeah.
Needs
qualifying.
To be, yeah,
Needs
no,
to be,
needs
yeah.
So people have got plenty of time to fix it for Sunday if they do it on
Yeah.
Friday then, basically.
It's good they put their race numbers on, but they need to put their class on as well on the back window.
Okay, yeah.
And ideally, please don't do it in blue. That'd be great. Blue is probably the most invisible colour when you're sat up here, isn't it? It's like the Nova that runs in Pro ET, Brett Featherstone. It's got a dial-in board,
Yeah.
and it's like it's blue lights. You can never see the damn thing. $37.6 and 119 and 1661 at 77 for the Beetle. First run of the day, stroke weekend for Mark Huxley. Got a lot of bracket racing going on as well this weekend. Today, tomorrow and Sunday, I do know that much. 2 big bracket fields. That's one of my favourite formats of racing. Just get a little kid to pick which car they want to. It's a great way to do it, isn't it?
Talking to the kids, and maybe adults, I suppose. Of course, yesterday was Mr. and Mrs. Booth's wedding. Outside their pit area is the tool chest full of sweets. There's bags there, so if anyone's got kids, or if you're feeling a kid yourself, swing by, grab some sweets.
Oh,
Your name's Colin.
Or if your name's Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit worried about Mark. That is so rare that Mark will pull over to the left-hand side.
And that was instant as well, unfortunately.
Johnny Marriage coasting across the line, 16.71 at 60 mile an hour, but
So how long did it take you to walk through the pits this morning? Just stopping at each car going,
I got distracted by a Porsche.
I mean, we were quite lucky this morning because we started later.
Yeah.
So it gave us a little bit longer to be able to go through the pits and just have a look at some of the amazing cars.
Yeah, it's just mental. But I did have a good look at the Porsche.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anything like that. Just staggering build. Real good opener. But I did have a chance to have a good walk around and chat to people last night. Good to catch up with a few people. Had a chat with Steve Pateman last night.
Oh, yeah.
The Steve Pateman.
It is
I
the
looked at
Steve
other day.
Pateman,
I was-
yeah.
Well, the thing is that he's just disappeared for years, and then
Yeah.
well, obviously the people that know would know, but no inkling he's
10
coming
years.
back whatsoever.
10 years. it's
So,
been.
yeah, go on. Where's
yeah,
the car
no,
from?
It's a tube chassis, USA car. He's still got the Calibra, and he said it's available as a roller if anybody would
So
like
the
to
engine
take
from
it.
the Calibra, I'm guessing, is in the new car. Then, is
It's,
it?
no, I don't think it is.
Okay.
But the Calibra had reached its, it was tagged to 7.5, and Steve was getting really close to that. So I thought, well, it's a case I couldn't really take it any further.
Oi!
Easy, Tiger.
Get over there. Yep.
Wow.
But no,
Marcus Velt was doing the burn up there. Dave's just nodding his head, going, "Yes, I like this. I
Yeah.
like this." And then Mario Capella just comes out sideways. Right, two of these.
Yeah, the Crew Killer's got some competition. this
Yeah.
weekend.
So one car from Germany, one car from
it's lost a
Austria.
ring. Or is it the front towing eye? I don't know. That's not me.
That's me.
All right.
Guilty. Oh, look, another one as well. Too.
It's probably a
Goodness.
tyre shop chasing money, is it? Or wondering if you've been driving anything else this week.
That's it.
Yeah, just trying to reset the tree. There we go. We're all there. So these two, obviously, just give us a quick bit of background.
Both of these are powered by R32 engines. The Audi in the Slick Chicks racing lane has the billet engine that was in the TT that raced last
Goodness
year.
me.
The yellow car's been into the 8. Whoa! He's still got. Look at that.
Slightly more
speed.
traction than he's used to, I think that was.
175 miles an hour. 866. Wow.
Dave down. Julian is currently looking at his camera going, "Did I get the shot? Did you get it? Good
He
lad."
did. Good boy.
You'll be finding that on Eurodragster.com later on today. I'm looking forward to seeing that because was the whole front end up in the air?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, big time that was.
Nice.
Well,
Mental.
the reason a lot of them are four-wheel drive is because the tracks they race on, as we discussed
That's it.
before.
That's it. Now,
Go on.
prepare yourself for a
We
family.
saw it earlier.
family-
We've already. I'm so sorry, but this is going to take a lot to beat this as car of the weekend for me.
What did it run?
950.
A 950. Okay.
Yeah.
We had one at Scott's test day, and it was like 9.3.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
Yeah, but he wasn't even trying on his first run.
And did it come off the thing is the weakness on this is the gearboxes, and it's basically the launch. So a lot of the time is they almost like slip off the line, and then the power comes in just before the 60 foot.
You can also with this car see the real difference that the auto gearbox makes. That'll be a 9 low.
He's lost,
940.
found a 10th, 940 this time round. Similar speed, just got there quicker.
151 and 1085 at 144. Not exactly hanging about in the
No.
other lane.
No.
I'm sure Barney will get that working for you later.
It was working a second ago. I just broke it.
Nice.
Standard.
And you've just told everybody. as
Gorilla
well, which
comes
is
in.
Even better.
Oh, come on.
It doesn't like turning to face you.
It
That's what
doesn't.
it is. We are talking about a screen, folks. It's not a person. Before anyone starts worrying.
Oh,
That's really done it. Yeah, it seems to. It must have a dodgy connection because as soon as you turn it around this way, it's the power. I think, right? It resets itself.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, power. It's the power lead. It's pulling it too much.
If you push the monitor away
Yeah,
from
push
you.
the monitor
I'll
away
take
from you.
I'll tell you what, how about,
Plug it in here.
I mean, who put the plug through? God's sake.
Commentary on the cabling in the tower are taken over. Right, okay, back
Proof
to the more...
proof that we'll talk about anything at all. Send us your cat videos. We'll commentate on those too. Reminds me of one of my least favourite YouTube traits, which is reaction videos. They're
Oh, isn't it annoying? I hate them.
what reaction videos?
Yeah.
They're just the late. They've got to be. I mean, some of them get me. Don't get me wrong, are amusing, but it's got to be one of the laziest forms of content.
Stealing someone else's video and then commenting
and then
and
saying,
getting
"Oh,
away.
I did like this. I didn't like that. Whatever."
Right.
That's Kaz Waterhouse in the Slicktricks lane. Issues in the Kestrel lane.
Well, he has just put a DSG conversion on that, and he's obviously not having a gear selection. Well,
Oh, I see a blue loud car down there for the first time this weekend. Tell you all about it when it comes round.
but even the lineup round there, look, you got Julian Herman Bay around there with the 2-litre 16-valve Golf, which again, that you're like,
I'm going that. Look, sorry, is that Jack Krugel?
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
I've remembered somebody. That looks pretty mental as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what class you're in this weekend, it's tough.
It's hard work. Yeah.
Last year's winner in True Street is down there, actually. Arnie Pament going to put his first run in. Ash Cooper's down there with the Transit. Al's down there with the Howlin' Hauler. Desperate to get his 7 this weekend. He's trying everything to get it. He has been 8-0, let's not forget. But you say, it's just the mix that's coming down today. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, just an average Friday at work, really. Or not. Exactly. There we go. Maybe not.
The thing, I know it's going to take us a while, but the thing I'm really looking forward to actually is the chip draw tomorrow night.
Yeah. Well, I'm not looking forward to the front wheel drive one. It's going to take me about an hour.
Well, we'll leave you to
You're
it.
going last. Yeah, you're going last. We're going to bed.
I think we should be pulled forward.
So, yeah, that is going to be immense, actually.
When I did the sweepstakes draw the other day, that took me 36 minutes on my own, literally
Yeah.
going, this person got this person has got this one. And I went as quick as I could.
Well, I've got a new favourite front-wheel drive this weekend.
You got a very good. Mine's not even. I saw him at the bar last night,
Yeah.
and he was like, "No, I didn't bring a car." So this
Oh,
is
that's great, isn't it?
useless.
So, come on, Jarell, you can do it.
That's it. But the wife has got Mark Taylor, so
Right.
I'll be cheering that on.
Okay.
And technically, I'll put the money in for that. So I think if he wins,
Technically,
I'll get the
you're
money.
owed it. You're owed it.
Yeah,
fair enough.
technically, yeah, I'll just tell her no, you didn't have a pick in the end.
So we're going to have to reintroduce Rachel to you again after the end of this weekend.
Yeah,
aren't
that's
we?
it. Oh, she's busy. And Rachel, as usual, is busy behind the grandstand selling T-shirts.
Don't forget, pop down there. Won't be a surprise to see some of the sizes selling out over the course of the weekend.
Well,
so do not miss out.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you can see Jamie down there. Look, he's modelling for me as well. I don't know which one he's got on.
Right, Arnie with the javelin then.
I have to say, his race number immaculately presented. If you want an example of how to do it, basically, well, it's not difficult, is it?
No.
Race number and number.
I'm surprised he didn't go with True Street 1.
Well, he took it with us. Took the win last year. He can run in the 8s. He's street legal, of course.
Clicked it early.
968 clicked early at 109.
Yeah, no point in busting it on Friday morning.
No.
Do you know, one of the things I'd love to know, but wouldn't because no one would tell me, is I always wonder how much these cars actually cost, if you know what I mean. How much people have actually got in them. But I think the reason...
As a financial advisor, you do not want to think about these things.
Correct. Think about your life choices, please. It's not so much that, it's because a lot of people don't want to think about how much they've got in them. That's generally it, isn't it? We have the same conversation about your streetcar sometimes.
Yeah,
don't we?
I don't want to
wanna
know how much I've put
And
into it.
Claire definitely doesn't want to know.
No.
basically.
But the thing
Well,
is,
she's got an idea.
it's cumulative over a long time, so
Yeah.
you don't really know. It's not like you're
Yeah,
going out and
that's
buying
right,
a whole
yeah,
car.
Actually, over 10 years, it's not that much.
No, exactly. It breaks down.
Breaks down at only $5,000 a year.
That's right.
Ish.
Oh dear. Right. Oh, Mark Huxley's made it back, but it looks like he's going to be pushed back. Not the start he wanted. So let's see what Mark can do then with the Skyline. Nice to see Mark back with us. Mark Mosley, of course.
Running in 6-cylinder, which is enormous this weekend.
Yeah, 29 this year. It was only 14 last year. Oh, a little bit of wiggle at half track, but his foot was not going to lift. 883, 159. Oh, with a big plume of smoke at the top.
Very big. And that's still going all the way down the shutdown area, unfortunately. But crew don't seem to be too worried, probably because it's not their car. But, you know,
All the spotters having a good look.
yeah, and wandering back again straight away, which is always a good thing. That might just be a hose or something like that, or some water. Just
Well, he's cleared the top end. He's just gone round the corner.
yeah, not a bad opening number. But, yeah, the competition, especially like 4-cylinder, that's immense. I mean, okay, nothing more immense than front-wheel drive, of course. But
no, I'm impressed with all of them.
the numbers in every class are just through the roof.
And the amount of vehicles that have made their way from across Europe, we're reaching further and further
Yeah.
out.
We're going to not do from what you brought us that are coming around obviously for their testing part here, but they're putting in with not the actual numbers on, or not prefixes. But obviously I said it to Max. Max said if you would, like, if you guys could say it over the tannoy, say to them, we need your prefixes and everything. You've done it already.
Already said it. We'll keep repeating it.
Thank you.
Keep repeating it.
Which I think may be what the drivers' meeting is for later, amongst other things. Thank you, honey.
Right, now we've said this already, but now the timing crew have requested the same. There's quite a few racers that are coming down that have not got their race numbers on at all, or they've only put their race number on but haven't put the letters on before to say what class they're in. So please, 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 can you put your race number and your class nomination on the back of your cars, please? Otherwise, your numbers are going to mean diddly squat. So please, it just makes life easier for us in commentary, makes life easier for our timing crew, especially. We need your class and your race number on the back window to be as clear as possible, please.
So the first supercharged Hemi of the weekend comes to life. We've had a turbo one for those that want to that are keeping score. This is the debut on UK soil of a gentleman called Anders Ed, who has actually won the Top Doorslammer Championship in Scandinavia before. This is one, I'm not going to apologise for this phrase, kick-ass piece of equipment. This is one of those cars I want to know how much it costs, but I'm not going to ask him because it's very sleek, it's very cool. It's a modern-day Camaro with a screw-blown Hemi, the only screw car of the weekend, actually.
Yeah.
Unusually. So I spoke to Anders this morning briefly. He was mid putting everything together, but 48-hour trip to get here from lives near Hudiksvall in Sweden. They've actually got their own local racetrack, which is an old airport, which a lot of them are. Runs 8th mile events there. The Top Doorslammer series over there in Sweden, Norway, and Finland as well, only run over the 8th mile. I say only, I didn't mean it like that. They run over the 8th mile instead of the quarter mile, and it means quite a lot of setup changes, including rear end gears, the amount of
Fuel, a collar hole.
another thing, the amount of guts the driver has to go potentially 250 or 260 miles an hour. However, these cars are no pooches at all over 660, let alone 1320. So I'm not entirely sure he's ever run over a full quarter mile cut pass with this car before. This will be a proper test. They were in Sweden last weekend testing before they came here. He also said to me they put 25 runs in on this car last year. It was brand new at the start of last year. None of them were full throttle all the way through. Yet. my goodness me.
Is that for real?
60 foot of the year so far. 0.923 to 60 foot. That left like a bandit.
Oh my God.
Once they get hold of that, lots of new stuff on there. I think new converter. That's what they're testing for. He did actually shake going past 60 foot. You could hear him back off. It might have actually taken me by surprise that it went like that, frankly. But there we go.
Our good friend Dick Costa was watching that. He's already messaged to say hello. He's at tractor pulling event this weekend. But he will probably be pinging you messages straight away now saying, what?
Well,
morning, Dick.
0.92 for a door car is... I don't think it accelerated that quickly if you dropped it out of a helicopter, frankly. I'm really not sure. Anyway, great to see Anders over here.
Well, Adam Beard down there is currently having a conversation with Podgy saying, where do I buy air defenders?
And apparently that 60 foot was on the back wheels.
Was it? It didn't land till then. No, fair enough.
Cheers, Thomas. Thank you. Wow.
Not Reese.
Well, the thing is, though, they'll be encouraged by that. However, racetrack's quarter of a mile long. They've got the start line bit nailed. They've just got to get it down the rest of the racetrack. But that's what testing's all about.
That's it. Right, Danny Beam, what about Run What You Brung Us? Obviously, usually races in VW Sportsman. Doesn't have a roll cage in the car, so he's not allowed to enter the front-wheel drive class.
Okay.
So he's in the field this weekend, unfortunately, but he's still looking to get some testing in. And he's up against probably the quickest car he's ever raced. Julian Hermann Bayer from Germany with the 2-litre 16-valve Golf. Now, much like Marcus Weltz, this is a full-tube chassis car now.
A lot of clutch lip going on. There was a lot of RPM, but not a lot of go that time.
But it still goes through 920, 160 miles an hour on a very nice, stable run.
Yeah, that looked, I'm not going to say boring,
It-
but compared to Marcus
sedate.
Welt's run from earlier, that was pretty tame. Let's put it that way. Okay, this is hopefully Jack Krugel underneath the tower in the slip tricks lane. So out of all of the four-cylinder cars as well, Jack looks like it should be one towards the front.
Definitely.
Yeah.
He is one of the cars looking for sevens. And this is I think this is his third time entered, but his second time actually racing. I think one year he entered but didn't actually make it here in the end. But yeah, he keeps coming back with one goal.
God, I used to drive one of them as a company car back in the
Did ya?
1990s. Well, not a Polestar, but it was a Sunny.
Yeah.
Nissan Sunny GTI I had. It was a brilliant little car. So that was 34 years ago because I got married and that was the car we went away on the honeymoon in. Oh, well, I haven't seen one for years.
He hasn't got his...
Neck brace.
yeah, exactly, which is, if you're going to be going that fast, something you're going to need.
Well, it's definitely been a bit of an education this weekend with pre-race checks going on this weekend.
Yeah, I did notice a queue at scrutineering, which we don't normally
We have, unfortunately, I think that when I come down, we've had 8 people turned away from racing already. So, if anyone out there is listening and you got bumps for your helmet, go and see Terry Newton because he is willing to go and do a run to GPR and collect a load of helmets just to help out.
Yeah.
I did post on European Front Wheel Drive, so hopefully we can get people some new helmets. But unfortunately, the helmets that we sell in the pod shop, you're not allowed to use on the track this weekend. They're only good for Run What You Run.
Okay.
Same kind of thing, really. A lot of noise, not a lot of forward motion, unfortunately. Still goes 991 at 139.
But again,
not hanging about. But
I think a lot of these cars have not got... They've got more aftermarket gearboxes and clutches and stuff like that. So I think they've got more opportunity to be able to come out, soften it up a little bit, put in a pass, and then go out. Whereas a lot of the other cars are just going to come out and hit it and potentially break stuff.
Well, side-by-side street legal pair up next. Victoria Smith with postcode on wheels Buick.
Yeah, Victoria, a good chat with Vix yesterday. Her mission this weekend is to get her first ever 200 mile an hour passed, and her mission this weekend also is to run a 7.5.
Nice.
So that's where she is.
What?
Tony.
Hang on, say that again. So lop half a second off, basically.
Well, she's already been 7.8.
Okay.
Tony, he wants his first 200. He's been 197. So that's where he is at the moment. So again, chat with Tony. Also, Tony, well, actually, they've both got twin chutes on now. Tony has never fired both chutes yet, so this will be a first for him.
If he gets to the bit. Well, the thing is as well is that we say it like they're going to do it. It's not quite that easy. It's they are street tyres, but these cars potentially side by side.
So I said to Tony yesterday, I said, so that's Jen's kitchen powering the car, and that's Katie's bedroom carpet slowing it down. That's been put on hold to pay for the shoots.
No tyre slip for, well, I nearly said either, and then Victoria went a bit wiggly. What's Tony going to do?
774, 191. Both shoots blossom.
That was
and they're green. I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he knew they were green shoots.
10:07 at 112. Victoria. I spoke to Tony earlier as well, and he said to me that he thought with the new turbos on, when everything started working, he thought, my God, this is a bit quick. And he actually backed off it the first time he did it. Yeah.
He did.
So Ash Cooper, 2 more street, believe it or not, both street legal. Pickup truck in the Slick Tricks lane for Al Williamson, the Howling Hauler, and Ash Cooper, the one and only transit god. He loves
I think it was a couple of years. It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? We had Transit Mania here, and everyone was cheering him on.
That's why I called him to everyone in that field over there for Transit Mania. He must be
The transit god.
And he's now got T-shirts that prove it.
T-shirts to match. Wow, out blazes the tyres off the start line. That won't be a 7.
Yeah, but it's a good-looking run once he got it going. 986, 143, but
Good start.
yeah.
11.05 for Ashley, 139. That's been down in the 9s. Do you know, the one thing I like about that is I can now threaten people. If they're not nice to me, I'll come up with a crap nickname for them.
Yeah.
Right, it's good that. Well, it works really well.
And the best thing is sometimes they really do stick.
Well, you see, obviously on the back of Tony's Capri,
Yeah.
it's now got a certifiable nut. One of his mates that he knows very, very well snuck around his house one day when Tony was at work and stuck it on. Katie goes, what's that on the back window of your car, Dad? He went, oh, no.
The good thing is, though, he's left it on there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next up, Bob
Good fun.
Malden. Bob is going to be in the big bracket this weekend.
Yeah.
And he's going to be up against one of our Maltese competitors, Paul Ferneck. Fantastic racer, a really good bracket racer as well. So it'd be quite interesting to see what he does this weekend in the big bracket class with this Escort.
Now, Paul's an example. We can see his race number really well. No class.
Yes. Yeah.
That's exactly... Not he's got no class, as in, stature.
Needs a double B.
Yeah, exactly. He's a BB, is what he is.
I'm a double D, but he's a double B.
We thought you were more of an
This
F.
is where
There we
if
are.
you've got a decal making machine, what's the word?
Oh, yeah.
A vinyl cutter.
Yeah, the vinyl
on site,
cutter.
You'll make some money
Literally,
this
yeah.
weekend.
I literally said this to Gordon's wife, Emma, yesterday. I was like, have you got your cutter with her? I was like, you could have made some good money.
All you have to do is stand at the top of the fire out road and just... $9.48 for Bob, 138. 10.17 at 126. They look very happy with that.
Yep.
That's how you should do it. Look, front wheel drive, 143, clear as day.
Beautiful.
And in the right colour, so you can see it.
Yeah. And Tim Stanbury, he's got his normal race number of that, but he has put BB on it, so we know he's in the big bracket.
And he's also asking very politely for a sportsman tree, which hopefully won't screw up Ben in the other lane.
Tim's first time out for a year since Dragstalgia last
I
year.
thought it was a while, yeah. Been building a bus, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's still building the bus.
Oh.
It's still ongoing.
Buses are a great way to get
Yeah.
about.
As Tim said to me yesterday, it's about 6 weeks from being finished last year, and it's still the same 6 weeks now. 9 watt for Tim. 9.15, nice opener, 148. Ben goes 12.11, 112. Is that Simon Swarbrick?
It is indeed. Venting the nitrous, not that he actually needs it for bracket racing.
Yeah, running in True Street.
So, am I guessing, just very quickly, Duke, has that got a cage in it then?
No, but it falls under the 2010 rule. Because it's newer than 2010, she can
Okay.
run without a roll cage.
Fine. They buy a new car and it... Well,
Yes.
I guess because the newer cars are safer, I presume that's
Yes,
the reason.
that's the main reason, yeah. This car's been down into the low 14s, if I remember correctly.
Cheeky little wheelie there from Simon.
Originally, Lowry did enter the 4-cylinder class, but the rules this year were changed that any front-wheel drive has to go in front-wheel drive. You're not allowed in any other class.
Yeah.
1376 though. To an 1169. Right, two more of our VWDRC racers. Wayne Gill with the Golf R. This car is now becoming more of a race car. In fact, it's going to hang a 30 next month, I believe, for his 850 roll cage. So he'll be in VW Pro 8 from Bug Jam.
Did you say?
Yeah, just a normal 850 roll cage.
Special.
No, it's special. And then we got to Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Racing Audi A3. Again, another 9-second car. Oh no, I feel the presence.
We've done something wrong. No,
Yeah, that's it.
We haven't. We haven't. We've done nothing wrong. 10:07 at 1:38. I must admit, I thought you'd stick that somewhere as opposed to whack me with it, but there we go. Your choice, mate. Good morning. Look forward to making your life hell for 2 weeks. Nice to see you. We are, of course, talking about the ever-joyous Julian from Nitro FM. Is he gone?
Yeah, but if it wasn't for Julian, us lot wouldn't have a job or anything to do. So
no
we
one
need
be able
nice.
to hear us. So if you want a quiet weekend, bribe Julian because, you know.
Yeah, but not too much because he can pull the plug on
That's
us
what I just
anytime
said.
he
Yeah,
wants.
that's what I meant. If you want a quiet weekend. Okay, Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit.
That's a lovely slurp there. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, of course you heard that, didn't you? Beg your pardon.
Straight through the microphone.
Well, that's the only thing is, like, next week we may well have a camera in here with us, which means I can't see any lumps anymore.
What's the camera in here?
I'll explain in a minute.
Is this the commentary to cam thing?
$9.72, 149 for Chris Waterhouse. So a nice little opener here in 4-cylinder. Right, looking in the lanes, Jens Konecki, former finalist actually in the big bracket, has used this event as a little bit of a cash point over the years, so he's back in the big bracket once again. And a few good others in the mix as well. I can see Jordan Payne down there. He is running in the big bracket. It's good to see the Sticky Situation Corvette back out. Had a few issues with, you know, like rebuilding the engine and then finding a little bit of metal in the oil after they've done some dyno pulls, so they pulled it apart, checked it all over, put it back together again. But they're happy with the final end result, so well done to Jordan. This time last week he was in America. I think he was at Charlotte for the 4-wide or wherever. He was somewhere over there anyway, having a real good time, courtesy of VP. So welcome back to the UK, Jordan. It's just a mix of vehicles down there. Bonkers. Right, Linda Thomas up next for the Audi TT. How many Audi TTs have we got on site this weekend, Luke? It must be quite a few.
Yeah, I just bought a TT as well.
Yeah.
I'm taking up hairdressing.
I've bought another Audi as well now. Can't help it. Not a TT though. I love all the workings that go on behind the scene. It's all good fun.
Basically, it's called badgering people, I think. Isn't it?
Yeah. Now then, I think it is one of the Tom Wrigley Performance BMWs below us. Had a great chat with Tom and his team. I can't remember what the event was, a few weeks ago up here. And what they're achieving with their cars is just jaw-dropping. Unbelievable.
It's one of those, I've done that before, where you want to tell someone what's going to happen, but you don't, because you want it to be a
You want it to be a
surprise as well,
surprise,
don't you? Unfortunately, once you've seen it once, it's like we've had a few moments like that. I think the Doorslammers provides more moments like that than any other event. Yeah. The guy from Germany with that immense four-wheel drive...
Marcin Blauth.
No,
No, not that one.
I'm thinking... these
Oh,
Polish.
yeah.
I'm thinking
The
German-
GTR.
Yes, the
Yes.
GTR. The one that was one of the most mad-ass things
Oh,
I've ever
I've
seen.
forgotten its name, but I know the car you mean. But look at this. This is bonkers. Well, we're not going to say what we think it's going to run. We'll just let you watch and enjoy this.
See, at the start of this season, I had never heard of the name Tom Wrigley Performance. The first Run What You Brung day, he seemed to have bought a car club with him. And everyone was like, look at this car. And then these cars just came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And they were so quick. And through Run What You Brung, we get different phases of cars. So, like 1 year, it was the Mercedes AMG A45s. Then next year, it was Golf Rs. Then it was the RS3s. This year has been all about the BMW performance cars.
Look at that go. 142 to 60 foot. Eighth mile
It's like someone's
is
pressed
590 at 124. At the eighth, 905, 156. Oh, yeah. Lovely opener. Well on, gang.
It's like someone just
Absolutely
pressed fast
superb.
forward. Did you notice that?
Oh, dear. 905. Well, that's going to be in the eights probably later on today. Well done. Brilliant. Sonny, is it Sonny Lang that I can see in the lanes there with the little Opal? Looking forward to seeing that. And that's right, I don't care. I'm looking forward to seeing everything. Whatever you've got, I want to see it.
That is Nick Foot that you can see on the live stream right now. One of our new VW DLC racers. Going to be making his debut today with the Audi TT. Literally was, like many other cars, was on the dyno late on Monday or Tuesday, I think it was, getting those final preparations. And then we've got Tom Herbert. I can only assume that he's going to be doing a few non-gas runs to get his weekend
get
started.
Tom to put his race number on.
Yeah.
And the other one needs to put his class on it. $11.90, $12.22. Right, Jens Kanecki coming underneath the tower with the olds. On his annual 2-week trip to Santa Pod. He'll be here for the main event next weekend, running in Super Pro.
One of the great things about this event is that, well, back-to-back events, because they get loads and loads of track time over a couple of weeks.
Right, it's a proper staycation as well.
Did you know this year, it wasn't really advertised that well, but on the Santa Pod website, for £62, you can staycation at Santa Pod Raceway for the whole week.
Yeah.
It's open
How
to
much,
all-
sorry?
£62 for any spectator. If they're here for this weekend, they can stay for the whole
week.
for the whole week on site. Obviously, you got the facilities and stuff like that. There's no way you're going to get camping for £62 for an extra four nights.
Literally a off-the-trailer checkout pass there for Jens.
Yeah, first pass of the year, probably. as well.
Could be, actually, yeah. So Jens running, of course, in the big bracket this weekend. Well, I think if you added up his prize money over the years, he's made a profit on big brackets. So I love to him. Right, next up, Nigel Payne. Out front, that's his boy Jordan behind the wheel of the Sticky Situation Corvette. I was actually at Williams Brothers Racing when Nigel was there with Paul Mander doing the dyno work on the engine. Checking out various carb settings, jettings, you name it. So let's see how Jordan gets on his first run in probably over a year, actually, because he'd been waiting for pistons for quite a while, and they never actually materialised, so finally got an engine back together. So 1962 Chevy Corvette, been in the family for many, many years. Nigel conveying this car in super modified very successfully, and now it's down to Jordan. Runs in Comp Eliminator, but this weekend big bracket. Well, I think they'll take that, 750, 579. We know there's a little bit more in the car, but certainly nice off the trailer run there for Jordan. Next out there, Mark Turner was here last weekend, wowing everybody at the Jap show that was here. But back out with the Supra for his first run. Of course, he's running in 760 this weekend. And one of two racers that has actually had the perfect ET with 760.
That was rather well behaved.
That's looking very nice indeed. 782, 169. So we've had two cars in 760 run today, and they've both been straight to the sevens. Right, Sonny Lang with the Opel, and that's Chris Nasser with the built Camaro. 4-cylinder alongside True Street. No, I must admit I know nothing about the Cadet.
It's got a Danish flag on it. That's the ultimate version of say what you see out the window,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yes, there we go.
It's got a number plate as well. Maybe street legal. Ooh.
Definitely not hanging about again. 1060, 142. Is that quicker than the last time we saw it? Because that's very, very nippy, I think.
Right, one of security is handing us a note. Need a red Renault moving, please. Registration, Sierra Whiskey 19, Oscar Papa uniform. I believe you are parked behind the Santapod old barn. What do we call this now? A shed, I suppose. Santapod shed at the bottom of the drag strip. So if you own a red Renault SW19OPU, can you please remove it from where it is parked? And at that point, our family wagon is back for another run.
Guaranteed to get your kids to school on time.
Isn't it?
And Phil Norman with the Brickfield Autos VW.
There's no chance of going to school and saying, sorry, sorry, miss, we were late. And the teacher's like, I've seen your parents' car. You can get here on time. Doesn't that look good on camera as well? It's just such a beautiful job.
Beautiful car.
Do you know what? After yesterday, I've already had I've had 2 text messages so far today. Going, can we get married at Santapod as well?
Right. So Phil Norman and well, if the name is right, it's right. So we had a 9.5 and a 9.4. It's been over 150 miles an hour. What have we got this time? Can we have a 9.3? No, we can have a 9.22 and 152. All right. Right, John Dalrymple. No, sorry. Right car, wrong person. That is young Elliot Day. Going alongside the man who's doing a full-blown European tour this year, Ronnie Mercer, and who did very, very well in
Kicked it off
France
in
last
style
weekend. He
already.
did. Took the win. Our family BMW just went 922.
I saw that. 152 miles an hour. I'm sure
Mad.
BMW have tested it to that speed.
Yeah.
Not getting there quite that quickly, I wouldn't imagine. That's immense to make something that big move that quickly.
And in such comfort as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's got the full
Full
leather
airbag,
seats
yeah.
and
He
everything.
might even have the live stream on. on the dash.
yeah.
It's perfectly possible. Elliot Day in the Kestrel lane. The ever-improving Willis. With a turbo in there. Sorry, twin turbo in there. Elliot runs in the 8s more often than not. And an 869 at 156. Nice looking test run. 10:41 for Ronnie at 128. I think you've been to Clasterers, haven't you? Which is where Ronnie was last weekend.
I have.
Am I right in thinking that this racetrack is about twice as wide as Clasterers?
Yes, I would possibly go as far as saying one lane at Santa Pod is as wide as Clasterers.
As both.
Yeah,
Wow. It looks a bit cosy.
it is
Yeah.
very cozy.
Like Shuffletown used to be in the US, where drivers were worried about opening their doors when they backed up from a burnout because they'd hit the wall,
Yeah.
sort of thing. Yeah. It's very quick though. Really cool looking place. They've got wind turbines too.
No, they cut it down now.
Sorry,
They cut it down.
did they?
Yeah.
Hopefully Scott hasn't broken a drivetrain, but Simon Innes off and ran to a 10.7 perhaps? 10.74. 121.
Colin pretending to know what he's talking about. Won't happen
You
again.
know it, you
Won't
just know
happen
what cars
again.
run. Scotland Acre just been pushed back. Of course, Scott, well, we wanted him to look after the car. Doing street weekend again this year.
Rubber duck, rubber duck.
Right, another one of our big bracket races.
Now this is quite amazing because one of the mainstays of doing this job is Colin never goes to the toilet, and I never see you eat ever. I'm sure it happens, obviously. It's got to be the first time ever I've seen you with food.
You haven't actually seen me eat yet. It's just there. The wife brought
That's a
that.
good point, actually.
Yeah, I'm a medical marvel. I'm just fat for no reason. Honestly,
I'm sure there must be a reason, but
I'm yet to find out.
okay, fair enough. 16:38, 78 miles an hour.
Even took last year off, didn't I, to lose weight, and I still put on weight.
It's like my voice doesn't go with my size and stature. I'm more like Tyrion from Game of Thrones, you know. Peter Dinklage
Oh,
Oh dear.
puts everything into his voice. Look, yeah, I saw that.
making, pow, pow.
Which we weren't going to reference at all today.
Nah, never ever.
Right, another one of our front-wheel drives. This is one that we've seen run a few times on track. Oh, just scrabbling for the grip there.
Now, this is a car I've been looking forward to seeing rolling underneath the tower right now. Is this Audi S2 from Denmark? Completely unknown. I have no idea what his ETs or anything like that is, but it's certainly looking a serious piece of kit. Ooh, I can see.
Right, so yeah, Ian Pepper Tickets going through there at 14.40. Well, say, this bonkers Audi. I think that's Chris Todd next to him down there.
I'm looking for wheelie bars, which there don't appear to be any. There appears to be
It
a nice big gap
like,
for
certainly
them.
looks like there was some.
Or there should be.
I think in about 10 seconds' time, he's going to remember why.
Maybe not then.
Oh, you can hear the tyres. Oh,
Got a progressive wobble on as well. Still not slow. 1050, 136 miles an hour.
38. Oh, we got some bulbs. Difficult to see sometimes, but...
One of the best screen grabs of the last few was, the predicting text on the live stream.
yeah.
Oh,
And, sorry to anyone listening, does it? It's Peter Cup, and that's what we call it, right? But the thing is, that's his name, so that's an obvious mistake, whereas that...
Yeah, I know.
right, next up then, Chris Todd with the Fiesta-Roo. Well, the obvious news is that Chris Todd has managed to find another tailgate for his Fiesta. He was putting the car away at home in the garage, didn't realise that the tailgate had opened, and folded it against the
As
roof
in
of the
reversing it backwards?
Yeah.
Wee.
And put an emergency call out. Anybody on social media, I need a tailgate for a Fiesta Mark 1. But he's got one, because as he described, the one that he took off was bananaed. Good.
That looks tame but quick.
928, 151. He's going to need to get back in the 8s this weekend.
What event did he win recently? It was was it a sports compact shootout he won?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
One of
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
I think it was coming out from that event. He put the car
Yeah,
in the
it
garage.
would have been, yeah.
And he folded the tailgate.
So the money he won for the event probably to pay for a tailgate.
So the one and only,
the unicorn, is it?
it is Paul once every 10 years Houston. That's what's Mrs. says at least anyway. With the Camaro in the Kestrel Lane.
Taking on Fran Herbert from White Label Motorsport.
Don't let Paul hear you say call it a Camaro, because it's a Firebird.
It's a Firebird, yeah. Looks like a Camaro. Really.
Yeah, he has got a Camaro.
Very nice one too.
Straight after this, coming underneath the tower is famously one of your favourite cars, Darryl.
Of course. Any car that goes nothing like it looks is one of my favourites. Let's put it that way. Paul trickles through the 1265 at 71. Apologies about the Camaro comment, Paul. Not about the once every 10 year one though. That's
No, that
You
one,
deserve
one
that.
stays.
Yeah.
That one stays. Yeah.
Actually,
Well, he was here
Nickname.
last. He was here last year, but I
Oh.
don't know if you remember his journey here. He had to change all 6 tires on the trailer
dear.
because they were shot. So yeah, that was an
Luke's got
expensive
I know
weekend.
that feeling.
tried to break that record this week. Was
I
it
got,
bad, was it?
I got to drive the thing back. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Talking-
at least it's only as far as the
Yeah.
dock, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough to give me a heart attack.
Talking of tyres and getting here, well done for all your help with the team getting them here. I'm not going to say any more than that. But
It started
my
a
word.
flood though, because it was like, oh, you can do this, can you?
Oh, what are people saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unreal, mate. Well done. Was that like a 10-hour delay in the end, wasn't it? Longer than you
14 hours it took
14
me to get
hours.
from Hull.
Yeah.
Which would normally be what, 4, 5?
I was
Unreal.
expecting this to be done in like 3.5 hours.
Where's it? Oh, he got there quick.
I'm so looking forward to seeing the car underneath the tower. I've seen it all around Europe, Italy, Germany, France, and now we're finally going to get it to see it at
Can I
Sandpod
have a
Raceway
go
as
at
well.
saying Franz Aschenbrenner?
Yeah, go for it.
Aschenbrenner. Actually, Colin, would you like to have a go?
No, not yet. I'm going to say Alan Phillips with a Beetle just goes through 1579, 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, his name's Franz. That's it.
That's it.
I'm sure everybody, when we go to Europe, laughs at our names because they're so I don't
Well,
know,
we
boring.
We did this. I was at How Far a couple of weeks ago, and we were doing an event, and I was commenting on one of the racers' names, and it wasn't until like every once in a while, Michelle, who works in the tower, she shouts over and corrects me on the saying of the name, and I was like, I've been doing this for 5 years, and you decided now to
the
tell
time.
me. It's like,
One of my favourite moments of years and years of travelling and doing all that sort of stuff was I went to sign on at Alastaro in Finland one year, and I walked in. Now, Finnish names are famously tricky.
oh yes.
However, right, so this woman pointed to, she lovely lady, she pointed on the entry list to Phil Papaphilippou from Greece with the bike, and she said, "How on earth do you say that name?" I just wanted to say, really?
Yeah, that's it.
Seriously?
It's like, that's an easy
You're
one.
a Finn, and you're saying a Greek's name is difficult to say. Excellent.
That's it.
Yes. Anyway, anyone who knows anyone from Finland will know. I think Jari Rantaniemi is probably the easiest Finnish name
Isn't it?
ever name I've heard of.
The weirdest thing is it's a name that I sing to.
I know you do. It's a good reference.
Whenever I pick up my T-shirt out of the thingy, I go, Yeri Rantanemi. It's the name that I know.
That should be. We need to work racers' names into songs, especially especially the chap with the fibre down here from Poland, whose name I'm going to let Colin do.
I can't even find him. Where is he?
You're looking at it.
What, this one?
Directly in front
That
of
one?
you. Yeah.
Oh, Perislav.
What?
That one?
Yeah.
You got it.
Perimslav.
And the surname?
Well, I've only got half of it.
Oh, click on it.
It doesn't. It doesn't
It's
give you the
because
full
it's too long.
surname.
Click on it.
It's Premislav Sakachi is his name.
Oh, right, okay.
And I only remember that from last year, and I probably got it wrong last year as well. So I'm laughing about it. There's loads of times I've probably got it way wrong. Anyway, Franz Aschenbrenner in
Oh, he's been pushed back
the
half.
Mustang.
It
Because you
took
got
you
his-
so long to do his name. He's leaving.
So, one of our big bracket racers. Do you know something, Colin? I love that. That reminds me of one of my best newsreader stories. 8:12 at 1:64, not hanging around at all.
That'll do nicely.
Was I think it was Trevor McDonald or another newsreader. He spent years trying. This South African guy, Sir Ababert, I can't even say his
Say
name.
his name.
Yeah, right. He said I spent years and years, and I could finally say his name without even thinking about it, and they shot him.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not funny they got shot, but
Dear, apologies for losing it in the tower here, folks.
Only
But,
that every day, isn't it?
It's pretty standard at this event.
You've only got 3 days of this.
basically, all Premislav did just then was come down to give you a chance of saying his name. So, thank you very much. If
Yeah.
anyone else wants to do that, they're very welcome.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Come
Oh,
on.
hang on. He's just getting out to check to make sure it's still in one piece, and we'll be getting back in again. There we go. I'm not sure that the chap is with this car, but this is one of those, again, it goes way quicker than it looks. shall
Chris
we say.
Lock, this is?
Is it? I mean, A-Reg, that's 1984, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right? I think that is, because I remember when those cars came out.
Sounds good.
It's running very well, actually.
Oh, yes.
10:36 at 1:30.
I
there.
just love the way this car sounds. Warm.
So I'll let you introduce this chap. I can say his name, but I'm sure you've seen the car before. So.
Yeah, Konstantin Denev from Bulgaria. One of our furthest travelled for the weekend, especially furthest travelled with a trailer. Not a lot of our Maltese and stuff like that have come on the car transporters. Konstantin has actually towed the car down here to come and compete this weekend.
me.
This car has been down into the sixes at Agrinio Raceway in Greece. Took the car to Malta and had a few wild runs. And I think it's all about setup, really. This car is four-wheel drive. It will do a burnout in rear-wheel drive, but when it goes into four-wheel drive mode for the quarter mile. But the thing is, at Agrinio, the four-wheel drive cars, you've seen it with like Marcus Velt and stuff like that, the four-wheel drive cars like to drift down the track. And I think when they're on like a lesser prep track, they usually find themselves a lot safer and more consistent. But when they come to a place where the track is prepped, because they're moving so much over the track, they end up with one wheel just getting out the groove and stuff like that, and that's why it makes for such an exciting ride. How Far Raceway's got a really narrow groove, So he had quite a few really wild rides over there. Went back to Agrigno a couple of weeks ago and was back down into the low sevens. And he said, we found what the issue was. We're going to go again.
Has he been here before?
He's never been to Santa Pod Raceway before.
See, that's the thing as well. A lot of these cars are set up to run on. They're designed and set up to run on tracks that are less than. Well, they're not as well prepped as this. Let's just say. And I'm not being rude.
They're
that's
generally
just the way it is.
They're generally airfields that have prep to about 3:30, and then after that you're on concrete.
Yeah.
But this is definitely one of the cars to be watching in the six.
I was going to say, what's it got?
It's got the 5-cylinder 20-valve engine that used to be in.
So it's
Audi.
a 6-second.
6.9 second, around about 180, 190 mile an hour.
I would have expected it to run bigger speed than that because a lot of the time, the twin chutes give it away, but a lot of the time cars that have got big turbos on tend to run bigger mile an hour than they do ET, if that makes any sense anyway. But yeah, this is my first time seeing this as well. One of the cars I've been really looking forward to seeing with kind of looks like a, I was going to say stealth bomber, but it's not the right colour. So his first ever shot at Santa Pod Raceway all the way from Hungary.
He knows how to drive it. 144 at the 8th and a 748 at 192.
Get that man
And he's feeling brave with no parachute as well.
That was a huge wiggle at half track.
Yeah, that was exactly what you were talking about. 115 to 60 foot.
Wow.
What I was kind of getting to as well, we'll talk more about this through the weekend, but the cars that are four-wheel drive are built, designed to run on, like you said, airfields, that kind of thing, where the prep isn't quite as
it's kind of
all the way through.
What the countries have got, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So it makes perfect sense to do it. If you've got nowhere like this locally, you can take the car. The thing is, though, is that when you come here, it probably screws everything up a little bit, like you just kind of saw, really. But there we go. 748, 192. This can only be good. But a car that could still do very, very well in the 6-cylinder class.
Let's have a quick look in the lanes, see what. Oh, it's looking pretty. Hey, that's right. It's looking very chock-a-block down
Have
there.
you got a zoom on that?
No.
Oh.
Well, the only way I can do it is put the phone there and
do that. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, loads and loads more to come. I can see Scott Collin down there with 100E, and just a massive line of very, very quick and fast stuff.
But as I say, we're just looking at door car heaven down there. We really, because you can't really tell which car's which once you got past the front row. So every car is literally a surprise when it comes round. And that's the whole thing about today. It is open practice. We have a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Don't forget, folks. Time now just gone 11:45. There will be a half-hour lunch break, and then obviously we then get going once again, and there will be another break later on this afternoon. And now that is quite an important one. That break is scheduled for 4:30, and then every driver will then head up to the announcement area just past the pod shop for a drivers' meeting 4:45. And the track will reopen at 5:30 for Doorslammers Open Heads-Up qualifying, and that will run until 8 o'clock this evening. And then tonight, it's just going to be, everybody walking around the pitch, just trying to get their heads around what's actually here, and I'm going to be one of them. Just can't wait to have a good old look around tonight, because it's just cars that we just don't normally see. Really, really looking forward to that. And then I will be spending time in the caravan going through the list and seeing if I can get a idiot's guide to how to pronounce every single name that's here.
There isn't,
because Luke's got one.
Really?
Yeah, Luke has done a list when he knows how to pronounce each name. So there must be a website that you can put a name in and say, how do you say this? So
I think-
I'm going to spend time doing that.
It's like Siri or whatever.
Yeah.
You put a name in and it will say it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind
That's-
of... We,
yeah.
we can cheat like that.
Yeah.
Well, we can't because we
No,
don't know
no.
how to use technology, but, you know.
But
not
no,
a bad idea.
it's going to be real good. I'll tell you what, whilst the track crew are doing their thing, nice to see that the preparations are going in for the main event as well, actually. Don't know if you noticed that all the white lines have been repainted. I would imagine the crew will be out there doing the aprons, the blue areas, I should say, before main event. So just for a quick moment, we're going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when the fun continues here at Doorslammers. Well, I think they'll take that. 755, 170.
That looks rather well behaved.
That's looking very nice indeed. 782, 169. So we've had two cars in 760 run today. And
Definitely not hanging about again. 1061.42. Is that quicker than the last time we saw it? Because that's very, very...
Right, so we had a 9.5 and a 9.4. It's been over 150 miles an hour. What have we got this time? Can we have a 9.3? No, we can have a 9.22 and a 152.
With a turbo in there. Or a twin turbo in there. Elliott runs in the 8th more often than not. And an 8.69 at 156. Nice looking test run. 10.41 for Ronnie. 128. Twin turbo into 2.
No, they cut it down now.
Sorry?
They cut it down.
Did they?
Yeah.
Hopefully Scott hasn't broken a drivetrain, but Simon Innes off and run to a 10.7 perhaps? 10.74. 121. Well, once again, our track crew doing what they do, and it is now time to see the new look Jacob Bailey as he appears underneath the tower in the Slick Tricks lane. And I didn't see who was joining him on the other side of the track, actually. It's underneath me. I like that. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Boost. Of course, we had the wedding on the start line yesterday. Right, so Jacob putting his first run in with the Jetta. Now he has been into the nines. I don't know where he's going to be at the moment. 11.56, 136 miles an hour, but lots of changes.
Oh, loads of changes. Wow. What have we got around the corner? Oh, it's like a little lineup of Maltese racers. Looks like Ruth Galea is going to be coming around for her first run with the Toyota Celica. We got, is that Paul Patch as well with the Escort? And a couple of our Run What You Brungers as well making their way onto the drag strip as well, because don't forget there is open Run What You Brung for people attending VW Breakout today.
That's right. Whilst we're waiting for cars to come around, we have been getting a few messages. See who's... Craig Wright's tuned in. Morning, Craig. Good morning to you. Watching from the northeast, not at work at all. Laughing.
That's it. I had Roy Carlson.
Yes, he's messaged me as well, actually.
From Gran Canaria, sitting in watching.
He'll be here next weekend, of course. Looking forward to seeing Roy and the team, and obviously Carl as well. That's going to be fun. Good information from Dick Costa as well, actually. We'll come back to that a bit later on. Right, as the fun continues, the Escort's making its way underneath the tower. And looks like Scott Collin moving forward as well. Scott desperate to get comfortably and consistently in the 8s this weekend. He's in the big bracket. Just a reminder once again to everybody in the lanes and obviously in the pits, please make sure you have your big... sorry, not the big bracket. Make sure you have your race number and the class that you are in on the back window of your cars. So for the timing crew and for us, it makes life a lot easier. So Paul Pace with the Escort then.
So,
what do we know about the Escort?
So Paul Patch usually runs in the Escort class over in Malta. Basically, it is like the Maltese Pro Stock. And these cars probably have got the same amount of money in as something very, very quick. I was chatting to a couple of the guys earlier. These cars have got about 60 grand in them. Wow. By the time they go and buy a car of this vintage, that nice, with a little Pinto engine, runs 11.17 at 115. Now, is he in big bracket?
Yes, he's big bracket.
Those cars are so consistent.
Yeah.
They all run 11.1s, and they're all literally... every race is door to door, all the way down the quarter mile. It is done on on a reaction time every time.
Wow!
So they're going to be really good in the bracket class, and of course, come Sunday, I believe, as usual, the Rusty Monkey Bar over at How Far, they're having a watch party. They've got all the TV screens and they're inviting everyone along. Unfortunately, issues for Roof Galea with the Celica. The Sally's being towed back to the pits.
Good looking car.
It is.
And it will look even better when it goes down the track. Obviously, they'll just get whatever that issue is sorted out as best as they can and come down and give it another go. Okay, we believe Carlton, the left lane, is just in for Run What You Brung. Unless Luke can correct me.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. It's one of our Run What You Brung cars. Yep. Mark 7 GTI. I reckon 13, 14 second car. Oh, yes. Mr. Pudge has just sent me a photo of the...
11.56, 120. And the Golf goes through with 14.13.
Oh, it's as if I guessed it.
Right, Scott Collin and Reuben Dawson up next.
Reuven's been having a great season. Hasn't
Oh,
he?
he's having a lot
been
of
getting
fun.
the laps in and double classing and everything.
It was so good to see David Barton over as well, actually, with Reuven.
He had a bit of a shop tour. He went to see the Williams boys as well. Didn't
Oh
he?
yeah, they're all working all night together. They all
That's
went out for a
really
meal
good.
on the Saturday night. Reuven, David, Nick, they all went out together. Had a real
Excellent.
good time. Visit to the workshops and yeah. Oh, broke loose.
Oh, Scott Collin with a bit of a wiggle, but it's a good-looking run.
Well, if he can get straight into the eights, he'll be very happy.
Oh.
8.74. Oh yes.
Nice.
Oh, that's pretty much on PB territory there. Not, I think he's been 8.72, but 8.74, you'll take that one. 153, and it wasn't dead straight. So very, very good effort indeed.
Well, Reuven with 11.22 at 102. I think that's the first busted run I've seen all year from that car,
Yeah.
actually. It's normally ridiculously
Yeah,
consistent.
9 O's to order.
yeah, all the time.
Really, really good.
Occasionally 8 if the weather's all right.
Right, looking into the pairing lanes, I can see one of our stars of the 4-cylinder class.
Oh yeah.
Clint Finette will be
I
coming
love the
round
fact
for-
that he's running in an exhibition next week. Is
Yes.
that right? And somebody said, I think he doesn't stand much chance against the other Jets. Not realising what this car was about.
No, that's it.
It hasn't got a class to go in next
No.
weekend, basically, so we're running in as exhibition.
Yeah, that's
Could
it.
run in Super Pro, I'm guessing.
No, there's a reason he can't run it. It's,
Fair
the
enough.
tubing is... They've done the full chassis to exact spec, but unfortunately the tubing is wrong,
Right.
so they can't.
Fair enough.
But obviously they've done all the work to get it here and stuff like that, and it's been a pet project of Keith to get this car over here to come and run this weekend. And the main aim was to do this weekend and next weekend. And then hopefully, if all goes well, like I said, we might have another car to be able to match race with him.
Fingers crossed.
If all goes well, all goes well.
That would be awesome.
I do love that he's got Visit Malta sponsorship on the... Do you know, the good thing about the Maltese government is obviously it is a small island,
Yeah.
and motorsport is a big thing on the island. Each of the Maltese racers get grants from the government to come and race.
To spread the word.
To spread the word, because it is helping Malta tourism.
Wow.
That was, do you know what? I'm not going to say it's pioneered, but way back when, do you remember you probably won't, or you might, the Hawaiian Vacation Funny Car? It was actually
Yes.
the Hawaiian Tourist Board
Yeah.
actually sponsored Roland Leong. Well, because the thing is, that was his nickname, the Hawaiian. He was famous for being Hawaiian.
Yeah.
And that's what, they got behind it, and it's a great idea though, because at every NHRA national event there was a draw to win a vacation to Hawaii. So if anyone from Malta's listening,
There's a few of them in the
there's a
grandstand.
few of them hanging around or watching on the live stream.
I can see a couple of hands waving as well.
Do you know something? That's not the worst idea, is it? It's like for when the events that the Maltese racers are at, Visit Malta, you could win a Maltese vacation. The crowd could win a Maltese vacation. Something maybe they could put into place next week.
Maybe.
You
You
never know.
never know.
Well, it's not the worst promotional idea, is it?
No, that's it. And while we're doing it, obviously, I'm sure the boss won't mind, but our next event will be July the 4th to the 6th. It is our night racing event. If people in England think racers moan about racing in England because it's cold and sometimes it can be wet
hot.
and sometimes thingy. In Malta, we can't race in the day because it is just too hot. It is too hot for the drivers. It is too hot for the cars. So the night event in July, we do Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night. We race from 5 o'clock in the evening till about 3 o'clock in the morning.
And you get away with that with the locals,
Yes,
obviously.
yeah, it goes on
Yeah.
every year.
If they reckon it's too hot, they weren't in Hockenheim in 2015.
Yeah,
That was melting.
Yeah, that's it.
41 degrees, that was.
that's it. But yeah, so we got the night event, and then September event, unfortunately, clashes with our national finals over here. And then obviously the big one, which has been the crowd puller for many years now, is the November finals, which so many people now. I mean, it started off. Like when we started going about 7 or 8 years ago, there was like 4 of us that just went over for a weekend, 2-day thing. It's like, yeah, let's go. And now there is thousands of people that go to the November event. It's so good to see it grow.
There are events like that. I mean, Hockenheim's been like that before. Mantorp used to be like that years ago as well.
They're trying to do a lot with this revival event, aren't they? But
They are.
unfortunately, it clashes with Bug Jam. I really wanted to go to that.
It's it's a great place to go anyway. But it's like you just said, is that places like that, racetracks like that, it's about it, for Hockenheim. Was always for me. Yes, the racing's really good, but the event and everything to do around it is awesome. And obviously with Malta, that's one of the biggest pulls because it's a beautiful Mediterranean island.
Yep, that's it. You've got the beach surrounding you, and you've got all the historical stuff that you can do on the island. Because every time I go, there's something else we tick off and go and do.
I think I did that for years with Mantorp as well. Just up the road in Linköping, just outside Linköping, there's an aero museum, but it's also got it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen anywhere. They have the remains of a Swedish aircraft that came down, or was brought down, depending on who's talked to, in the Cold War in the 50s, right? And they've got the whole thing off the ocean floor, because it was in the Baltic Sea, pieced it together with what bits were where, and even the rings from some of the people. But the most amazing thing is it's under a piece of blue glass. So you walk over it, and it's like you're actually looking down on it.
Nice.
In the sea. You can actually go down and walk around it as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's loads of stuff like that
But
as well.
the same, like when we went to Tierp, we went half an hour down the road and looked at the Vasa, the Swedish ship that sunk. That's proper
Stockholm
cool as well.
Yeah, that's really good. And in another favourite thing to do at Mantorp specifically, just down the road, there's a canal that runs from east to west, which is the Gotha Canal, which runs from one side to the other, links Stockholm to Gothenburg, funny enough. But obviously, because it's a waterway, it's at various different levels, so there are locks at various different parts. And one of the places there's like 5 locks is a town called Berg, and there's a restaurant right there where the locks are, and you just sit there and have your dinner and have a drink and watch loads of the funniest people falling in the water trying to manoeuvre their boats around the locks or just generally cock it up. It's very, very funny anyway, and Vadstena with the car shows and all that. Anyway, great place to go.
You do remind me as well, last year at Hockenheim, we arrived a day earlier, so we went to the Speyer Museum, which is just up the road. What was the other one I need to go to?
Sinsheim.
The Sinsheim. I was Googling it, and I was like zooming in and out, and I was like, I can't remember.
They're twin ones. Now, you think you go to the Speyer Museum, it's a technical museum, isn't it? And it's right on a river as well. So the pub anyway, great place. The one in Sinsheim, I really thought the one in Speyer was awesome until I went to the one in Sinsheim a few years ago as well. Blue Flame rocket cars in there.
Oh, yeah.
Why is it in a museum in Germany and not somewhere in California? I don't mind, but what's it doing there? And all kinds of other massively interested stuff, right? Now, this is I'm sure people are listening in. Anyway, this is one of the most Russian things I've ever seen, which is they have a Concorde, a real Concorde on the roof. Because you know the one in Speyer, they've got all the planes you can walk around. Yeah, right. Well, they've got Concorde, like the original Concorde, on stilts. You can go up and walk around it.
Yeah.
In Sinsheim, they've got the Russian version, which is called the Concorde Ski, right? And it's exactly the bloody same. It's like, it's the same thing, it's just copied with a few things altered slightly, because apparently they half-inched the plans to it at some point.
Probably.
The funniest part about it is that when they did it, it was the Cold War. So where the hell were they going to fly with it? So Concorde was built to go from the UK to New York, or from London to New York, or Paris to New York, whatever, as quick as possible. Yeah. I know Russia's a huge country. I get that part. Right?
Everyone's on one side.
Exactly. Where are they going to go?
They're going to go and visit some sheep on the other side.
Or whatever. Anyway, I'm trying not to get myself in trouble here. But it's awesome. It's got Rico's, one of Rico's top fuel cars in there. The other thing that was a real highlight, an unfortunate highlight, had all of Hitler's staff cars in it.
Yeah, same as in the Speyer Museum. You've got that Mercedes underneath the Buddha.
That's the one, the silver one, the silver Aram. That's amazing.
It's a beautiful car.
Anyway, if you've got no idea what you're talking about, you're sitting at home looking at a computer.
No, we're just here doing drag racing tourism here. We're giving people ideas to go on holiday, to go to drag racing around Europe, and we're giving you other ideas of stuff to do.
Oh, there's so much to do around Hockenheim in general. But yeah, the Hitler scarf cars, what I couldn't get over was how they're massive. They're basically like boats on wheels. They're huge things. And the other real highlight as well, especially with Hockenheim, is Heidelberg. Have you ever been to Heidelberg? Mate, how many times have you been? You've never been to Heidelberg. It's a proper old university town with a castle on the hill. And this bit will specifically interest you. It's great to go for a run down by the river.
I don't run anywhere. It's quite clear. Right, so Lishu Racing Ford Escort rolling under the tower right
So
now.
give us some info on this.
This car has been into the 6s at How Far Raceway. It's got the Z-Tech motor underneath the hood. And it's a damn fine car. They built basically a Pro Mod with a 2JZ motor a couple of years ago, which unfortunately had an incident at How Far Raceway. And basically they rolled back out this car. Now, Keith, this has been a pet project getting this car over for so long now. And he has been basically every time we go to How Far Raceway, he's like, please come, and they've finally brought the car over. Now at the Haltech Winter Nationals back in March, they had a few issues with the car getting it off the line. Since then, they basically hired How Far Raceway for the day and did a lot of track preparation in private to get their car dialed in, ready for this weekend.
And this is 4 cylinders
Yes.
with 1 turbo, presumably.
1 turbocharger, yep.
And I mean, for all the intensive purposes, if you just change the colour to blue and wrote Fraudster on the side, it would be hard to tell the difference.
That is because they were both built by the same man, Papa Lamadou.
Was he Greek?
No, Papa Lamadou is Maltese.
Sorry, I'm just going to say it sounded like a Greek name. That's all I meant.
And he's
no
not a
offence at all.
Smurf either.
Okay. But anyway, so is this his first ever run?
Yeah,
here?
this will be the first ever run at Santa Pod Raceway.
Well, we might have another go at it. This is only practice or test runs, so if that was in eliminations, it would be cheerio. Now, the trouble is, as well, these cars have what's called line locks or trans brakes. I'm not sure what he has on there, but the idea is the driver goes into stage, floors it without moving. There's a button on the steering wheel that they hold down, which locks the front brakes. I love the little skip.
Nice little checkout pass, 141 at the 8.
Just making sure everything's working out. 8 flat, 142, 114 to 60 foot. Looking forward to see. Hopefully, they're going to be lining up at some point with.
Yeah.
Jeff Jenkins
They've
as well.
definitely got some match races with the Fraudster going on this weekend, 100%. Seems like all smart.
I love the number plate.
Not race. Oh, and also happy birthday as well to Danny Bean. It is his birthday
Yeah.
today.
I love that. Where it says the VAG yard. However, I'm sure it's not supposed to be pronounced like that, is it?
The VAG Yard. That is a company in Corby who supply all manners of 20 valve turbo stuff, and has basically been roped in with having so many spares from him. We've actually got him to start racing now. We're taking on Lewis Lavender with the little 12-second Fiesta. Through with a 1357 to a 1413.
All right, Matthew,
both of them, yeah.
Matthew Southcote, and I'm looking to see who's driving. I'm going to say, well, it says Justin, but I don't know if it is Justin or Sally. Well, I'm going with Justin because that's what it says on the screen, and Justin's not stood on the outside. So, yeah, Justin Warner with the Black Sheep Camaro, Matthew Southcote with the Scamp.
Yeah, Matthew Southcote was out. Is it the Nostalgia Nationals
Yep.
a few weeks ago?
Yeah, proceeded to do an 8-second pass. Prior to that, busted a back axle, and obviously got it all fixed, and here he is again.
It's always a good thing about upgrading your engine is it finds
Yeah.
the next weak link, doesn't it? You know.
Oh, nice new set of Hoosies on the back for Justin. Just see the white lettering there. They're not normally that bright. Now, Justin did Street Weekend, but in his Rat Rod last year.
Okay.
Matthew's booked him for Street Weekend this year with that car.
Is that the one that's got the really big tall stack on it? The pickup.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is.
all right, yeah.
Love that car.
Cool, is Matthew going straight to the 7s here? Oh, 801. How close can you get? 172. Matthew Southcourt. Oh, that was so close to a 7. It looked like it was going to be a 7 from where we were. 930, 150 for Justin. Oh, wow.
That's a huge speed for that ET as well.
Yeah.
It really is.
Oh, well, 7's coming up then for Matthew. Wow.
Probably today.
Yeah.
What class is he in? Is he in the bracket class or is he in... is he in Pro Street?
I think he's Pro Street. I'll have a quick look.
Pro Street. This is the Morris boys. Stuart behind the wheel. Now, the only thing Colin normally drives when they do the blinky blink racing, i.e. the sportsman tree, that's what you called it, isn't it?
Right, Justin and Matthew are both in Pro Street.
Pro Street.
888, 156 there. All the Morris boys.
Well, Stuart probably having a go at running the car without throttle stop for a change, which is probably quite nice.
Well, the Morris boys have won big bracket before. They won it on the Saturday, if you remember, and then on the Sunday they took it to the semi-final and cashed in again. So I think that weekend they went home with $5,500. So yeah, nicely done.
As opposed to spending $5,500 before they turned up. Which is,
Well, the ugly team are down there, so it must be Andy Bond.
he's right there.
Yep. Oh, he's right below the tower.
He was taking it very easy at the last event at the Festival of Power. He was running 200 miles an hour, but only in the 7.4s, which is most unusual for this car. Most unusual.
He's just making it easy on the car, isn't he? Unless someone else is beating him.
The thing is, I think obviously it was cold, really cold.
Yeah.
So I think he was making sure he got down the track.
He was here last weekend doing testing and really struggled getting off the line.
Really? That's most unusual for that, unless he was really trying to hit it hard. Oh my goodness, we've got a swarm. We really have got a swarm. That's no joke. Where the heck have they come from? Well, the good news is they're going that way. Did you see that?
No, I
did.
didn't see it, no.
There's a swarm of bugs, like a proper swarm of them. Oi, you have to go to the gate and pay, and then you can come in.
Yeah.
Right? You can't just wander over. We know bugs are Doorslammer fans. That was very easy looking for Andy Bond.
Low 7? No, clicked it early.
Oh, he was running in Supergas as well.
Yeah.
You see that? He rolled through with an 8.18, only 124 miles an hour. That is a 200 miles an hour street car. That says, yeah. So the Dodd family wagon in the Kestrel Lane.
Yeah, Jason's. Well, you did appear with the car last year, but sold the Trans Am on. This is a new one.
Going alongside. Colin scrolling up. Your best friend's going to be your index finger on your right hand, isn't it?
Billy Lohing, this is. Both in the big bracket, these two. Well, that'll do Jason rather nicely. A 003 light. That's the best one I've seen so far today. Goes 10.18. I think he wants a bit more than that performance-wise, but first venture onto the track today. Ah, is that Ollie Whitehouse down there?
It is. He's taking on
Come back,
Sanjay
Ollie.
Barra. See, Sanjay's come down now. He's got 4-cylinder on the back of the vehicle as well.
The name of the car, Angry Hairdresser. Oh dear, oh dear. It's going to be a very angry hairdresser in a minute if it's not doing what it's told. 12.91 for 101 for Ollie. Sanjay crosses the line. at 45 miles an hour, and he got there in 19 seconds. All right, Dan Williams with the Camaro. First time out for this car this year. Dan's been doing a lot of work on the Chevelle, but the plan was always to run this car at Big Bracket. It's the most consistent car in the stable at the moment, so Dan brings this one out. Going alongside the Mead Speed Mini. This is no slouch, this Mini.
I was going to say, you don't get many minis with a parachute sticking out the boot, do you?
It's a rocket ship.
What engine's it got in it? Any idea? Just out of blind curiosity.
I don't know.
In the Mini,
Yeah.
wasn't it motorbike powered?
It's just got an unusual stance for a Mini, doesn't it, really?
Well, I know the engine's in the rear, obviously.
Problems for the Mini,
Well,
so let's see how Dan gets on.
We can ask him now. He's going to get pushed
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
1068, exactly where the car wants to be. A nod of approval from Nick and Keith and Spencer. That'll do nicely. Morning, Keith. Do you know what? I'm not being funny, but I think the car ran 1068 last time it came out. It is that consistent.
Yeah,
and that's what you're going to need this weekend. So nicely done, Dan. And Dan's in that car next weekend as well for comp.
And some consistent driving as well.
yeah.
That's what it takes.
Oh, we've got two of our front-wheel drive heavy hitters in the pairing lanes. Our champion from last year, David Lammick.
We have no repeat champion in front-wheel drive, have we?
We've never had a repeat champion. Right, Connor Edwards with the Astra Saloon. He's had a tough old few weeks. He's been on the dyno 3 times, 2 different engines. He got it off the dyno this week. It's been in for a bit of paint on the front as well. This car is looking really, really good.
One of the more unusual, well, they're all unusual choices really, but one of the more unusual choices for a front-wheel
Definitely
drive
is.
entry, isn't
I
it?
mean, these are really rare as well.
Possibly collectible.
Yeah. And now we've got 2 of them races because Anis Shepherds is building one as well.
Is he?
Yeah. That's a good launch.
I feel like running it in nice and easy.
Yeah, 105. It's going to be in the 10s. Kind of goes 1072, 125 miles an hour. This is where I start taking photos of stuff and forgetting whose PBs they are unless I post them almost immediately. And then Soren Hansen around the corner as well with the you wait till you see this Starlet come around the corner. Shoehorned in the engine bay is a Supra 2JZ motor, and it basically takes up the whole of the engine bay. Then you've got the 10-inch wide wheels on the outside of the vehicle.
Side by side here. One sounding very different to the other. Because it's got a V8 in it.
994, 135.
That's
Very nice indeed from Chris Skinner there.
That's terrific. Just noticed as well. There might be a little bit of a breeze, but the flags are barely moving. The windmills aren't moving, which for anyone that stays in that field is a blessing.
It's still making a noise. It's supposed to be having an engineer out today, aren't they?
Yes, because we've been complaining about
Yes.
it all week.
Well, Neil.
Which is what we were sorting out.
Neil,
we were sorting
next
out
door,
earlier.
the timing crew was having it. You were on
Me and
that
all,
as well.
yeah. Well, it was doing it this morning when I turned
Yeah.
up, so I rang them again.
Oh,
It's a new. Oh, where's David? Oh,
1018, 132. Now, previously we would have said that would have been quick for a BM, but
Yeah, well, it's quicker than
it's
slower
quicker than
the
most of
shopping
them.
trolley.
Yeah.
here comes the Starlet. This is my car to win the front-wheel drive class this weekend.
Oh wow.
Not been here before.
Not been here before.
Whatever
This is the
before,
first
or
time. No,
have you
never
been?
been to Santa Pod Raceway before. He was at Halfwire Raceway for the November finals.
God, that's a trek
Yeah,
from Denmark.
yeah. He ran a new personal best there.
When was the event?
November.
When did he leave? August?
Yeah. So 9:27, over 160 miles an hour. He was never able to give it the full power because he couldn't get the grip. So we've seen 170 mile an hour terminals with this car, but spinning all the way up the track.
Right, change of driving style for Darren Scannell. He's now got a sequential box, so he's not going to be
He's
doing
gonna be
all this.
bored then.
Yeah, but Darren Scannell, in 4-cylinder, he's been runner-up twice in this class. He's
That's
yet
quite
to
amazing,
win it,
actually.
so he's done really well at this event.
That car looks like a bodybuilder in reverse, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I love it.
I'm very sorry, I didn't catch his name.
Soren Hansen.
Good luck, Soren. Hopefully, the grip out there is what you need. Yeah, that's got the widest stance of just about any front-wheel drive car I've ever seen.
It still looks big as it's going
It
halfway
really
down
does.
the track.
Well,
102 at the 8th.
Yeah, he's
And
actually dropped off
Yeah,
it.
he's come off.
I think something broke by the look of the way it's reacted. Still goes 11.7, but coasting at the finish line. Darren Scannell, rather boring looking, 12.47 at 127. I'm just kidding, Darren. It's just, you know, we're used to seeing him. He's almost like having a fight in the car all the
he's
way
just
down,
like,
isn't he?
this gear stick is going to come out. If you know,
I'm having it out. I'm not sure where Soren's going. He doesn't need to take a turn off. He just missed the first one, I think. Is he going all the way down?
I think
to the
he's
end?
going all the way down. It's one of those things I think where people don't do like a track walk the day before to learn their exits.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 of them.
right, first venture on the track this weekend for John Bean, going alongside young Adam Skinner.
Those little Fiats are nuts, aren't they?
Did I hear a rumour that Adam's actually changed power plant in this car now? He used to be
Not-
Toyota
yeah,
MR2 powered.
yeah.
Maybe about
I
to
think
find
he's
out.
got something else in there. I can't remember.
Well, he's double bowled himself and he's having to wait.
Now, John Bean's doing Street Weekend. He did it in the orange Mustang last year.
Yeah.
He said it was too boring.
Okay.
So he's doing it in the shotgun this year.
Yes.
So
And-
obviously street legal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
V8 Pony is
Yeah.
that
yeah,
car's number.
Yeah, genuine. And he's, what's his name? It'll come to me in a minute. The Garrett boys have made the tow hitch and everything. It's all done. He's got his trailer sorted, the whole lot.
That looks pedestrian by usual standards. Still goes 9.16 though.
Yeah, he wants an 8 this weekend, does John?
That was very calm off the start line. Any idea what they've done?
Didn't look. He's got new wheelie bars.
Okay.
So maybe just to set up on that before they start hitting those hard.
And 12.01 at 124 for Chris with the little Fiat.
Well, it's good to see a lot of our racers now getting their numbers on the back of the cars. It's been a while since we've seen a vehicle without a race number on.
This is one.
Hopefully
this
the
was-
message has got through.
This was another star. This is Patrick. Is it Valk? Or go on.
Yes, I think so. as
I
well.
think so. WALKE, but he's Polish,
Yes,
so I
so
reckon it's got to be
he
Valk
is
or
a-
something
yeah.
along those lines. This car is incredibly rapid, like superbly quick into the high 8s. I think he was last year.
Colin will do the next one.
Yeah, go on then. You can have the one in the left
thanks.
lane, Colin.
Zabrowski.
Thank you.
Hang on, let's have a look. I can't read it.
Well, considering
It's
to
Camel. Yeah.
Camille.
Yeah, Sibrowski, that is. He says with confidence. You say anything confidently, people think you must be
Yeah,
right.
100%.
But yeah, even if it's totally wrong. Anyway, there we go. So Patrick, I think, was doing really well in eliminations last year. Busted the gearbox in the
Is that 150
semi-final.
nuts? 155? Yeah, 155, 959 and a 1084 146.
Okay, John Webster rolling round next. The second twin-turbo Hemi Mustang we've seen today.
Hopefully, we're going to be seeing a third soon. I did see Yerry posting that he was leaving the pits.
Of course.
I'm this FIA car, so
Right, as we say, John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang 5.90. A new PB that was set when he went alongside Andre Arnever.
A walloping PB.
Yeah.
The thing that I really liked about that was when John wrote the review of it, he said, he's not pulling away.
Yeah.
That was kind of like,
Yeah.
he was expecting Andre, who's a 580 car, to disappear in the distance. It didn't happen.
Don't forget, main event next weekend. All the FIA Pro Mods will be here. It's a full-blown FIA event, of course, next weekend. Round 1 of the European Championships.
Well,
The Pro Mod will feature heavily.
18, 19?
19 in Pro
Pro
Mod.
Mod.
Wow.
With a whole bunch of stuff I don't think we've seen
Yeah.
before or for a while. Definitely. One of them, well, like you said, you just mentioned Yari Rantaniemi, who's never been here before.
Nope.
And Andres Sedin with the Corvette, which looks
It's a beautiful car, that is.
like a doorstop
And you
compared
got
to what he
Stian.
normally drives.
Stian
Stian
with the
Rissons
Willys,
with the from Norway with the Willis. We've got Michael Winter from Germany, who's also here this weekend, I think. With actually, that was the Nugget. That was the blown Nugget. We love that car.
Yes.
The Christmas tree doesn't, but we love it.
Do you reckon as he rolls around the corner, the Christmas tree looks at him, and he's just like, remember you? I'm
hang on.
just getting little flashbacks.
You might have changed your clothes, but I know what's under there.
Do you remember the old bull worker big spring thing? It's just like the tree needs to be on that. So bend out of the way.
So John Webster went 5.90 at a whopping 247 miles an hour. Not only was it his first 5-second run, you know, normally you tickle into it, don't you, when
Yeah.
you get it right. It was just a massive, massive run. So not sure whether John's going to try and back that up, whether he's going to try and get to 330. It is only testing. It is only testing. Ian just taking a quick look underneath the car just to make sure. No.
Well, I saw Leonardo there lean down and just dip his finger in something. Yeah.
No, Ian says that's okay.
Oh.
Must be fuel or something like that then. Yeah, it's evaporating. You can see it is actually. Well, for a second time of asking, hopefully the converter and everything hasn't got too hot. Just about to build up the boost. So John Webster from just up the road in Rushton, his workshop, you passed it on the way in. It's by the main gate. That's how far he's come. The least travelled. Yeah, that almost like a second gear launch actually, or a high gear launch that was. It did not go at all like it did previously. But that's what testing's all about. Yeah, John toodles through, 74 miles an hour. I can see Tim Moore, first runs of the year as well, by the looks of it, for one of the big bracket finalists from a few years ago. John Turner, and as you mentioned,
Well, looking down on the start line, I can see Leonardo Fischer from Fuel Tech Europe. He's going to have a busy old weekend. He's going to have a busy old weekend. He's just walking around, just giving advice to anyone that's running Fuel Tech this weekend.
which is a lot.
There's a lot of cars, especially after last year when Anderson Dick was here, and he was amazed by the amount of people that was running his products. And Leo's basically going around this weekend just giving advice to any of our racers on stuff that they may have missed on the ECU.
Well, again, we'll get into that when we got a bit of a break, but what the difference is with Fuel Tech, why it's good, why it works well, why so many people use it, really. So, two of our big bracket cars. Don't see him often enough anymore. Pete Creswell with the full Monty in the Slick Tricks lane. And Brett Featherstone. Pete's got well capable of running into the 8s, probably about an 8.6 or an 8.7. 8.53, 157. And Brett with a 9.69, about where he normally is, to be honest with you, at 1.36.
Wow. Is this going to be the first diesel that we've seen today? even though you wouldn't have noticed because that was really clean. So this is going to be Jose Late's first pass with this new build car.
I'm sure there are plenty lurking, but it used to be very, very populated by diesel cars.
We have a lot of diesel cars in the pits ready to race this weekend. There's Yuri's car as well at the head of the lanes. And we've got a Pro Stock that has made it. We've got 2 Pro Stocks coming for testing this weekend.
But you never know, might even swirl the Pro Doorslammer field slightly. If they can be persuaded.
I think they were asked, but they declined. It costs money to enter.
So, John Turner with the Greenfish after a bit of a false start to the season. This will be his first run of the year, actually, over there in the Kestrel Lane. And the For Sale 55 Chevy. Tim Moore.
Well, Tim will still try to run 990. Apart from the 955, so no delay or anything like that. JT goes 1198, 112. John Turner, of course, has made the final in Big Bracket twice.
Hasn't taken the top step yet.
It'll come one day.
All right, next up, 2 of our Maltese racers. Jürgen Caruana in the Slictrix Racing Lane with the Escort. It's going to be taking on Horatius Caruana with the Toyota.
That's a very unit. I've never seen one of those racing before. Got a Toyota I have, obviously, but not that particular model, shall we say.
It's a Toyota Synos. I mean, when was the last time you saw a Mark V Escort racing?
Yeah,
Or when was the last time you saw a Mark V Escort?
True.
So Jürgen bringing the car all the way over to the UK, looking to beat his personal best of 9.4. Horatius has been down into the 10s as well.
Oh, that will be broken stuff by the looks of that. Maybe not, just jumped out of gear.
That's a bit of a wild run. Right, let's see what the Synos can do. 102 at the 8th, 11.26, 131 miles an hour, and a 12.47 at 144. So the back half of the track was pretty good.
I think it must have jumped out. It really looked like something broke because the tyres just slumped down and, 144 miles an hour, though, is not hanging about by any stretch.
We've now got some of our 6-cylinder cars making their way down into the lanes. It's going to be really, really good to see the RX-8. We've not seen James Willarday in a while. Now, of course, this is still qualifying up until 5 o'clock today. At that point, after our drivers' meeting, we'll be going into qualifying. But for the moment, everyone is just getting a bit of testing in. Did I do that the wrong way around to start with?
No, you said it's qualifying up to 5 o'clock, then after the drivers' meeting, it'll be
I
qualifying all the way around.
I don't know, wrong. Yeah, we're testing.
That's a double positive, I think, is something like that. Anyway. So this is James Wilday on his annual trip to the Doorslammers. I never see him any other time of the year than this weekend, actually. I don't know whether that's intentional.
I'm here every weekend, and this is the only time I ever see him. He's got a lot of money in it, though. He's basically had a big operation on his leg.
Okay.
That saw him sit out the whole of last year. And now he's back, and the motor goes quiet.
Yep, something not happy at all, other than the starter. I think that was the car. But James Wardo, this car's really, really potent. When it goes, it really does run very, very well indeed. Shame that wasn't a race. Karen Waterhouse will be doing handstand. Yeah, also in the lanes we've got loads more stuff. Like you said, some more 6-cylinder cars coming. One of our friends from Poland. Also, your very good friend from Finland, Jari Rantaniemi, with the twin-turbo Camaro Pro Modified.
Well, we've only got 20 minutes to go before the lunch break, so there will be a half-hour gap for our track crew to stand. They've got a very busy day today, obviously running till 8 o'clock tonight. So
yeah, thanks for the heads up. I can put my lunch on. Yeah. So there's another one of our Polish friends with in the 6-cylinder class.
Yes. This has got a 2JZ motor, and is, in fact, if I remember, the quickest car in Poland.
Is that right? Well, the surprising thing, twin chutes, big slicks, no wheelie bar.
Yeah.
This is Wojciech Mucha from Poland. I hope. The chief starter just making sure he's... there we go, the window net. Just make sure that's closed, just in case. So when you say quickest car in Poland, that must be fairly nippy then, because...
It's low sevens.
Goodness me, that's going to be right in there with all the best in the 6-cylinder class. 29 cars going to be duking it out over the next few days.
Okay, right, so is it into stage? Going to build up the boost. Look at that launch. Disappears in a cloud of smoke. It's cleared up now, but still didn't really give it much revs off the line and still went 119 60 foot.
Well, that's obviously why it doesn't run a wheelie bar, because it leaves very, very flat and straight. Actually, he doesn't need a wheelie bar till he needs a wheelie bar, probably, yeah. But left with virtually no RPM, which tends to be the thing that drives the front wheels upwards. Okay, we have a quick sweep by the tractor in the Kestrel lane. Fired up round behind the tower is, maybe not just yet, just a little bit of track prep going on. So,
I would say if track prep's going on, that means it'll be Pro Mods next.
Could well be, yeah. Ian's out there with the sprayer. Dave's in the tractor. Oh, I'm going to have to learn how to read now. And that's a spare one in case there's any, spare people wandering around. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we've just been handed our commentators' notes for later on. What's a P45, chaps? It's the first thing I read. Yeah, so a little bit of prep going on in the Slick Tricks lane just to make sure everything's on the button. So Jari Rantaniemi is the next guy around. The car comes all the way from Finland, as our good buddy Mr. Stevenson knows.
Give me flashbacks.
Well, he's here. Do you know something? At this point, I'm going to mention this a number of times over the weekend.
What's that?
What I never completely understand, and I'm sure there's very good reason, is our door cars are quite compact, aren't they? They're not the biggest things to get around. A number of people have big 18-wheel trailers with space in them, and one race car. There have been numerous occasions where people have turned up from other countries with 2, sometimes even 3 cars out of the same trailer.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way forward.
It is. I'd love to steal the Santa Pod trailer and we could fill it.
Yep.
Because there's a number of us who want to go and race at Hockenheim and stuff like that. But we can't go and hire a transporter like things, because you need an operator's license and stuff like that to be able to do it.
So not even you could do that, even though you're an HGV?
No.
No? Okay.
So I can't even go and buy one and go and do it.
Right, okay.
Otherwise we would We'd love
You'd
to
do
it.
exactly
yeah,
that, yeah.
That's exactly what we would love to
do exactly that, yeah.
That's exactly what we would love
To
to
share
do.
the travel
Yeah,
costs,
yeah.
to share all of it. So it makes it much more achievable
Yeah.
for everybody,
No,
doesn't it?
that's it, and that's what it's all about, really. You know, it's just making it affordable and possible to do it.
Well, I know one of the other favourite things to do, which I think Yarry may have done, which was, I remember Dave Wilson used to take Ian King's Top Fuel bike all around Europe.
Yeah,
Is there a Top Fuel bike in there?
I didn't see one.
I'm only asking because it would make sense because Marco Lanto's coming
Yeah,
as well
yeah.
next week.
No,
and
no.
They live within probably half an hour of each other.
Okay, no, well, I
just a
didn't.
thought,
I
anyway.
did. There was definitely nothing upstairs. Or whether no, there definitely wasn't anything in the back.
So this is Yarry Ranson-Yami. Who is basically here because the gentleman to my right pestered the life out of him to be here.
That's it. He came along to the FIA European Finals last year. He was crewing with Johnny Oscar,
Okay.
and so over the event, obviously sitting with them in the evening, managed to nag him and basically said, "Look, if you bring your truck, if you want to come over, I'll bring your truck."
Yeah.
And it ended up like that.
It wasn't a case, just so everyone knows, it wasn't a case of Luke went to Finland and brought it here.
No,
He
it's-
took it to the docks,
Yep.
put it on the boat.
Yeah.
Or they put it on the boat.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
They put it on the boat.
on. Well, no, the Fin lines put it on the boats. They unload it at
Okay.
Hull, and then I just went up and picked it up.
Brought it down.
Brought it
I
down.
like the way you make that sound simple. They just unloaded it. Yeah, exactly.
It was more simple than my journey.
So, you just basically the crew just flew in. But the good thing, again, that's the great thing about the Doorslammers and the main event being back to back. Makes it very worthwhile coming, doesn't it? Because there's two big events, one after the other. So obviously something in the car Yarry's not happy with. That was his first burnout of the season. There is no chance really to test anywhere in Finland before they come over. They do have plenty of events throughout the summer in Finland, but summer in Finland is July and August if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And I'm not being rude to anyone from Finland. I'm sure their weather does warm up as well. I know it does. I'm just kidding. But their season is very short anyway, and very limited opportunities to test. So, yeah, unfortunately for Yarry, the only thing I can think is he saw something in the car, something on the dash, i.e. probably fuel pressure or something along those lines that he didn't like the look of, and clicked it off. But next, we have the defending European Pro Stock champion, Michael Malmgren, from southern Sweden. It's great to see the return of the Pro Stockers this early in the season at Santa Pod. Since I can't remember when, actually, probably 5 years ago, maybe. We haven't seen any Pro Stockers in May at Santa Pod. Michael doing a good job of keeping it roughly straight on the burnout. Now, these cars in regular drag racing, you can see a full field of these next weekend at the main event. They are called Pro Stock because they are, well, believe it or not, stock. They are based on two-door North American cars, production cars. They're around 500 cubic inches, naturally aspirated, so it's engineered horsepower. There's no power adders whatsoever, so they're very, very sensitive to the weather and track conditions, especially the weather. The temperature starts going up, the horsepower goes down, the performance goes down. It's kind of who can do the best job, because everybody's got all dear. And Michael gets clicked off on the start line as well, unfortunately. Not sure whether that was from him or Yarry, actually, but I think it was from Michael because... yeah, there is actually a little trickle of fluid on the racetrack out of Michael's car. But again, it's what testing's all about. Making sure everything works. So, Jesper Clausen from Denmark. Thank goodness for screens. That was all I can say.
That was a good-looking car, that is. Kieran shared a couple of facts on this car a few weeks ago, as I hastily try and find where he put it.
Yeah, if you look on his Facebook page or anything like that, you'll be scrolling down for ages because he puts so much on there.
No,
Trying
that's
to
it.
find it.
Well, that's because it's keeping it busy. It's keeping it busy. But yeah, you are correct. I am scrolling quite a long way. Jeez.
It might be easy to use the search
There
function,
it
to be
is.
honest.
There it is. Coming to it. It's powered by a 2.5 litre 16-valve Volvo engine that makes 1,059 horsepower through a G-force transmission.
Goodness me. And it's rear-wheel drive, obviously. Possibly more traction than the car was ready for.
Yes. Go on, have another go. Come back. Oh no!
Oh,
Launch.
double launch.
Yes.
Go on, Dave, you can catch him. You can do it. You nearly got there. No, he's still going. Go on, try another launch. It could be a record for launches down one single run. Yeah, obviously the probably something like the RPM settings or the cutout on it.
Wow. it's all the cars around here have got the fronts off. Double checking this stuff. So the team are looking over Yeri's car and Michael Malgram's team are looking over. So hopefully they're not going anywhere just yet. Looking into the pairing lanes, Diogo Ignacio from Portugal is round with his Mark 1 Golf. How about the Hocus Pocus Focus? Do you recognise the witch on the front?
I'd like to say, should I?
It is the Doc. You know Chris Eads that usually crews with Terry Newton?
Yeah. Is that really?
What I'm particularly impressed about is the space savers on the back. Right?
Yeah. I mean, they've got proper tyres fitted to
Oh, they're not 50 mile an hour.
They're
speed.
not
No,
50
no,
mile
no,
an
no.
hour ones, no.
No. So obviously they are the space savers.
Yeah, because
the
it
actual
could be,
tyre.
could be a test vehicle for the crash industry, really.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
that's it. He does have a set of the lockdown skinnies coming for him because he won them in the European front-wheel drive Christmas raffle. They should, I think, they're held in customs at the moment because I was supposed to have like 10 pallets of wheels arrived last week.
Okay.
1144, 126.
Now, one thing that always really interests me is like the Audi that's just coming around the Kestrel lane, four-wheel drive, completely bypassed the burnout. He drove around the burnout box unless he's going to back into it.
No, he's going to back in
fair
and
enough.
he's going to
It's
do
'cause
a rear-wheel drive burnout.
That's why. That's the reason, yeah. So obviously if you roll through the burnout box...
You get the front tyres wet, almost like the motorbike guys. You don't want to get those front tyres wet. Yeah, so that's a nice lineup in our pairing lanes. Torsten Middendorf is going to be coming round in a minute for his first run of the year. Fingers crossed for him because he has had some terrible luck at this event. And literally, I was speaking to him earlier, and the crew that had come with him, they said, when the car breaks, do we leave on the Friday? Because there's lots of cars and we'd like to stay.
want to stay and watch.
For the past 2 years, Dawson has finished. We finished work here on the Friday, and he's already home.
Oh dear, that's horrible. That's not the way you want to spend. Well,
he bought his partner's Lisa. They brought their
great,
parents over to come and watch him. He did one
And he
run
just
and
stopped
broke it and went home.
that isn't funny, is it? But it is, if you know what I mean.
So fingers crossed for him. Right, Mario Capella with the Audi A3. This features now the billet block that is available from HST. The same block that is in their Audi TT over in America that has been now down deep into the sixes. The TT has been like 6.7 at 212 miles an hour. Basically, the block has now been put. Another one of these blocks has been put in it, and obviously moving that car over to America. I think they've sold about 6 of these engines now.
Oh,
Well,
something's
something
gone
rolls off, yeah.
skittering off towards the wall. Yeah, the crew has seen it.
He's like, it's yours. It's past me. It's going that far.
It's all the way
One of my
down by
guys
the.
needs the bike for it.
Mike Malgren will be taken back to the pits for a thorough check over.
Well, it's only about 5 minutes to the lunch break now, so a lot of those cars will be sat there for another half an hour or so. But we'll get a few more through before then.
What else? else have we got? Dustin's down with the four-wheel drive Honda Civic as well. That's another 8-second car in the four-cylinder class. Ian Wally's around there with the street legal Ford as well.
Yeah.
Another one of those legends of Street Weekend from last year.
In front of him, Lee Childs, winner of Big Bracket on a previous occasion.
And then the wife's pick, Mark Taylor. He's going to run a 9 this weekend. I feel it.
To be fair, I think most of the racers did take the call and got into the lanes relatively quickly today. They didn't want to hang around and, we haven't had any gaps in our racers taking part. Okay, looks like a little bit of fluid possibly on the Kestrel Beer side of the racetrack. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just take a breathing commentary just for a moment, give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back as soon as we get going again.
There's no way you're going to get camping for £62 for an extra four nights.
Literally a off the trailer checkout pass there for Jens.
Yeah, first pass of the year, probably. as well.
It could be actually, yeah. So. Well, I think they'll take that. 750, 570.
That looks rather well behaved.
That's looking very nice indeed. 782, 169. So we've had two cars in 760 run today. And they
Definitely not hanging about again. 1060, 142. Is that quicker than the last time we saw it? Because that's very, very...
Right, so we had a 9.5 and a 9.4. It's been over 150 miles an hour. What have we got this time? Can we have a 9.3? No, we can have a 9.22 and a 152.
With a turbo in there. Sorry, twin turbo in there. Elliott runs in the 8s more often than not. And an 869 at 156. Nice looking test run. 1041 for Ronnie. 128. Wind turbines.
No, they cut it down now.
Sorry,
They cut it down.
did they?
Yeah.
Hopefully Scott hasn't broken a drivetrain, but Simon Innes off and run to a 10.7 perhaps? 10.74. 121.
Colin pretending. I'm sure it happens, obviously. It's got to be the first time ever I've seen you with food.
You haven't actually seen me eat. Yeah, it's just there. The wife brought
That's a
that.
good point, actually.
Yeah, I'm a medical marvel. I'm just fat for no reason. Honestly,
I'm sure there must be a reason, but
I'm yet to find out.
okay, fair enough. 1638, 78 miles an hour.
Oh, just scrabbling for the grip there.
Now, this is a car I've been looking forward to seeing rolling underneath the tower right now. Is this Audi S2 from Denmark? Completely unknown. I have no idea what his ETs or anything like that is, but it's certainly looking to see.
Maybe not then.
Oh, you can hear the tyres. Oh,
Got a progressive wobble on as well. Still not slow. 1050, 136 miles an hour.
38. Oh, we've got some bulbs. Difficult to see sometimes. Anybody on social media, I need a tailgate for a Fiesta Mark 1. But he's got one. Because as he described, the one that he took off was bananaed. Good.
That looks tame but quick.
928, 151. He's going to need to get back in the 8s this weekend.
What event did he win recently?
your favourite cars, Darryl?
Of course. Any car that goes nothing like it looks is one of my favourites. Let's put it that way. Paul trickles through the 1265 at 71. Apologies about the Camaro comment, Paul. Not about the once every 10 year one though. That's
No,
3.5 hours. Where's it?
Oh, he got there quick.
I'm so looking forward to seeing the car underneath the tower. I've seen it all around Europe, Italy, Germany, France, and now we're finally going to get it to see it at
Can I
Sandpod
have a
Raceway
go
as
at
well.
saying Franz Aschenbrenner?
Yeah, go for it.
Aschenbrenner. Actually, Colin, would you like to have a go?
No, not yet.
So, one of our big bracket racers. Do you know that, Colin? I love that. That reminds me of one of my best newsreader stories. 812 at 164, not hanging around at all.
That'll do nicely.
Was I think it was Trevor.
Sounds good.
It's running very well actually.
Oh yes.
1036 at 130.
I just love the way.
It's way all the way from Hungary.
He knows how to drive it. 144 at the 8th and a 748 at 192.
Get that man a
And he's
straight
feeling
jacket.
brave with no parachute as well.
All right, so Jacob putting his first run in with the Jetta. Now, he has been into the 9s. I don't know where he's going to be at the moment. 1156, 136 miles an hour, but lots of changes.
Oh, loads of changes. Something very, very quick. I was chatting to a couple of the guys there. These cars have got about 60 grand in them by the time they go and buy a car of this vintage. That nice. With a little Pinto engine, runs 1117 at 115. Now, is he in big bracket?
Yes, he's big bracket.
Those cars are so Mark 7 GTI. I reckon 13, 14 second car. Oh yes. Mr. Podge has just sent me a photo of the
1156, 120. And the workshops and yeah. Oh. Broke loose.
Oh, Scott Collin with a bit of a wiggle, but it's a good-looking run.
Well, if he can get straight into the 8s, he'll be very happy.
Oh.
874! Oh, yes!
nice.
Oh, that's pretty much on PB territory there. I think he's been 872.
Down, which locks the front brakes. I love the little skip.
Nice little checkout pass. 141 at the 8th.
Just making sure everything's working out. 8 flat, 142. 114 to 60 foot.
Having so many spares from him, we've actually got him to start racing now. He's going to be taking on Lewis Lavender with the little 12-second Fiesta. Goes through with a 13.57 to a 14.30.
Oh, is Matthew going straight to the sevens here? Oh, 801. How close can you get? 172. Matthew. Right, Justin and Matthew are both in Pro Street. 888, 156 there. All the Morris boys.
Well, that was very easy looking for Andy Bond.
Low 7? No, clicked it early.
Oh, he was running. He was running
well.
in super gas as well.
Yeah, an
You see
abrupt
that?
finish there to the old Michael Jackson song. As Torsten Middendorf fires up into life with the adrenaline tune-in Mark 1 Golf. This has previously been one of the fastest front-wheel drive cars in Europe. And I'm pretty sure he'll be looking to take that back. I spoke to him earlier and he literally said, yes, he's here for the Doorslammers, but he's not that bothered about winning the event. I mean, they all say that, don't they, really?
Yeah. Until they start winning.
Until they start winning. But he says he's just here to have the best track possible to enable him to go faster.
Yeah. Just a quick one for me, security have just been up. We need a red Fiat that's parked in the pits moving like now. WV20 XKC, parked next to Martin Hill's Fire Force jet pit area. You need to go and move that now, as in now. Go and move it, please. That is causing an obstruction, quite a major one, actually. WV20 XKC, red Fiat. Can you move it now, please? If you don't,
he'll fire up the jet.
They'll move it for you.
They'll fire up the jet.
Yeah, you don't want to be moved for you.
Wow. Well, we're still actually doing a bit of cleanup. So if Nitro FM are still out there,
They're always there.
they're always there. But I don't think we were actually quite ready. I think Torsten just actually fired up the car.
Yeah. Well, it was quite interesting that the tractor was just going out with the handheld sprayer, so to speak. Actually, it gives a chance to do a couple of quick shout-outs. The first one, Scotland Acre, unfortunately is broken, and they are desperately in need of some parts to get going once again. So if anybody has got, I've just got to scroll back through the messages to see what he needs. And typically, as you do that, the wretched
it was a
Facebook page
gearbox, wasn't it, or
yeah,
something
he's
like
got a gearbox issue. Broke it on the first run this morning and desperately needs to get some parts. And the trouble is, you leave a message, you leave a post on the screen, and then all of a sudden, all your social media updates, and you lose it.
It's not even that. I apologise to anyone that's messaging me on my phone. Every time I look at my phone, there's about 15 messages, and you just don't have time to get through them all.
Right, okay, so they're looking for a CA18 DET gearbox. If anybody's got one for sale or can donate, desperately in need one of those for Scott so he can continue. I think Johnny Marriage was looking for something as well, actually. They broke apart as well. See if... what did he post? The other problem we got is that the internet not working quite as quick as we were hoping. Right, one. They were looking for an LS ignition coil, please. Johnny Marriage looking for an LS ignition coil. Anybody got one at the track or local as possible, please? They could do with one for the Beetle. I'm going to give a shout out to a couple of guys at the top of the banking. Mark and Dalton Scarlett, a very good afternoon to you guys. Good to see you enjoying some racing. Looking forward to seeing the Hoonigan back out at Dragstalgia this year. Thanks for having a little chat with me over the messenger the other week. Appreciate that, guys. Good to see you enjoying some racing. You're here for the duration all weekend? Yeah, I thought you would be. But enjoy it, guys. I know this is a proper racers event, this one. So you two certainly know how to race out there, and looking forward to seeing The van back at Dragstalgia. Another car we were talking about a lot long ago was the Mead Mini.
Yeah.
Now, many thanks indeed to our good friend Nigel, who runs Extreme Unusual Car Sales, Nigel Taylor. Stuart's Mini, it's got a 600 brake horsepower Ford Z-Tech with a turbo as the power plant, and it has been in the 9s. So, I remember seeing that car run previously, so that is a serious bit of kit. Perfectly timed, actually, as we are... It looks like we're going to run a couple of cars before the lunch break.
Well, Jerry's back into the Pro Mod. And we have Andre Arnover down there. We have Belinda Bourne. Yeah.
Yeah, good old mix down there, but obviously
I think we'll be rattling through the Pro Mods, as obviously they do.
They warmed up.
They've done their warm-ups and stuff. Oh, is it just Jerry? Okay. And Thorsten. And Diogo. So, 1 9-second TDI Golf from Portugal in the Slicktrix Racing Lane, and 1 8-second Golf in the Kestrel Beer Lane.
So Portugal's another one of those places, I beg your pardon, that... Am I right in thinking they can put the car on a boat there and then it lands here, or do they have to drive all the way?
They drove the whole way.
Wow.
Oh, look, professional tyre wiping
Yeah.
as well.
One pair of gloves, got one each.
Yeah, I know. I bet that would look good in a fight, wouldn't it? My glove's dirtier than your glove. Right. So, let's see what Torsten can do. How quick's he been, Luke?
8:25.
Wow. How long ago was that now as well?
About 3 years ago now.
That settled down really nicely after the initial shake.
Mid-track doing 142 and then a couple of pops and bangs. Still goes 873, 134, but a new personal best for Diogo, 934 at 152.
How far was that journey again? They can't remember.
They won't care, but do you know what? I am going to have to look quickly.
So I think it maybe lunch break in just a couple of moments after this run from Yari, but it's not far away.
Ooh, very close. So that is going to be the second fastest front-wheel drive diesel pass in the whole of Europe. It's only fellow Portuguese,
Quickest and fastest, or fastest?
Both.
Both. Rock and roll.
It's only Jose Realista who has been quicker, who's been 9.2.
It's all about the hand wiping. Sorry, tyre wiping. I should have
Someone
said
gets
that
them another pair of gloves. They
Yeah.
could be like,
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah,
There's one
yeah.
pair of gloves shared between them. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, these are personal best gloves. They're up for sale. Only 50 quid each. So this is Yari Madsen Yami, who will be here for 2 weekends in a row, like a number of our races actually. Running in Pro Modified next weekend, running in Pro Doorslammer this. This is a door car only event. Next week is a whole bunch of other stuff as well, including the world's quickest and fastest bikes. So Yari, his first ever run at Sandsport Raceway. You said, Luke, he'd been here before crewing for somebody else.
Yeah, for Johnny Oscar.
Last year. That's got to be actually that Johnny Oxer's got to be the easiest Finnish name to say on the planet.
Isn't it?
Actually. Yeah, that's not the worst, is it? But anyway, yeah, I think this car's been in the 5.9s before. It's got one of those twin turbo Hemis under there. I think this is tuned as well as by Andreas Arthurson.
Yep.
So first run of the season as well. So don't expect it to go all the way through. But he is Finnish, so it might do. 711, 173. He staged with the headers, though. When he went up on the two-step, it bumped through, and the flickering light, I think, was the headers being instaged. However, that looked clean, it looked dry. Not as quick and fast as they want, but then again, it's first run of the season, blow the cobwebs away. So I think we all are on, by the look of everyone wandering away, we're on lunch break, folks, for half an hour. It's now 1:15. So around about 1:45, we should be back going with the racing again. So please have a wander around, check out all the machinery that you've just been seeing going very quick and fast.
Oh,
And we'll be back
I'll
with
give
you
up.
ASAP.
Go
Go
to
on.
the European Front Wheel Drive's trade store just behind the main grandstand to go and get your latest merch
you
from the
wanna-
Front Wheel Drive sponsor.
Want to look even cooler than usual.
Yeah, boy.
Climbing crew as well. Obviously, we know Chris Newsom down there, but we don't know the Supra yet. So it is quite key, even if it's just shoe winder for the time being. It is quite key that you do get your car numbers on the back of your car. Title sponsor of 760 Heads Up. So John Sleeth. Well, straight and true. Anywhere around about 760 will do nicely. 770 off the bat. Very, very nice.
Now, of course, this is all just testing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until
Yeah, to
our
lunchtime.
first break.
Yeah, lunchtime. After lunch, apparently, I only just found that out too. After
Do you mean
lunch.
dinner?
Sorry?
After dinner,
Dinner.
not lunch.
Lunch, this afternoon is just open. It's after the drivers' meeting tonight is the
Qualifying.
qualifying.
So, lunch. I don't know if you remember last year, a lot of people just basically said the lanes were so chock-a-block
Yeah.
on the Saturday, and that's because we condensed all those cars into qualifying in one day. So by
So
opening
was
it up on
Friday
a
just
Friday,
testing then? last
Friday
year?
was always just testing.
Okay.
Whereas this year we brought in 3 hours of
Yeah.
Needs
qualifying.
To be, yeah,
Needs
no,
to be,
needs
yeah.
to be, yeah. So people have got plenty of time to fix it for Sunday if they do it on Friday then, basically.
It's good they
It's like the Nova that runs in Pro ET, Brett Featherstone. It's got a dial-in board,
Yeah.
and it's like it's blue lights. You can never see the damn thing. $37,600 and $119 at $16.61.
is the tool chest full of sweets. There's bags there, so if anyone's got kids or if you're feeling a kid yourself, swing by, grab some sweets.
Oh, your name's Colin.
Or if your name's Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit worried about Mark. That is so rare that Mark will pull over to the left-hand side.
And that was instant as well, unfortunately.
Johnny Marriage coasting across the line.
TT that raced last year.
Yeah.
The yellow car's been into the 8. Whoa! He's still got.
Look at that.
Slightly more
speed.
traction than he's used to, I think that was.
175 miles an hour. 866. Wow.
Dave down.
And also with this car, see the real difference that the auto gearbox makes. That'll be a 9 low.
He's lost
40.
found a 10th. 940 this time round. Similar speed.
Forms of content.
Stealing someone else's video and then commenting
and then
and
saying,
getting
oh,
away.
I did like this, I didn't like that, whatever.
Right.
That's Kaz Waterhouse in the Slick Tricks lane. Issues in the Kestrel lane.
Well, he has just put a DSG conversion on. 3-1.
Well, he took it with us. Took the win last year. He can run in the 8s. He's street legal, of course.
Clicked it
968 clicked early at 109.
Yeah, no point in busting it. Running in 6-cylinder, which is enormous this weekend.
Yeah, 29 this year. It was only 14 last year. Oh, a little bit of wiggle at half track, but his foot was not going to lift. 883, 159. Oh, with a big plume of smoke at the top.
Very big. And that's still going all the way down the shutdown area, unfortunately. But crew don't seem to be too worried, probably because it's not their car. But, you know. Oh my goodness me.
Is that for real?
60 footer of the year so far. 0.923.
Germany with the 2-litre 16-valve Golf. Now, much like Marcus Weltz, this is a full tube chassis car now.
A lot of clutch lip going on. There was a lot of RPM, but not a lot of go that time.
But it still goes through 920, 160 miles an hour on a very nice, stable run.
Very good for a run what you run. Okay.
Same kind of thing, really. A lot of noise, not a lot of forward motion, unfortunately. Still goes 991 at 139.
But again,
not hanging about. But
I think a lot of these cars have not got. They've got more aftermarket.
Carpet slowing it down. That's been put on hold to pay for the shoots.
no tyre slip for. Well, I nearly said either, and then Victoria went a bit wiggly. What's Tony going to do?
774, 191. Both shoots blossom.
That was
And they're green. I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he knew they were green shoots.
Wow, out blazes the tyres off the start line. That won't be a 7.
Yeah, but it's a good-looking run once he got it going. 986, 143, but
Good start.
yeah.
11.05 for Ashley, 139. That's been down in the 9s. Do you know the one thing I like about that?
I was like, if you got your cutter with it, I was like, you could have made some good money.
All you have to do is stand at the top of the fire out road and just. $9.48 for Bob, 138. 10.17 at 126. They look very happy
Yeah.
with that.
Yep.
As Tim said to me yesterday, it's about 6 weeks from being finished last year, and it's still the same 6 weeks now. 9 watt for Tim. 9.15, nice opener, 148. Ben goes 12.11, 112. Oh, cheeky little wheelie there from Simon.
Originally, Lowry did enter the 4-cylinder class, but the rules this year were changed that any front-wheel drive has to go in front-wheel drive. You're not allowed in any other class.
Yeah.
13.7.
What's the camera in here?
I'll explain in a minute.
Is this the commentary to cam thing?
$9.72, 149 for Chris Waterhouse. So nice little opener here in 4-cylinder.
Next year it was Golf R's, then it was the RS3s. This year has been all about the BMW performance cars.
Look at that go. 142 to 60 foot. Eighth mile
It's like
is
someone's pressed
590 at 124. At the eighth, 905, 156. Oh, yeah. Lovely opener. Well on, gang.
It's like someone just
Absolutely
pressed fast
superb.
forward. Did you notice that?
$11.90, 12.22.
There's no way you're going to get camping for £62 for an extra four
Wow.
nights.
Literally a off-the-trailer checkout pass there for Jens.
Yeah, first pass of the year, probably. as well.
It could be, actually, yeah. So. Well, I think they'll take that. 750, 570.
That looks rather well behaved.
That's looking very nice indeed. 782, 169. So we've had two cars in 760 run today. And they
Definitely not hanging about again. 1060, 142. Is that quicker than the last time we saw it? Because that's very, very.
Right, so we had a 9.5 and a 9.4. It's been over 150 miles an hour. What have we got this time? Can we have a 9.3? No, we can have a 9,
Wow.
22, and 152.
With a turbo in there. Sorry, twin turbo in there. Elliot runs in the 8s more often than not. And an 869 at 156. Nice looking test run. 10:41 for Ronnie. At 128. Twin turbo and good.
No, they cut it down now.
Sorry?
They cut it down.
Did they?
Yeah.
Hopefully Scott hasn't broken a drivetrain, but Simon Innes off and run to a 10.7 perhaps? 10.74. 121.
Colin pretending. I'm sure it happens, obviously. It's got to be the first time ever I've seen you with food.
You haven't actually seen me eat yet. It's just there. The wife brought
That's a
that.
good point, actually.
Yeah, I'm a medical marvel. I'm just fat for no reason. Honestly,
I'm sure there must be a reason, but
I'm yet to find out.
okay, fair enough. 16:38, 78 miles an hour.
Oh, just scrabbling for the grip there.
Now, this is a car I've been looking forward to seeing rolling underneath the tower right now. Is this Audi S2 from Denmark? Completely unknown. I have no idea what his ETs or anything like that is, but it's certainly looking to see.
Maybe not then.
Oh, you can hear the tyres. Oh,
Got a progressive wobble on as well. Still not slow. 1050, 136 miles an hour.
38. Oh, we've got some bulbs. Difficult to see sometimes. Anybody on social media, I need a tailgate for a Fiesta Mark 1. But he's got one. Because as he described, the one that he took off was bananaed.
That looks tame but quick.
928, 151. He's going to need to get back in the 8s this weekend.
What event did he win recently?
your favourite cars, Darryl?
Of course. Any car that goes nothing like it looks is one of my favourites. Let's put it that way. Paul trickles through the 1265 at 71. Apologies about the Camaro comment, Paul. Not about the once every 10 year one though. That's
No,
ridiculous.
3.5 hours.
Oh, he got there quick.
I'm so looking forward to seeing the car underneath the tower. I've seen it all around Europe, Italy, Germany, France, and now we're finally going to get it to see it at
Can I
Sandpod
have a go
Raceway
at
as well.
saying Franz Aschenbrenner?
Yeah, go for it.
Aschenbrenner. Actually, Colin, would you like to have a go?
No, not yet.
So, one of our big bracket racers. Do you know something, Colin? I love that. That reminds me of one of my best newsreader stories. 812 at 164, not hanging around at all.
That'll do nicely.
Was I think it was Trevor McDonald.
Sounds good.
It's running very well, actually.
Oh, yes.
10:36 at 1:30.
I just love the way.
It's way all the way from Hungary.
He knows how to drive it. 144 at the 8th and a 748 at 192.
Get that man.
And he's feeling brave with no parachute as well.
All right, so Jacob putting his first run in with the Jetta. Now, he has been into the 9s. I don't know where he's going to be at the moment. 1156, 136 miles an hour, but lots of changes.
Oh, loads of changes. Something very, very quick. I was chatting to a couple of the guys there. These cars have got about 60 grand in them.
Wow.
By the time they go and buy a car of this vintage, that nice, with a little Pinto engine, runs 1117 at 115. Now, is he in big bracket?
Yes, he's big bracket.
Those cars are so Mark 7 GTI. I reckon 13, 14 second car. Oh yes. Mr. Podge has just sent me a photo of the
1156, 120. And the workshops and yeah. Oh, broke loose.
Scott Collin with a bit of a wiggle, but it's a good-looking run.
Well, if he can get straight into the 8s, he'll be very happy.
Oh.
874. Oh yes.
nice.
Oh, that's pretty much on PB territory there. I think he's been 872.
Down, which locks the front brakes. I love the little skip.
Nice little checkout pass. 141 at the 8th.
Just making sure everything's working out. 8 flat, 142. 114 to 60 foot.
Having so many spares from him, we've actually got him to start racing now. He's going to be taking on Lewis Lavender with the little 12-second Fiesta. Through with a 13.57 to a 14.13.
Oh, is Matthew going straight to the 7s here? Oh, 801! How close can you get? 172. Matthew. Right, Justin and Matthew are both in Pro Street. 888, 156 there. All the Morris boys.
That was very easy looking for Andy Bond.
Low 7? No, clicked it early.
Oh, he was running in Supergas as well.
Yeah.
You see that? He rolled through.
Well, that'll do Jason rather nicely. A 003 light. That's the best one I've seen so far today. Goes 10.18. I think he wants a bit more than that performance-wise, but first venture onto the track today. It's going to be a very angry hairdresser in a minute if it's not doing what it's told. 12.91 for 101 for Ollie.
Well, I know the engine's in the rear, obviously.
Problems for the Mini,
Well,
so let's see how Dan gets on.
We can ask him now. He's going to get pushed back.
10.68, exactly where the car wants to be. A nod of approval from Nick and Keith and Spencer.
By side here. One sounding very different to the other. Because he's got a V8 in it.
994, 135. Very nice indeed from Chris Skinner there.
Oh, where's David? Oh, well.
10.18, 132. Now, previously,
It still looks big as it's going halfway
really
down
does.
the track.
Well,
102 at the 8th.
Yeah, he's
And
actually dropped off
Yeah,
it.
he's come off.
I think something broke by the look of the way it's reacted. Still goes 11.7, but coasting at the finish line. Darren Scannell, rather boring looking, 12.47 at 127. I'm just kidding, Darren. It's just,
it'll come to me in a minute. The Garrett boys have made the tow hitch and everything. It's all done. He's got his trailer sorted, the whole lot.
That looks pedestrian by usual standards. Still goes 9.16 though.
Yeah, he wants an 8 this weekend, does John.
That was very calm off the start line. Any idea what they've done?
Didn't look. He's got new wheelie bars.
Okay.
So maybe just...
Totally wrong. Anyway, there we go.
Ooh.
So Patrick, I think, was doing really well in eliminations last year and busted the gearbox in the
Is that
semi-final.
155? Yeah, 155, 959 and a 1084, 146.
Okay, John Webb's travel. Yeah, that almost like a second gear launch actually, or a high gear launch that was. It did not go at all like it did previously. But that's what testing's all about. Yeah, John toodles through, 74 miles an hour. I can see Tim Moore, first runs of the year. Lane. well capable of running into the 8s, probably about an 8.6 or an 8.7. 8.53, 157. And Brett with a 9.69, about where he normally is, to be honest.
It'd be Jose Late's first pass with this new build car.
I'm sure there are plenty lurking, but it used to be very, very populated by diesel cars.
We have a lot of diesel cars in the pits ready to race this weekend. Ah, there's Yerry's car as well at the head of the lanes.
Is it more?
Well, Tim will still try to run 990. Apart from
No.
the 955, so no delay or anything.
Oh, that will be broken stuff by the looks of that. Maybe not, just jumps out of gear.
That's a bit of a wild run. Right, let's see what the Synos can do. 102 at the 8th, 11.26, 131 miles an hour, and a 12.47 at 144. So the back. Okay, right, so is it into stage? Going to build up the boost. Look at that launch.
Oh,
Disappears in a cloud of smoke. It's cleared up now, but still didn't really give it much revs off the line and still went 119 60 foot.
well, that's obviously why it doesn't run a wheelie bar.
The lockdown skinnies coming for him because he won them in the European front wheel drive Christmas raffle. They should, I think they're held in customs at the moment because I was supposed to have like 10 pallets of wheels arrived last week.
Okay.
11.44, 126 now.
Oh,
Well,
something's
something
gone
rolls off, yeah.
skittering off towards the wall. Yeah, the crew has seen it.
He's like, it's yours. It's past me.
That settled down really nicely after the initial shake.
Mid-track doing 142 and then a couple of pops and bangs. Still goes 873, 134, but a new personal best for Diogo, 934 at 152.
Oh, so don't expect it to go all the way through. But he is finished, so it might do. 711, 173. He staged with the headers, though. When he went up on the two-step, it bumped through, and the flickering light.
Now, of course, this is all just testing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until
Yeah, to
our
lunchtime.
first break.
Yeah, lunchtime. After lunch, apparently, I only just found that out too.
Do you mean
lunch-
dinner?
Sorry?
After dinner,
Dinner.
not lunch.
Lunch. This afternoon is just open. It's after the drivers' meeting tonight. Is the
Qualifying.
Qualifying.
So, lunch. I don't know if you remember last year, a lot of people just basically said the lanes were so chock-a-block
Yeah.
on the Saturday, and that's because we condensed all those cars into qualifying in one day. So by
So
opening
was
it up on
Friday
a
just
Friday,
testing then? last
Friday
year?
was always just testing.
Okay.
Whereas this year we brought in 3 hours of
Yeah.
qualifying.
Yeah,
Needs
no,
to be,
needs
yeah.
to be, yeah. So people have got plenty of time to fix it for Sunday if they do it
Yeah.
Friday then, basically.
It's good they put it.
It's like the Nova that runs in Pro ET, Brett Featherstone. It's got a dial-in board,
Yeah.
and it's like it's blue lights. You can never see the damn thing. $37.6 and $119 at $16.61.
It's the tool chest full of sweets. There's bags there, so if anyone's got kids or if you're feeling a kid yourself, swing by, grab some sweets.
Oh, your name's Colin.
Or if your name's Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit worried about Mark. That is so rare that Mark will pull over to the left-hand side.
And that was instant as well, unfortunately.
Johnny Marriage coasting across the line.
TT that raced last
Goodness
year.
me.
The yellow car's been into the 8. Whoa! He's still going.
Look at that.
Slightly more
speed.
traction than he's used to, I think that was.
175 miles an hour. 866. Wow.
Dave down.
And also with this car, see the real difference that the auto gearbox makes. That'll be a 9 low.
He's lost
40.
found a 10th. 940 this time round. Similar speed.
Forms of content.
Stealing someone else's video and then commenting
and
and
saying,
getting
oh,
away.
I did like this, I didn't like that, whatever.
Right.
That's Kaz Waterhouse in the Slick Tricks lane. Issues in the Kestrel lane.
Well, he has just put a DSG conversion on. 3-1.
Well, he took it with us. Took the win last year. He can run in the 8s. He's street legal, of course.
Clicked it earlier.
968 clicked early at 109.
Yeah, no point in busting it. Running in 6-cylinder, which is enormous this weekend.
Yeah, 29 this year. It was only 14 last year. Ooh, a little bit of wiggle at half track, but his foot was not going to lift. 883, 159. Oh, with a big plume of smoke at the top.
Very big. And that's still going all the way down the shutdown area, unfortunately. But crew don't seem to be too worried, probably because it's not their car. But, you know. Oh my goodness me!
Is that for real?
60 footer of the year so far, 0.923.
Germany with the 2-litre 16-valve Golf. Now, much like Marcus Weltz, this is a full tube chassis car now.
A lot of clutch lip going on. There was a lot of RPM, but not a lot of go that time.
But it still goes through 920, 160 miles an hour on a very nice, stable run.
They're only good for a run what you run.
Okay.
Same kind of thing, really. A lot of noise, not a lot of forward motion, unfortunately. Still goes 991 at 139.
But again,
not hanging about. But
I think a lot of these cars have not got, they've got more aftermarket.
Carpets. Okay, we are back, and literally bang on bang on half an hour after we said we're having a lunch break. We are back. Well, fair to say it's got a bit warmer out there. Lovely, lovely day out there. Right, one of our full-cylinder cars, one of our true street cars. We got Dustin with the Civic down there in the Slick Tricks lane, and Thomas Drodds with the M3 Turbolamic BMW M3. Pairing lanes, chock-a-block as you would expect. Well, unfortunately, just a launch there for Justin. It sounded like it's either popped out of gear or lost all its gears, but good looking run for Thomas. 10.27, 151 miles an hour at the stripe. Well, Dustin has found some gears, but not entirely the run that he had planned, especially being sat waiting patiently for half an hour in the lanes.
That was one of those, too much traction runs, that was.
But honestly, it is just glorious conditions out there at the moment. Very warm. But what great thing is, it's now starting to put some heat into the track as well, which will hang around later on. So when we get into our actual tests or pro sessions later, or the actual qualifying, it's going to help quite a lot of people.
I'm just thinking busted drive shafts and gearboxes all over the place, but you know how it works. So,
Lee Charles and Mark Taylor. Now, Lee Charles, winner, big bracket. He's taken $5,000 away from this event before.
one of the nostalgia superstock
Yeah,
races
we've
that
had this.
gets the idea.
We keep having this conversation. Where are they?
Yep.
It's
They'd
a
be killer
great
at this.
opportunity.
Yeah.
They're so good. So somewhere around 988, I'm going to have a guess with Lee. Okay, 989, call me a liar
Yeah.
for 100th. And 1038 there for Mark Taylor.
Just to dispel a myth, we don't tell them what to run and they run it.
No, it's just we know the cars.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
just know the
That's-
cars, what they're
Although
capable
that
of.
really did sound like you told him to run that and that's what he did, sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, unbelievable. Right, Gert Mertz then with the Opel. And that's Chris Newsom down there with the MG. One in 4-cylinder, one in big bracket.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars from Denmark here this weekend. Did you see Chris Newsom's door open and close there?
I didn't.
Okay,
I
all
was
right.
looking
It
at
did,
the,
I wasn't
the
making
Opel
it
being
up.
pushed back. So Chris goes through the 965 at 138.
He seemed rather pleased with that, which is always good. So Gert being pushed back, unfortunately, especially when you're being followed backwards by a squeegee.
Room for a slim one.
Yeah, definitely room for slim ones. You are right.
Room for a Darryl, not a Colin or Luke. Right, the legendary Ian Wally with this Cortina.
I'd love to know what's more legendary, actually, is the car or his onesies. Have you ever seen the onesies?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. They are quite, and he walks the dog like it too. So that's not a euphemism. He does walk his dog in a onesie.
Well, let's be honest, you're not going to approach a person walking around in a onesie, are you?
You're not going to go out to the say, "Ooh, nice dog, mate."
Whoa! Carried the front wheels almost to 60 foot there. I think he just came off the throttle there because I wasn't sure if it was going to go higher or not. still goes 965 at 138. That was impressive. A little bit crazy, but impressive.
That was probably a little more. Well, we've had a lot of wheelies already today, a few broken bits as well. So let's just say the track is, well, the track is as it's supposed
Yeah,
to
it's
be.
got some
I think.
bite.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll tell you what, one thing you're going to notice this weekend is something that David Lammick started last year. You know, the front of the Nova has got this big old front end on the front-wheel drive cars. You can see Rafael Cancol's down there now.
Yeah.
He's done the same.
Oh, my word.
He's done the same with the Golf. Obviously, Darren Dewhurst has done the same with his Corsa. Matty Davidson has done the same with his Civic.
Do they use them to clear snow in the winter? Is that what they're-
This is almost like it's getting towards that Japan styling thing, isn't it?
Just need some big exhaust coming out the back.
I don't know what it's called, but it's bonkers.
It's good racing, fellas.
It is.
The Japan styling scene. If you
Yeah.
know, they look like wedges of cheese on the front of their cars and that. It's crazy.
I think it's what they used to call affectionately eyeball aero, which means if it looks aerodynamic, it is.
Yeah.
However, it's not a secret that it's better to have air flowing smoothly over the car than under it. On that very, very subject, I just wonder if you gentlemen have...
Right.
Go on.
It's called Bosuku. Bosuzoku. I can't even pronounce it. Bosuzoku. That's the styling. Thanks, Thomas. The styling in Japan. I love it when they go to car shows and they can't get out of car parks. They just bottom out. Get stuck. Anyway, George Baker then with the Civic. And having another go with the Cadet. Having just been pushed back, but gets his run in here. Well, the Cadet is no slouch whatsoever. 987, 144. And George goes through 1106 at 132.
Right, I've got something to show you you're not going to believe, right? I beg your pardon, folks. On the Precision Turbo page on Facebook, so there was a car called the Hulk, funnily enough.
Oh, yeah.
We know that name. Have you seen it? Okay. So what it is... So it's a sand
drag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look what it ran with the 2JZ.
Wow.
Hang on, then look at it.
Oh, yes, I have seen that, yeah.
It's
mental.
Talk
Yes.
about lack of aerodynamics.
Oh, hello.
They like their Corvettes in Poland, don't they? There's a few of them here this weekend. I've seen a couple round the back there. So, is that Matej Bankowiak? Hopefully. Hope that's what the M stands for anyway. Colin will know.
Mighty, I'm going to call him.
I'm
love
sure,
that.
Right, that's his nickname
That's
forever.
it.
Well done.
That's it. Pulling him out in the
That's gonna
drawer.
That's stuck already, hasn't
It's
it?
got Mighty.
We don't know how the car runs. It might be after this. So we are still testing, stroke practicing, whichever you prefer, until 4:30. So 2.5 hours-ish.
Yep.
Then we have announcement area. Is that correct?
Yep.
After that, Colin, yeah?
Yeah, 15-minute break, and then it's announcement area. Yeah, it's Matthias. You were.
Because I've seen the name before. I'm pretty sure he has been here before.
And then we get back into the tower, ready for the continuation of the action at 5:30. 2.5 hours of, well, in effect, qualifying.
It is qualifying, yeah. That's when all the numbers start counting.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite funny because even on the end of day one, some people are going to start having an idea, especially in the front-wheel drive class, of what the bump spot
Yes.
is going to be. And already they're going to be like, ooh.
Oh dear. That's a very good point. You can have a bump spot for a 64 car field. That's pretty epic.
That is. And the guys were telling us yesterday that obviously, it was you, Colin, that told me, wasn't it? We now have the record for the largest entry ever in Europe.
Yeah.
And Colin was saying it will possibly never be beaten because Nostalgia Superstock
limited.
are
It's
capped.
Capped, yeah.
So why is it capped?
Because you can't, because they will probably all run, and it's track time. You just can't squeeze any more in physically into the pits. And you know, you could call Nostalgia Superstock to the pairing lanes, and it will fill the
pairing
all
lanes.
5 lanes, and it will take it beyond the pod shop
Okay.
just by having that one class in the lanes. But it's the ultimate. It's like what you do when you go out on the balance board, whatever it is. You know, it's the ultimate drone shot, just going up the lanes.
Yeah, I
with
bet.
with the cars. Oh, that is so sweet, and nitrous as well.
So Denmark against Poland in the UK on a sunny spring morning.
That is so.
Afternoon.
Been Martin
Gotta be
Agron
cool,
down
isn't it?
there with the cadet, and Matthias Bakowiak with the Corvette.
I'm loving the fact that Danes have discovered this event now.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I've never seen this car run, but what are we thinking? 9s?
Goodness me, that looks
Wow.
quicker than a 9. Goodness
he's-
me, that's an 8 something.
He's being chased.
877! Oh my goodness me!
160 miles an hour. Goodness
Wow.
me. And the crew look nonplussed.
I was
Jeez.
thinking mid to low 9s, not an 877.
That did
Goodness
not hang about
me.
at all. And with a shootout as well.
Right. I'll tell you what, Neil's going to like that number.
Oh, what is that?
That is a well stickered Golf. That is.
Oh yeah, you got it.
There's no questions on his race number there.
And no need for binoculars to work out what it is. either.
That's it.
Got a pyramid sticking out the back. Wow. Going alongside Bob Malden, we know Bob very well, of course, with the White Noise Peugeot 205.
I have a feeling that was the nose on with the staging being there.
Oh. Smoke signals. Bob goes 948, 138.
Well, unfortunately, some fluid did come out of Raphael's Golf there. So Ian telling our driver behind us to shut down for a second. We will be able to run with the Kestrel Beer Lane, hopefully, if the fluid hasn't gone too far. So, did you see in the news recently, Jack Bowley underneath us with the Toyota MR2 went and did one of his life goals a few weeks ago. He ran 204 miles an hour with this Toyota MR2.
Right. That was not over a quarter mile.
Not over a quarter mile, that was over a half mile. And of course, he's entered into Street Weekend because it is a fully street legal car as well.
What's his nickname? Big C something. Isn't
Big
it?
Chief.
The Big Queef.
Big Queef might actually, yeah. Be more appropriate.
Well, we had that for him, and then he ran the 200 miles an hour, and we were like, actually, respect is not kind of due now.
You bet.
We like to be using him for a while.
Whether it's the quickest car in the UK, I'm not entirely sure. Though.
No, definitely not the quickest car. No.
Not even close. But it's still very cool.
So,
And anyway, I'll be honest with you, I love, what's the word I'm looking for? Agitators. I like people who...
so do I.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
well, you're one of them. But I like people who...
Colin?
But I like I like people who, it just makes it fun.
I merely just like going on Facebook and posting and ghosting. I post it, and then I go to bed, and then I wake up the next day, and I'm like,
See what's gone wrong.
Look at the aftermath. That's it.
There's a famous story about that, about one woman who she tweeted something before she got on a flight from America to South Africa, and by the time she got off the plane, her life was over, pretty much. She just, whatever it was that she put, she sort of like literally turned her phone on and went, oh yeah, she'd been sacked, she'd been all in that, just for that, whatever it was,
nice.
whatever she done.
well, just looking at Jack's exhaust system, it comes out of the back of the car just behind the parachute. So the parachute gets torched from behind.
Really?
Yeah, you can see. Well, just behind. Well, our cameraman's just going to it. But yeah, the exhaust comes out of the centre of the boot behind the
goodness.
parachute. This is his first weekend running the parachute because he's fitted this ready for street weekend when
Yeah.
he swaps for a tow bar.
And Brian Pavement, I'm assuming, going to be running nitrous this weekend. He's in Pro Street.
Yep.
So he should hopefully get back in the sevens again. Runner-up last year, don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
$854, $160. I think Brian's going to be looking for more than that.
What, a bit more? I think that was probably no nitrous just to get
Yeah,
the
I think,
weekend
yeah,
off.
you're probably right, actually. I think Julie was just giving us a subtle like that to say, yeah, we're happy. We got it right. Ah,
Are you old
Right.
school or are you new school with the BMWs?
Tom has converted me to new school.
Has he? This car was
mental.
super quick. Has it put a pass in yet?
Not today, no, but this has been 8.5, hasn't it?
Enjoy this. Thank you,
sorry.
Colin.
I didn't
Is
hear
it the
that.
same? Yeah, but that was before it's had its go faster stripes.
Oh yeah, no, it's got 5 horsepower for every sticker as well.
Has it?
now.
Oh, right, okay. This is nuts. I know the full story behind this car.
It's taking on Marcel Wolf. Oh, well, both cars launching and getting off. It was impressive, wasn't it? Now.
That was the quickest BMW I haven't seen all day. Pretty much.
And that's exactly why we're in testing.
BMW stand for barely making waves or something like that, does it? I can make up much worse than that very quickly. So
That's
I'm
not
gonna-
the first one
no,
that come into my mind.
No.
Oh, dear.
Okay, well, behind us underneath the tower, we've got Grant Parker with the GP Turbos Mark 1 Golf. It is a rear-wheel drive, 5-cylinder powered little rocket ship. And I never knew it was actually road legal. And he's entered, I believe, in the True Street class as well.
That is.
Yeah.
Wow. I just always love to see what people's faces look like when they see them on the street.
Yeah. I'd like to see some of these cars on the street as well. Yes. Okay, he's in Pro Street.
So I keep saying it all on. It's just the diversity of what we get here this weekend. Just
Oh, we're all about
Phenomenal.
the diversity. What's the difference between the Pro Street and the True Street?
True Street is original chassis.
Yeah.
So in other words, or Pro Street is like the Andy Bonds, which have got tube chassis, things like that. It's that's a rough. Yeah,
Are you allowed to run slicks in both classes, or are you allowed to run slicks in?
not 100% certain. No idea.
Well, he's on slicks, so I'm assuming Pro Street you're allowed to run slicks, and maybe True Street. I don't know. Right, another very clean Escort running in the 4-cylinder class. Dan Warren. Now, of course, this weekend it's kind of an annual thing for a lot of our racers, but I'm seeing a lot of double bulbing so far this weekend. Not much courtesy staging going on. Parker building up the boost. The Golf driving around the Escort of the mid-track, doing 106 miles an hour, and Grant goes through with a 10-11-130.
Just a reminder to everybody out there in the Perry Lanes pits, wherever you are, so it's about to take place. Before you start doing your racing, you need to have your race ready checks done, and you will be given a smiley face sticker. And that is so that we can see that you have been race ready checked, basically. If you haven't got one, you need to go up to scrutineering. just to get your car checked so that you can get your race ready check sticker. You ain't got one, you can't run. Simple as that. All right, Gino Bernardine back with the Escort. Don't see Gino enough these days, but he's back for Doorslammers going alongside Josh Wallace. Well, Gino can normally run in the low 9s, high 8s, but he ain't going to be doing that on this particular pass. Josh goes 12.38 at 119.
That's pretty good for a
Gino
car.
will-
I'm assuming that car's on treaded tyres because that terminal speed is really good. That's a good 11-second terminal speed.
Yeah, no numbers for Gino.
So next up, we have got Piotr Formella from Poland. Again, another car that came along to Doorslammers 2023. Very much enjoyed it. I can see upgrades from here, wheat traction bars on the back. I can only imagine there's going to be lots of people watching on the live stream going, why are the wheelie bars on the front wheel drive car? It's always an annual question. It's basically just to push the weight forward and try and give those front wheels as much traction as possible. Well, our chief starter has told him he's on a solo run. Oh, yeah, he's bumped in. Going the long way around, 165, 64, 113 at the 8th. And Piotr Formella, 995, 144. His first 9-second pass. Congratulations.
First ever?
Yeah.
Wow. We're going to be saying that, well, yeah, you're going to do a good job keeping up with it.
Okay, so Ian calls the next one forward. Tractor just coming back to station in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Parent lanes, once again, chock-a-block. We got some of our pro Doorslammers down there. We've got 760 heads up. Loads of big bracket cars. In actual fact, it's everything down there, as Chris Locke makes the car live up to its name there. The Sierra is called Brown Pants. Oh, dear. You gotta love
It is
it.
just after that.
Yeah.
I'm loving the noise this car makes.
$10.50,
Wow.
131 this time.
That's a big old improvement.
Is this Mr. Miller I hear underneath us?
You've certainly got a good ear.
Well, I'm cheating because I saw I saw
all
the
in.
Land Cruiser over there waiting, and it's that lovely V8 rumble. That'll be a yes then.
Well, they've had the interesting problem, if you like, with trying to slow this down to run 760.
Well, interestingly, now they've slowed it down. It's 60 footing more consistently
Yeah.
than it ever has. It's just getting a bit wayward down the racetrack. Then it gets hot. So actually, side by side, 760 heads up against Belinda Ball. We haven't seen Belinda in a long while. I'm So the car legal to run in comp eliminator, but unfortunately we haven't seen her in comp for a little while. Hopefully she comes back out in comp. It's a very, very exciting class. Going to be really good next weekend as well. But these two, is it ever? Yeah, just a shame he's not here this weekend as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's South America, unfortunately.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Fair enough. These global megastars coming to occasionally drag race. What can you do?
Oh, your new friend. Famous friend.
My friend's smaller than your friend's. Well, Colin's going up the wall, but keeping going, which is a good thing. 747 for Belinda, 798 for Colin. Yeah, that was pretty good. Both lanes.
Well, I think Colin went because Belinda went. They both went before the tree. Before the tree was activated.
No, the only thing is, I don't know if you know this, but I may have said this before, but in pro street racing in Scandinavia, 747 would get you kicked out of the event instantly because they're not allowed. Their breaking out is fine.
Yeah.
But it's it's a chassis tag thing.
Yes.
750 or quicker. Although that car's tagged to go way quicker than that. Right, still in test mode as he has been for the last month or two, whatever. I think it's about that, isn't it? Andrei Arnova from Estonia. We were just discussing earlier what Andrei does for a living. If you look on the side of the car, you can see his company. It's mahuti.ee. And they make fiberglass tanks in Tallinn.
Not Shermans and Tigers and things.
Although from that part of the world, who knows?
Yeah.
No, they're fiberglass. So I always say fiberglass ones. It's like a couple of years ago at the finals. I think he went in the field, didn't he? So basically, it was like a proper busman's holiday because spent the entire time fiberglass in the front of the car. But this car is a 5-second race car. Just a few weeks ago, at the rescheduled Festival of Power, he went over 252 miles an hour, his fastest speed ever. He says there's loads more in there. They've got the 60 foot sorted out. They're just trying to add more power consistently as it goes down the track. Well capable of winning this weekend in Pro Doorslammer. Frankly, next week in Pro Mod as well.
We got one of them this time. He had both of them last time.
He nearly didn't get off it. Look at that 60 foot again. 0.962 to 60. 330 was 2.62. He was off it by the 8th, 3.91, 180 miles an hour. That was on for another 580, but wagging its tail out there where Bob is. Bob, if you stand at a different part of the racetrack, maybe it won't wag its tail at you. Who knows? Anyway.
And good to see Bob back out there as well, actually, got to say.
So a couple of 100 foot out. It normally hooks left a little bit, but seems to be going left and then violently right. One of the coolest cars.
I haven't seen Jason Tullock run for ages. So good to see him back down there. Running in just 4-cylinder.
Probably just left it outside letting it rust, by the looks of it.
Yeah, this car this loaf of bread has been getting quicker and quicker over the years. Turbocharged flat 4 in the back. It's going to be taking on Ian Dance.
I can't help thinking, honestly, that people like that, they're just really good sports for entering in classes that they're seriously outgunned, but they've got just as good a chance as anyone, really.
That's it. But a lot of them then go sort of like into competition and they look to be the fastest air-cooled and stuff like that. Still, 13.09, 94 miles an hour to a 16.79. So, this Corvette rolling under the tower. This gentleman came to the Doorslammers last year with a Nissan 350Z. He returns this year with this.
Now, looking at it, I'm surprised it's only in 760, but it depends what he's running, obviously.
Well, he's only done like 4 or 5 passes at Peeler so far with the car.
That looks way more serious than a 760 car, but okay. not often you see that style of Corvette in, well, built to that spec anymore anyway. So Marius Lehmann, is that correct? Yeah, he's running in 760 heads up. However, if this is a 6-second run, he might change his mind and run in Pro Doorslammer. You never know.
Just got to bank an extra £250 to be in the class.
Going alongside Paul Marston. Now, Paul, they did a check this morning, and I think they found a broken lifter. So they managed to suss that out straight away. Otherwise, if they'd have done a run, obviously that would have been game over. So very fortunate they did all their checks and discovered that before.
Someone's running out of engine at the top end there. 8.40, 152, very, very nice looking run. Nice and smooth and easy, actually, for Marius. And 916 at 139 for Paul Marston. Yeah, that does... from the outside, that car looks like it's got another 2.5 seconds in it, at least. So another one of races from Poland, actually, coming round with the Soto Pontiac. In fact, he was keen. He was seriously keen. He was one of the first entries in Pro Doorslammer. I do apologise. Is it Premislav Sakachi again?
Yeah.
Is that right? He didn't have a lot of luck with this car last year. I think his best was in the high 7s, but hoping for more again this year.
But wasn't it a new car to him last year when he turned up at this event?
I think you're right. Right. There's a trick for making sure you keep your boot in it, right? Imagine there's the biggest, nastiest spider under your right foot and stamp on the bloody thing, and then you'll never lift.
Yeah.
There you go. It works as well. Works really well. So that's his opening test run of the weekend. Looked and went really well, actually. We've also got fabulous Lightning McQueen, John Tebbenham, round there with the Corvette. Not far behind him as well with the Wasner Turbos car I've been looking forward to seeing. In 4-cylinder, I think, is that right?
Yes. Yeah, the overkill performance, the Mazda.
Yeah, Carl Jacobs, is that right? Is
Yep.
What's he run so far? Just testing?
Just testing, yeah. Again, it's another one of those cars where he's having to adjust the clutch and do stuff like that. So we haven't actually seen a full pass from him yet, but the potential in that car is definitely there, especially for the 4-cylinder class.
So this is going to be John Tebbenham's first run in almost a year, actually, because he was here. Traditionally, JT enters the Doorslammers and then the main event the weekend afterwards. But unfortunately dropped a valve during qualifying. I do apologise, 5 o'clock this morning. Yeah, dropped a valve in qualifying for Pro Doorslammer last year. Then I think either in round 1 or later on in qualifying again. I hope I'm getting this right, but he borrowed a set of heads from Andy Robinson, and unfortunately they did the same thing. I know it's not going to be JT for the moment. This is still open practice or open testing, if you will.
Right, you got young Charlie Wright with the up. Sorry, Charlie Wright, Charlie Roberts. Apologies, and Phoebe Nash.
was just thinking,
the Audi.
the last time we saw Charlie. Yeah, I was going to say it was Doorslammers when he ran a 10, but I'm sure he
I
was
think
here
he
for
did
Bug
VW,
Jam.
yeah, Bug Jam at last year.
But basically decided to be a sensible boy and bought a house last year, so racing is quite on the back burner at the moment. Well, old 5 up, not quite sounding too correct as he rolls through with a 16.90 to a 14.46. Oh, Jonathan Gamble coming around the corner with the Sierra Sapphire. Now I'm going to assume that Darren does a lot of drifting, or does he just race the drift car? The 200 SX is rolling underneath.
Oh,
Because he's doing a lot more drag racing these days.
Yeah, I mean, he does drift with
Yes.
that car. But I think you're right. I think the rest of the family have now converted him, and he spends more time here.
Kind of just basically racing with what he's got,
Yeah.
which is a drift car. The good thing about this car is that apparently it's got a fully legal chassis in it, which means that it can run, actually legal to go way quicker, because they have to have those sort of things in there for drifting apparently.
Also, just as a note, Brian Huxley's put the Focus up for sale.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's available now. Good speed for John Gamble, 11.10, 146. Yeah, that was a hauling at the top end.
Dean Heineman with Goldie, the Ford ST. Now this car has been down into the 9.3s. There is 8-second performance in this car. It's just whether it comes together this weekend. It's going to be taking on another one of our super quick BMWs. Giving a bit of a head start.
I was giving him the wind light actually. by the
Oh,
looks of that.
he's going
Usually
to
is.
catch that, is he? 947, 146. Bonkers.
Yeah, it looks like Carl Jacobs won't
Hey.
be making this run, unfortunately.
There's Chris from the Hocus Pocus Focus face.
Yeah, yeah. He's the character, Chris.
That's what you really call them, isn't it? Just, that's like when you see a fat person and you say, "You look well."
You look, I would say blooming, but that's, blooming something.
Birthday boy, Danny Bean, once again, doing a bit of Run What You Brung with his little VW Lupo. Regular runner in VW Sportsman now. He's going to be taking on fellow VW DRC racer Chris Waterhouse in 4-cylinder class this weekend. Chris looking to get the Audi back down into the 9s, doing 113 at the 8th, and goes 979, 150 for a 34 and 102.
Been looking forward to seeing the return of this car. Of course, Dave Mace. A few aero tweaks have been carried out on this.
It's looking very good.
Let's not have a 5-minute burn down, shall we?
No, I was literally just thinking that. I was like, what's this, these two?
It was these two,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was. But at least Dave and Ian got to share their sweets instead of keeping them
Yeah.
to themselves.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Starters, you mean to go on, I
Oh,
suppose?
no, well done, Dave. Thank goodness for that.
Andy Bond hard on the brakes before the finish line. I think he's just testing brakes to make sure they
Look at the
work.
short numbers. Dave Mace,
Yeah.
116 and 328. Interesting. So, Arnie, winner in True Street last year. Can he use this as his cash point again this year? Well, he's running the 9s already. He needs to get into the 8s, to be honest. Lovely little launch. Just tickled those front wheels in the air, not too much. 571 at the 8th, but he's coasting towards the stripe. 950. 111.
And Madison E goes through with a 1565. Right, is that a...
Oh,
Brad.
And farthest under another one you don't hardly ever see anymore.
No, that's it. So last year, Brad Morgan ran his first 9-second passes at the Doorslammers event. The car went quicker and quicker throughout the weekend. He actually stopped racing because it was such a good weekend. He went, I'm not even doing eliminations. I've ran enough. They've done a few changes this year and they've got more power out of this car. So let's see how it works.
well, Thomas Bubnitz away first. He's in the big bracket this weekend. And that's a good looking run. 1025, 128. And breathing heavy at the top end. 1439, 112 on the Renault 5. All right, Simon Crowley then with the Trailer Queen in the Slick Tricks lane. Normally see him running in Comp Eliminator actually, but in the big bracket this weekend.
Not in frontwood. Is he in big bracket or frontwood?
He's
drive?
in big bracket this weekend.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. He's also on his own, unfortunately.
But I really want the other car to go. Please don't get pushed back. Please get a run in. Please. I've got me in the sweepstake.
It's only testing, mate. It's
I
only
know,
testing.
but
You're
I don't
all
want
right.
it. I don't want any dramas.
Oi, where are you going, Simon? Where are you going, sir?
But it was going quite well until it wasn't.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Man.
stop there, Gerald. The tractor coming.
Cars and vans moving everywhere. Right, Manager Wells with the normally aspirated Civic. One of the quickest front-wheel drive cars without a power adder all around Europe. Last year we had some cracking racing between himself and oh, I forgot the name now.
From Poland. I think they traded the record for the normally
They
aspirated.
did. Went
didn't
backwards
they?
and
Yeah, yeah.
forwards.
I remember that bit. But
664.
so is basically the goal just to be the quickest naturally aspirated? Is that why he's not putting
Yeah,
a servo on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's exactly the same as the pro stock sort of thing. It's a good way to spend a lot of money when you could go quicker, but you're stuck in your ways and you're like, no, this is the route I'm going. I'm taking it as far as I can. So, you're right. Well, look at Colin shaking his fist. 962 is his personal best.
That won't be a 9.
No, that's okay. Just it's testing.
He was just
Testing, mate,
testing, just bedding the clutch in there, wasn't he?
Just testing your nerves, I think that's what he was doing.
Well, I haven't won anything yet in all the sweepstakes that Luke's organised.
Wow. 2 more very, very rare cars rolling under the tower these days. Did you know the Vauxhall Tigra? There are only 7 of these left in the UK.
What, registered?
Registered, yeah.
Wow.
After the scrappage scheme, just took most of them away.
Yeah.
Steve Powell owns 2 of them. One of them is this race car.
Wow.
Because I literally said to him, because the reason it hasn't raced in full competition yet is it's got a bolt-in cage that's been welded in.
Yeah.
So we can't come and race like Top Eliminator. And I said to him, like the conversation was like, why don't you take the roll cage out and sell it to someone else with a Tigra? And he was like, yeah, to all 7 owners that are left in the UK, of which 2 of them are mine. Right, it's 120.
So is that what's stopping him effectively running in
Yes.
the jump or
So
whatever?
this car is nut and bolt. It's absolutely beautiful. It's just he had it back out for the first time last year. Basically, is just looking at some track time, and then hopefully we'll see the next upgrade would be a new cage. He's going to be taking on Ryan French. Now, Ryan last year was running in Brad Morgan's Renault 5. This year he's racing in his own car. Well, it was a good launch for the Tigra, 151 60 foot. He's off the throttle now. At this point, he's going to be looking over his shoulder going, I can't let a Metro beat me. Goes through with a 12.53 to a 14.19. That's that first run nerves out the way. I love that it's the afternoon. We've still got cars coming round for their first runs of the day. We've got Carl coming underneath the tower. Meanwhile, on the start line, Pete Bailey. Unfortunately, the Nissan 200SX did not make the call, so the road car comes into play. He's taking on Wayne Shepherd with the M3 competition. 987, 137 miles an hour to a 13.0307.
It just blows my mind that they're so undramatic. Just literally like they're made to do it. When you think like 30 years ago, you used to have to have a big American V8 in it to make it get anywhere near that sort of number.
That's it. Right.
I've just gone on to how many left, right? The Vauxhall Tigra exclusive CDTI model. There's only one of them.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, there's loads of variants, let's not forget. But, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Sean Duffy with the TDI Mark IV Golf taking on Carl Overberry from France. It's a good side-by-side race. Issues for Carl, but Sean is away in front at the moment. 99 miles an hour out the 8th, and Sean Duffy goes through with an 11.33, 125 to a 12.61 at 116.
We have, wow, look at this. If they come round as a pair,
if these two come round together.
I think they may well do
Jeez.
that. They probably paired up together. Konstantin Diev and Marcus Feld.
Marcus, yeah.
I think it's JT next, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like JT, you're right.
But 2 of the wildest cars going side by side.
Could give a whole new meaning to a door handle to door handle.
Do you know what? I was
couldn't
going to say exactly the same thing.
Or Doorslammers.
it? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, all this is scripted, folks. It's just whoever gets to it first,
Yeah.
isn't it, really? So, John Temin in for his first run in just about 12 months. Now, the really interesting thing, well, there's lots of interesting things about this car. One of them, it's got one of the coolest looking paint jobs going. Is that this car, this is what I was talking about, eyeball aero, right? So if you look at that car, it looks like it should be super streamlined, really low at the front, got a, very low, nicely shaped body with a wing, comparatively small wing for a Pro mod on the back of it. talking to Luke Rogerson, he said the coefficient of drag on this is way worse than the Camaro or anything else as well. It's just because of the way it's shaped.
Yeah.
It just takes a lot more power to get it through the air than it does like their Camaro or something else. That's the main reason you don't see a lot of these in competition, especially in the US or somewhere like that, is because they will go for the bodies that are the most efficient.
That's
obviously.
But when it comes to a cool factor,
Oh, who cares? Yeah. That's the great thing about racing in Europe is everyone runs what they want. They're not, nearly as bothered about... they want to go quick, don't get me wrong, but they want to do it on their terms.
it's idling quite high, isn't it?
It is now. So JT. .639 low ET of the day so far, 228 miles an hour, one flat to 60 foot, 416 at 168 to the eighth. He was feathering the throttle all the way down there. I think he's probably enjoying that a bit too much. And out the back door, 639 at 228.
Right, next up, Pro Stock rolling underneath the tower.
Rolling
Literally.
being the operative word. Not under power.
Kent just tiptoeing backwards.
It's not just that. If he'd have had another slice of toast for breakfast, that would have got him. I think that would. This is Michael Mangrum, defending European champion in FIA Pro Stock. It's funny that the Pro Stockers are the only cars that don't really fit into any of the classes in Doorslammers. Bracket, yeah, that'll work. I'm sure you can convince some of them to go bracket racing. Yeah, Michael Mangrum with this very, very sleek-looking Pontiac.
I'm sure $5,000 in their pocket would help them for a weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sure it would if they won. The only thing is as well, sportsmanship, that kind of stuff.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, exactly that. So anyway, you're going to set the wheelie bars, adjust the brake pressure.
All you got to do is put a bit of tape on the inside of your helmet so that you only see the bottom bulb, and then you're on a Pro Tree.
That's a very good point. Although you're not, because it's still 0.5 as opposed to 0.4, isn't it, really?
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so Mike Mangrum in Pro Stock for about 30-ish years is what I'm going to say. Yeah, about that long. Like you said, he loves his class, never moved on, probably never will. That was all kind of weirdness. Didn't really go up on the two-step properly. It didn't normally hit the same RPM as it usually would, but once again, what testing is all about.
Oh, this is like a marquee matchup for a lot of people out there.
Most of them named Luke.
Yes.
Probably.
No. I don't think. Hands up in the grandstand if you think this is a quality matchup. Are you excited to see this race? One person. Thank you. I'm excited to see it.
And you put him up to it.
I did. So, Keith's got his eyes on this car.
So, are they both in the same class?
Yeah, they are indeed. So this could potentially be a six-cylinder final come Sunday.
The trouble is they've got to be consistent enough to get that far, haven't they?
Yep, that's
You know,
it.
the thing with someone like Marcus, actually both of these I should say, is that they don't quit. So it's not like if they get out of shape or whatever, they're not just going to let off and let it go.
No.
They nail it again straight away, don't they? So, who is going to go out of shape first with your money on?
I'm going to say...
Well, who's going to go up first and who's going to go
Yeah.
that way?
Oh, yeah,
first?
because this will be the second run of the
Yeah.
day. So if you weren't here earlier today, I mean, Simon from VW Racing is poised because last run, Marcus Velt did pull like a 3-foot wheelie off the start line. So, Germany versus Bulgaria in the UK.
Don't get much more international than
sounds
that.
like Eurovision, doesn't it?
Yeah, but way better.
Way better. Goodness me.
Oh, the little pedal there by Constantine.
Just a little
Marcus
bit too
Velt
much.
goes through the top end, 7:59, 185 miles an hour to an 8:43 at 114.
Well, Constantine, even with the wiggling around, was a good 2/10 in front of Marcus at 3:30. So, yeah. But then again, that's what you pay your money, come to see. That obviously just got a bit too much of a wiggle on for Constantine that time. 1.11 to 60 foot as well. It's not hanging about no matter what class it's in.
Staggering.
Great fun to watch. Who knows what that race would be like if there was $5,000 on the line?
Exactly.
Probably like that.
Yeah. Right, Nick Foot and Cameron Bishop, your next pair. Audi TT and Honda Civic. One in 4-cylinder, one in front-wheel drive.
It's weekends like this as well where the tuners really earn their money because they've obviously have to make changes to the setup from the tracks that they normally run at to be able to make it quickly down the quarter mile here.
Okay, right, Cameron Bishop with his Civic. He's been down into the 10s before. This will be his second Doorslammers. Doing 111 at the 8th mile. Goes through with a 10:50, 139. And Nick Foot goes through with a 12:98. Eventually he's going to get there. Right. Last year's champion in the European front-wheel drive class, David Lammick, with what has to be one of the most consistent cars. And we all know speed will get you there, but consistency is certainly the key.
He was within like a tenth of on every
He was.
run virtually, wasn't he? I think something like that.
And that was even after damaging the race cylinder head and getting a spare stock one from Jacob Bailey. So they actually had to turn the power down last year to get through the weekend. But that was running PBs last year, but still getting through all the way to the final and taking all the money home.
So going up against Kalis Hovilonis. By the looks of the number plate from Lithuania, with the another mental BMW. Let's see just how quick this one is, shall we?
It's got a parachute on the back.
All right. Yeah, it's going to let David go on his own.
Okay. Ooh. 142 60 foot.
What's his PB?
142 at the 8th, and goes through with an 8:38, 142 miles an hour, showing everybody that he means business this weekend. 8:25 is his personal best
If
at
you notice,
177
check the
speeds.
Yeah.
He was doing 142 at the 8th. He was doing 142 at the quarter, and is 1/10 of his personal best.
Interesting.
But to win the money, you don't have to run personal bests.
No.
You just have to get from one end to the other quicker than the guy in the other lane 6 times in a row.
All right, Simon Swarbrick and David Lammick.
Do you mean Ben Fadgeter? He's changed. The
Oh,
Uno
sorry.
Grande.
Yeah. Oops.
Turned out to be quite a good race, actually. It's going to be the Uno. It is.
Nice, 11:65, 120. That is around about his personal best.
Uh, 12:09 for Simon. So a little bit of gluing. Our friend from Lithuania is just putting the BMW just out the way while they work on something. He's going to get another go in just a few moments' time. Track prep means we have a big hairy door car coming up, which means a supercharged Pro mod. A Walter Strobel.
Williamson's down there with a howling hauler for his another good run on the first one. Obviously, a little bit of wiggle off the line, but he did actually get a representative run in. So hopefully the launch is better and he can keep the rest of the run going. But as I say, the Bluebird is out there at the moment, so a pause in proceedings so we can rest the vocal cords for a moment and hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. We will take it back when the action continues. Well, unfortunately, just a launch there for Justin. It sounded like it's either popped out of gear or lost all its gears, but good looking run for Thomas. 10.27, 151 miles an hour at the stripe. Great opportunity.
Yeah.
They're so good. So somewhere around 9.88, I'm going to have a guess with Lee. Okay, 9.89, call me a liar for 100th. And 10.38 there.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars from Denmark here this weekend. Did you see Chris Newsom's door open and close then?
I didn't.
Okay,
I was looking
It
at
did, I
the
wasn't making
Opel
it
being pushed back. So Chris goes through the 9.65 at 138.
He seemed rather pleased with that, which is always good.
Whoa! Carried the front wheels almost to 60 foot there. I think he just came off the throttle there because I wasn't sure if it was going to go higher or not. Still goes 9.65 at 138. Well, the Cadet is no slouch whatsoever. 9.87, 144. And George goes through 11.06 at 132.
Right, I've got something to show you. Oh, goodness me, that looks quicker than a 9. Goodness me, that's an 8 something.
He's being chased.
8.77! Oh my goodness me.
160 miles an hour. Goodness
Wow.
me. I think that was the nose on with the staging beam there. Oh.
Smoke signals. Bob goes 9.48, 138.
Well, unfortunately, some.
Oh yeah. $8.54, 160. I think Brian's going to be looking for more than that.
What, a bit more? I think that was probably no nitrous just.
Parker building up the boost. The Golf driving around the Escort of the mid-track, doing 106 miles an hour, and Grant goes through with a 10.11, 130.
Wallace. Well, Gino can normally run in the low 9s, high 8s, but he ain't going to be doing that on this particular pass. Josh goes 12.38 at 109.
going the long way around. 165, 64, 113 at the 8th. And Pitor Formella, 995, 144. His first 9-second pass. Congratulations.
First ever?
Yeah.
Wow. We're going to be saying that, well, yeah.
Loving the noise this car makes.
1050,
Wow.
131 this time.
That's a big old improvement.
Well, Colin's going up the wall, but keeping going, which is a good thing. 747 for Belinda, 798 for Colin. Yeah, that was pretty good. Frankly, next week in Pro Mod as well.
We got one of them this time. He had both of them last time.
He nearly didn't get off it. Look at that 60 foot again. 0.962 to 60. 330. I can't help thinking, honestly, that people like that, they're just really good sports for entering in classes that they've, you know, they're seriously outgunned, but they've got just as good a chance as anyone, really.
That's it. Right, we're back to it. One of our pro mods rolling around the corner. Don't forget, these are the sort of cars that you will be seeing next weekend at the FIA main event, which is like almost a taster for you.
Yes,
for next
19
weekend.
FIA Pro Mods next weekend. This is Wally Strobel from Germany, Camaro. Don't forget, it's just not Pro Mods. We got Comp Eliminator, Top Methanol.
Come next weekend, watch me race.
Yeah. Pro ET, Super Pro, and of course, all of the bike classes as well.
Oh, yes.
Top Fuel Bike, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twins, and Super Street Bike, and Junior Drag Bike, actually. So, yeah, it's a full-on weekend. It is 5 days long, because you've got the test day on Thursday, and then you've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The main event, go onto the Sanabon website, get your tickets, come and enjoy a proper festival. And we've got a few surprises lined up next weekend. I think you're going to approve. Right, what's Walter Strobel got for us then? His first run, probably of the year. I don't know if he's run anywhere else this year yet. Well, that's got everything.
Blew the tyres off, didn't he?
Yeah. And I thought, well, no, I'm still going to take it up. And that goes 9.4, 156 with a 2-second 60 foot.
Well, the thing is, even though we're testing, that's still data from the full track, so it's still well worth going all the way to the bottom. Right, another one of our Lithuanian cars, I believe.
Yeah,
There's a Lithuanian flag on the side.
Going alongside Al Williamson with a howling hauler.
Just a very quick wander up the pairing lanes, and I could keep going all the way past. Frankly,
It really is, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's amazing, isn't it? It's really, really cool. So, Al Williamson with Howling Hauler. Going up against Cassis Povilonis. I'm really hoping that's how you say it.
Well, it could be Illinois, Hove, Illinois, but I don't know.
No, there's no I in after it. It would be Illinois, but it's got no I after the L's, is it?
Oh, Villainous, yeah.
Povilonis, yeah. Anyway, with a very quick look at BMW. on, Al, don't get beat by BMW.
He's like, I'm doing my best.
He's going, I'm not having that. 876, 147 is quicker than a 940 at 147. Could be good range, actually.
Right.
So side-by-side courses.
Yes. Right, Nick Shotton taking on Josh Holmes. We've not seen Josh for a while with the Corsa. Nick Shotton was on the track earlier doing mapping on the DSG gearbox. Josh Holmes out in front, doing 101 at the 8th, potentially down into the 10s, 1095, 129, doing 1175. Good to see Mark Huxley back on the track.
Yeah, we were a little bit worried about him earlier on because I thought he might have broken it, but going alongside Dave Cherritt, who was the Sunday winner last year in the big bracket.
I bet they spent that on American trips.
I was going
and
to
ice
say,
hockey.
yeah. Oh, that's what, yeah, they did, didn't they? Went to every sporting event they could cram in, didn't they?
Why not?
So, 2 9-second cars.
How far into the 9s is it? 97 and 77. Bit off pace from Mark Oakley. Not quite sure where that went. Looks like it went in the 60 foot actually. 144 to 134 for Dave Cherritt.
So Jacob Bailey taking on Tom Herbert, both of them with their almost matching wraps. Looking very good on the start line. Last year we introduced an award to the VW DLC AGM, and it was for what was the wording, Colin? You gave out the awards. It's by basically having a good-looking car or a good-looking team. Best appearing team.
Yeah.
And it certainly worked because a lot of the cars now are stepping up their game.
I think it was Lorraine Large. that
Yeah,
took
it was,
last year.
yeah.
Trev, Steve.
Yeah, racers love a trophy for anything, no matter what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, that's it. Well, Tom Herbert's out in front at the moment. He'd take that all day long, but Jacob Bailey pips him at the top end. 1066 to an 1134.
Oh, the school run. Right, 9:22 last time out for this one. 152 miles an hour.
Now, if you look at these two, you'd bet the house that the car in the Slick Tricks lane was going to take it, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I like the number plate as well.
Go deep. And to anyone, our Run What You Brung days here at Santapod Raceway, these are the sort of cars I sit up here watching throughout the day, just on a general public Run What You Brung day. And at that point, it's not a race car weekend, so these cars come under the tower, and I'm like, it's a nice looking X3 there. It's going to be good. It's taking on the BMW 1 Series. Obviously, that's going to be a really quick car. And then I'm just like, as they leave, I'm like, oh my God, what is in that?
Actually got a bit of tire slip, I think, that time, the wagon.
Well, 1 Series is on the brakes at the top end. It goes through with a 1020, but a 947 at 148.
They were both to the 8th mile in the same amount of time. Like, man.
Oh dear, love it.
So, one of our Run What You Brung Beazles by the looks of it. Subaru powered, turbocharged, taking on Phil Norman with the Brickfield Autos Oval Window Beetle. Again, Phil Norman will be racing here next weekend. He's in the Comp Eliminator class. right, Carl Monks with the Honda Civic. Been down into the 9s last year. He's going to be taking on Lisette with, again, another EK Civic. Parachutes all round now. Again, our front-wheel drive cars really stepping up their safety games. Issues for Lisette, so it's going to be all about Carl Monks. And he goes through the Kestrel Beer Lane finish line with a 10.25 141. Next up, Sanjay Vara from Vara Technic in the Angry Hairdresser TT, taking on Chris Fabini. This will be the first event that we've seen Chris Fabini racing at. He's going to be watching Sanjay go through the finish line with an 11.49 at 122.
Well, another. I've seen him for a few years, actually. Nicholas
2019.
Hakier.
He was our champion in 2019 in the front-wheel drive class.
The year that you pulled him out of the sweep, that was, wasn't it?
That was a good year. And he entered last year. He made all the preparations and all the plans to come to Doorslammers. And the day before he left, he realised his passport was out of date. He went to, like, the French version of the passport office trying to do anything, but unfortunately he was unable to make the trip in the end.
Got to be one of the more cracking excuses ever for not showing. Well, bet you wish you'd have stayed home now, though. That looks like broken stuff, unfortunately, for Nicholas Hakier.
Stop, Nicholas, stop.
No, not back towards the groove. Over to the side. Because your crewman has a bit of your car you might need. No, he's drifting back in the groove. The quad's off to get him.
Bizarre.
Yeah, well. Yeah, with all the preparation in the world, the car has other ideas.
Well, it's still going.
It's because it weighs nothing. The wind's just gently blowing him down the track. Well, he's being waved into exit 1, so as soon as he's out of the way of the track, we will continue. And gives Ian a little bit of time to put some glue down on the start line. Underneath the tower, we've got one of our Pro Street cars and one of our 4-cylinder cars. Rob Lawton making his first run of the weekend with the Garage Speed Performance Toyota MR2.
Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick and Rob Lawton with the Gold Digger Toyota. So a very tidy looking little Toyota that. Got to say though, I mean, Luke, I know you said about the VW DRC stepping up with regards to car appearance, but a lot of these cars here this weekend really making a good effort.
Oh, 100%. Oh. Well, Rob's going to be doing his best to get to the finish line first.
Yeah, Victoria had a bit of a wiggle about 3:30 and thought better of it. It's a good looking launch though, 132.
Yeah, it's only a one. Yes, I say 132 is not bad, but there is more in it. There's certainly more in it.
Tell you what, tow vehicle of the weekend coming up.
I know we're talking cars coming out as we look at the two Audi TTs down there. Has that car ever been to the UK before?
Nope, neither. The one behind it,
Yeah.
one
Oh,
behind
no,
it too.
But no, that is awesome.
Ah, is that Andreas behind as well?
It is. He's gone from a house brick to a doorstop.
Much like he.
Oh yeah, you bet. Victoria's actually stopped on the track. I think it's past the first exit. I think that's what the slight delay is for.
Yes, it is just past. Well, they're actually towing the car off with the quad bike.
Quad. Oh my goodness. It's not the easiest job the quad's had all weekend, is
Well,
it?
it is. It's downhill. That's the only thing we can say.
I can't remember the last time I was here where there's virtually no breeze at all. It's like all the just walked over, like looked out over the campsite, and there's obviously people with flags and everything.
Yeah.
None of them are moving. none of the turbines are moving.
Good.
We've got yeah. Most
thank
importantly,
goodness.
we've got 2 or 3 of the Union Jacks fluttering a little bit about half track. That's it.
I think the only reason the wind turbines are not turning is because they're concentrating on the actual twisting and making that noise for you.
No, they've rusted into position now, haven't they?
That would be nice. Be nice if they'd never moved again. Anyway.
Okay, right. So Victoria is clearing the top end of the track. We're going to continue on. Pair of Audi TTs on the start line. It's a family affair. There you go through the finish line. Kaz is going to get there first. 14.84 to a 15.37.
So Steve Matthews against. Is that Danny Wilson?
I think it is, yeah. Steve Matthews, big bracket, of course. Regular mid 9-second runner.
I like the fact Steve Matthews gets an A for effort as well. If you look at the race number on the back of it, it's actually hand painted on.
Oh,
No shoe whitener, no emergency measure.
What's quite interesting, it's Steve Matthews in both
Oh, is it?
lanes.
Sorry, I beg your
No,
pardon.
it is in both lanes because it is a guy called Steve Matthews drives that car.
I do apologise.
That is bizarre. That Steve Matthews in both lanes, not the same Steve Matthews.
So Jordan Payne going to be taking on Patrick Walk, or Patrick Val. When I say taking on, they are still test runs.
Well, Jordan Payne, they're pretty pleased with that first run off the trailer, to be honest, earlier on. Having been out of the saddle for so long.
Yeah, part supply issues and then engine not behaving on the dyno. Well, it behaved, but, you know.
Yeah, but then when you have some shiny bits in the oil, you always pull it apart just to make sure.
Do you know what it was? Did they find what it was?
I don't know if it was a bearing, it was just tiny reflective. It wasn't anything, no chunks or anything. It was just
nothing major, but if they'd have run it, it would have been basically. Yeah, this Audi in the slick tricks lane is indecently quick. Admittedly not as quick as the car on the other lane.
I love that you said it's indecently quick as our Corvette just disappears.
Oh, in the 7.4s and an 8.94 for Patrick as well. 161 miles an hour, 182 for Jordan over the stripe. While they'll be delighted with that run next weekend because of being comp eliminator.
Yeah.
Today, or this weekend, it's all about 760 heads up. So they've got to peg it back a little bit. So,
Jordan's in the big bracket.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
He's fine. He just wants consistency now.
Okay, we have two big door cars from the northern part of Europe coming up next. First one round is going to be the debut of the Hammer Motorsport Willis, driven by Stian Russos from Oslo in Norway. I love their setup. I tell you what, have you seen their workshop? It's like a show.
No.
It's amazing. Drive their truck home, you'll see it. Honestly, it's incredible. They have like an annual party for all their sponsors, and it just looks like the flashiest hotel or anything I've ever seen, I think, to be honest with you.
And then the tow car as well.
Absolutely that. Oh, everything about it. Yeah. Everything about it is absolutely first class. So, thank you very much indeed to Dick Costa for the info. Now, those will know what I'm talking about. But Stian's personal best has been in the 6.1s. However, they've spent quite a bit of money in the off-season. They acquired Jan Eriksson's engines.
Oh, really?
Without the superchargers, which may be key. Well, we're going to find out sometime soon anyway, because the superchargers on these cars are because they're like anything that's spec, they're like mega money. They can be ridiculously expensive, and it depends on the combination. However, they think this is the way to go, which is the most important thing. Also, down there on the start line, backing him up, the one and only Matt Bragg, who has built Europe's quickest door cars. He's also built the car that's just about to come round, driven by Anders Houdin. He's also, if you know Andreas Arthursson's Chevelle, he built that. Anders Ed's Camaro, he built that. Matt Sprague, safe to say, has been doing it a long while. He also does a really, really nice line in reindeer meat as well. That's another story. So the young man from Norway, first ever run at Santa Pod. I'm guessing probably no further than 3:30 to test all the new bits. Me and my big mouth. Right, ladies and gentlemen, 660 at 144. You folks down there on the start line, if you can hear this, 0.962 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 3.91, 182 miles an hour. That was by far the quickest that car has ever been that far down the track. We may have
So that was on course for 5.9.
It was absolutely that. We may have a new 5-second player in the house in Pro Modified. They plan to do the whole tour this year, but That was impressive. Bear in mind, that's the first ever launch on that new combination. 0.962 to 60 foot in a door car, no matter whether it's turbo, blower, whatever it is. It's pretty damn outstanding. So, the UK debut of another car coming round. He hasn't been here for 5 years, and he's been waiting for this moment ever since he left the main
He
gate.
very much enjoyed the main event, the Doorslammers main event in 2019. It's a wicked looking car.
It is basically an arrow with a wing on the back of it, isn't it, really? So the last time he was here 5 years ago, he was in his own car, which is a screw-blown Chevy, and it had a Chevy in it, which I know he'll never forgive me for saying, but it was a Chevelle, his own very square-fronted Chevelle.
I was going to say, very unaerodynamic.
However, horsepower overcomes aerodynamics, and over the course of the 2 weekends he was here, he got quicker and quicker, and he ended up being the quickest in the world.
Yeah,
with standard block.
Not until he backed up, I realised how wide this rear is, and obviously you can see it tucks in at the back, which is what a lot of the new cars have been doing.
But that's what I said. It's very, very much like an arrow.
Yeah.
That is his partner, Sophie. Happy birthday for the other day, Sophie. You must seriously, seriously love Andreas, because Sophie was celebrating her 40th birthday back in Sweden while Andreas was in the truck driving it over here. But there we go. Anyway, Sophie can do anything on that race car. In fact, she's rebuilt it from the ground up herself on occasions before. That might have been the Chevelle, but she still can do it. So, Andreas Hedin from Stockholm in Sweden. Now, the car's owner, by the way, I've got to mention Jürgen Berg, who I'm sure is down there on the start line. His first trip ever outside Sweden with any of his race cars, and he brings it here for us to watch. Here we go. Well, we weren't expecting that at all, especially after Stian pulled that terrific 9.96 60 foot, just a little bit too much on the start line, a little bit shake and spin, and Andreas was out of it before he got to 60 foot. Well, I think Max Bragg is using these few runs as a quick advert for his chassis service, because we've got another one of his cars coming up next, frankly. I'm not entirely sure I've seen that many Andy Robinson cars, one after the other before. So this is Anders Ed with the blue Camaro. They're just holding him up for just one moment. I think he's just finishing off getting strapped in.
Oh, I think they're going to be towed back.
Really?
Yep.
I think what it is, actually, by the looks of it, just reading rough sign language, I don't think he's got his ears in. I don't think he's got his radio communication in. That's what they're looking at.
Oh, okay.
Unless you know more than me, which is not difficult. I think that's what they're doing, taking his crash limit off, putting the radio in, putting it back on again.
Maybe. Right, Fran Herbert coming round the corner with the White Label Motorsport Mark III Golf. She's going to be taking on Gino de Jong. So good to see him back here. I think it was 2019, maybe even 2018, that we saw Gino here. He got as far as the semi-finals, if I remember. And at that point, it was the year when we had the wet stuff, and we had a really late finish, and he basically got to the point where he had to go and leave for his ferry.
So he had to duck out of elimination.
He literally was. He
home.
got to the semi-finals and he was like, "I've got to go. I can't." But this year he's used the Santapod deal with DFDS,
Okay.
so he's got an open booking, so he can leave on Monday should he wish to.
Hopefully he's going to use it then.
Yeah, hopefully. So, Fran Herbert's into pre-stage. Gino's just creeping forward. Well, at 3:30, Gino's already driven around Fran. He's doing 112 at the 8th mile and a 10.91 at 104 for 3. To a 12.84 at 108. That's Fran's fastest run of the weekend so far.
So, 2 Taz team cars up next. Are they in big bracket, Colin? Or are one's in 4-cylinder?
Let's have a quick look.
That blind curiosity, sorry.
I'm going to say Paul Maggs is in 4-cylinder. Second wheelie there as Adam goes past Julian there, gets the photo. 10-16, 12. Right, next up, Laurie Anslow with the Seat Cupra.
And the inimitable shadow cast by Jason, standing right next to her.
And then welcome Nathan Doomey from the Netherlands, making his first run at Santa Pod Raceway with the Civic. He was at Glasgow last weekend doing a bit of testing with the Civic, and he's all prepared for this weekend. But unfortunately, sounds like his shafts were not as prepared as him. They were like, what is this grip?
What we should do is set up a drive shaft donation box in the pits, you know.
That's it.
So and see how full it gets over.
But
the
again, like a lot more cars now are reaching out and buying stuff like shafts from the drive shaft shop, where they cost a lot of money, but it means you that sort of stuff. He can turn it up as much as he wants. Gordon and Ahmed and the team literally went on a nice little parts run to America, a week ago. Ended up bringing back like 5 sets of drive shafts, an engine. There was a whole fiasco with the engine. They literally took a built block to the airport to fly home with Virgin, because you could pay extra to go up to like 70 kilos, and they were like, as long as you carry it on, it's fine. And they were like, yeah, we'll carry it on.
That's got to be
I
one
can
of
imagine the overhead locker straining on that one.
Yeah, that's it. Right, Jack Krugel with that very, very fast Nissan GTI-R. It's going to be taking on Jake Tippin. This will be Jake's first run of the weekend with the 11-second caddy van. Jake's already done a couple of test days so far this season, GTI Festival and the Yam Yam Racing Test Day. Jack goes through with a nice clean 9.48, and Jake goes through 11.33 on 130. Very good run to open his account for the weekend. Right, another one of our front wheel drive. Look, that's good numbering on the back of the car as well. Can't miss that. Lewis Simpson with the Civic, travelling down from Scotland once again. Does a lot of racing at Grail Raceway, testing the car. This car has been down into the 9s.
I love that Fiat. The noise doesn't go with the look of it, does it? You know what I mean? You can hear a V8. 995, 136 miles. How on earth did they get that engine in there?
I think it's a small block Chevy, but it's been bored out to, I think, over 400 cubes. So,
is it in the back?
oh no, Chris is in the back. Right. The engine is right in front of us. He literally does sit on the back seat.
That's awesome. So, 2 cars you're very well acquainted with, Colin.
Indeed, yeah. Back up Bob, Pete Lane, finalist in Big Bracket before. He's actually my next door neighbour in the pit. And Nick Williams. Let's see how this goes. This is the first run for Nick with this car this year. with the engine that's been out in the States for 2 years.
Probably going to feel quite slow for him compared to what he's used to now.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh my word! Yeah, that's got some power.
That was a bit too lively.
That's too much. Wow. That hooked and went. Slight major wheelie bar adjustments coming up on that one, I think. But my goodness me. Yes. Right, let's have a look. Pete Lane, 1173, 112. A good chat. I actually had a real good chat with Pete last night. He was around in Arnie Permant's pit, and we were sort of like just chewing the cud as you do, just chatting away with Gary Semper as well, with the Tin Indian Pontiac. And we were just talking rubbish, but it was good fun, real good fun.
One of the best places to be in summer.
It certainly is.
So, side by side, Pro Doorslammers, I think this time. Anders Ed with that amazingly well turned out Camaro. And I think it was his ears that weren't in. It's very, very funny to notice as well, is a lot of the like front wheel drive guys and that sort of thing, they've never been to an event where this sort of car has been present.
Yeah.
You can tell them because they're the ones standing behind the tower that jump about 6 foot in the air when that car comes around.
No, one of the most fun things is when you're sitting in the pairing lanes, you're in the car next to the Pro Mod when they initially fire it up.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there and then you're strapped in the car and they sit there idling. The exhausts are by your door and you've got the methanol fumes coming in the car and you're just sitting there strapped in there going, I can't breathe.
Can't do anything about it.
There's nothing.
So, Przemysław Sakachi from Poland in the Kestrel lane, going up against the car he's probably never been up against before. Very noticeable from this angle as well, after everything we said about Andreas Hedin's Corvette, compared to this car, which has got a very, very slender backside on it, if you like, a much different way of cutting through the air. So Anders Ed's first run, stellar 60 foot, tyre shake just after that. So let's see how far he goes this time round. Turbo against blown car, Poland against Sweden. Unfortunately, this time round didn't even make it to 60 foot. Still went 0.99 to 60 foot, which is not hanging about in plain English. 870 at 171 in the other lane. That sort of headache-inducing type tyre shake, that one.
No. Well, he's got the parachute out at the top. He's going to pull around the top end and probably jump out the car and be like, I beat you.
Yeah, something like that. Well, when you line up against a car like that, you've got to make the most of it. And
Yeah.
I think he definitely did.
I think that's going to be kind of the cue next weekend with Carl in Comp Eliminator.
Yeah.
I was going to I want to race him.
Hello, he's rolled in this morning.
Yeah,
He's
and
parked
he's here.
up, he's unloaded, and here he comes, Dave Vector.
Lots of news stuff. I think possibly in the trailer, maybe not on the car for this run, but
Yeah.
he really, really started last year with a bang at this event, didn't he?
Well, he's got to be, in effect, the next member of the 5-7. Well, no, he's already run 5-7, hasn't he?
Yeah. He was also on the losing side in the
He was.
quickest ever side-by-side run in Europe. Looks like a new set of tyres to scrub in. Probably wouldn't normally go that far on the burnout. At least Ellen looks impressed. So this is a very, very good friend from the Netherlands, David Vector, who's been in Pro Mod now for 16 years, I think, at least.
I think you're
maybe
right,
even.
actually, 'cause,
yeah,
yeah.
it was about 2008, I remember.
I think it was the first year that you and I were up here when you had the incident with
That's right.
Ingo Roller, wasn't it?
And I'd seen, that's exactly right, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was out for a couple of years after that. But I remember seeing the car, I think that he debuted in the car at Mantle. not the easiest track in the world to make your debut in one of these things, let's put it that way, but he did a great job. And really, really, really nice guy. Been trying so hard for so long to win an event in Pro Mod, and he took the win at the European Finals last year.
A very popular win as well.
Of course he did. So this again is just a test run. I'll be very surprised if he runs it past half track. But why do I even bother saying that anymore? Because no one pays any attention whatsoever.
Well, lucky you're not the crew chief, isn't it?
Probably why I'm not. Do you remember a few years ago at this event, maybe about 5 years ago, his opening burnout broke the rods just on the burnout.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They took it all apart in the pits, drove the engine back to Holland to Post and Dross, repaired it, brought it back, raced the next weekend. That's how you do it. So, good luck, Dave. Stood up on the tyres a little bit too quickly, unfortunately. Tyre shake going past 60. Still went 0.975 to 60 foot. With lots of shaking going on. So when that's smooth, it may be a bit quicker than that. Anyway, first runs of the season, anything can cause that. Setup, gearing, anything at all. Clutch, there's loads and loads of things going on. Actually, if that's a clutch car, it's probably torque converter. But anyway, whatever.
Right, in effect, 1 hour left then of open testing. Track will close at 4:30. Everybody round to the briefing area at 4:45.
Oh, I thought we were going to have side-by-side whispering Mustangs again, but it looks like one at a time. John Webster. With the Fast Company Mustang. Right behind him is Andre. John's very good at making clouds, isn't he?
Consistent ones for sure.
Also, after all the year, I mean, this car's now 10 years old, I think. I think it debuted in either 2013 or 14, off the top of my head. And he's been, I don't want to say struggling with it, but I think that's probably the... Not struggling with it, just these cars are never easy, no matter what you do. And John decided to go a different route to the traditional route. Now, there's nothing against doing it either way, but a lot of teams, you know, buying an engine from the US, buying the tuning or do the tuning themselves, whatever else it might be. John went a whole different direction, came up with his own setup, his own combination. He wanted the engine a certain way, he wanted the turbos in a certain place, wanted the converter a certain way. It took a lot longer than he thought, obviously, but he finally got into the fives. No taking it easy this time. It's another 5.99 at 242 miles an hour. It looked slow off the start line, and it was with a 103 60 foot, 3.98, 193 to the 8th mile, and our first 5-second run of the weekend with a 5.99 at 242. Well done, John. Well done, the team.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, 103 to 60 is slow for Pro Mod, but he's the quickest on the day.
Do you know what? One of the things I love mentioning is that when you're strapped in a car, you don't know what the... I don't know if you've ever done this, Luke. You might have done it too. But when you come round underneath the tower, you don't get to see what the cars in front of you run. And when you come round underneath the tower and you see a number like that on the scoreboard, you think, that's not bad.
That's it.
I'll take that.
You come around the corner and you go, oh, track's good.
So, Andre, I remember Peter Beck said that to me once after I had a really horrendous tyre shake. He said he didn't watch the run, he didn't see the run. He said, but I saw your tyre shake marks and it gave me a headache just looking at them. So, yeah, thanks, mate. Imagine what it did for me. So, Andre Arnover for his third run of the day, I think, something like that. Every single time so far, the car's got a little bit wayward about 3:30.
Well, he had two eighth mile blocks on the first run, 1 eighth mile block on the second, so he should miss them this time by the law of averages.
He should do. The car makes its characteristic. You know what you said about, Luke, about four-wheel drive cars, is that the front wheels tend to do a bit of paddling about. It seems like this car does it, because every single time it gets the tyres moving, no problem whatsoever, but it always has a characteristic wander to the left, and it's just how hard it comes back to the right dictates how quick it can go. So they've got the 60 foot where they want it. They're working on 330, 8th mile, and those quarter mile numbers. That's a lot more like it for Andre Arnover. Shoots out way before the finish line and still goes 588 at 227. Well, that would have been probably a mid to low 580.
Yeah.
Slightly slower to 60, but sometimes you have to slow it down to speed it up. As
Well, he
the saying
scrubbed
goes.
20 mile an hour before the stripe there, basically, didn't he?
At least that, yeah. So 389 at 198 to the 8th mile. They've been quicker than that before, but I think that was just to make sure everything was behaving itself.
Still got one more Larry Doorslammer. Bruno Barda's round the corner. It was quite funny last night. Bruno was just, he just literally walked out of his pits and he looked at Andre Arnover, who's got the laptop on the top of the car, and he's doing something. He's like, Mr. Computer. He's like, how are we doing today? And he's like, pipe down, old man.
Oh, dear.
However,
Love it. Lots of people make some noise for them in the grandstand as the Estonian team go to the top end and collect, Mr. Arnover.
Yeah, Bruno knows how to win.
Yes,
He does. He certainly does.
100% knows how to win. As racecraft go, Bruno's had it pretty much nailed for a long, long time. He used to be not the quickest, but he was always deadly consistent. And when it comes to race day, it's not only about winning the first round, it's getting it round here an hour and a half later for round two and it doing the same thing again. Then getting it round here an hour and a half later for semi-finals and doing it again. Then getting it round here for the final and doing the same thing again. And Bruno was so good at that, whereas other teams had sort of fall by the wayside, breakage, not enough time to turn the car around, whatever it might be. Bruno was on it every single time. And the really funny thing is, probably not a lot of people know this, but for a long while, he was one of the only cars that ran a converter. And a converter back then, they weren't as quick as clutch cars, but he stuck with it for the consistency.
Well, let's not forget Bruno's got form at this event as well. Won Pro Doorslammer in 2021, beat Kev Slyfield in the final. So he has actually earned some money from this event. And wasn't that the same event that he went on, won the
European finals?
Yeah.
It was at the end of the year that year, wasn't
That's
it?
right,
It was
yeah.
Start of
That's right,
September
yes,
and then
yeah.
the week after. So it was the same concept.
Yes.
One event after the other, but end of the year instead of beginning. And also, you can't underestimate the experience on the team as well. They've been round doing this for a long, long while. The guy you see down there going to be backing him up. Raced in Comp Eliminator very, very, very successfully, and bracket raced for a long, long time as well. He knows his way around all of these cars. What was really interesting, one little tidbit that Bruno told me last year at the European finals, he said to me at the top end, he said, I'm missing one part that's cost me 1/10 of a second, and it was a gear ratio. That was all it was.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, do you remember
that? Yes, I do.
This actual car itself has got to be getting on for 20 years old. This was one of Mike Ashley, if you remember that names, Pro Modified cars out in the US, hence the Gotham City name.
Well, the colour scheme's never changed, has it?
Well,
he's
even though
he's
Bruno's banged
repainted
it up, repaired it
Yeah.
and everything, he's kept it all the same. So Bruno's first test run of 2024 coming your way. Well,
Thought about sticking with it, but
yeah. Well, he got off the line, but he won't be happy with a 101.60
No.
foot. It's just a case of testing everything out, make sure it all works. So we're out of Pro Doorslammers for now. We've got one Pro Stocker behind the line, which is the Mopar of Michael Sherquist, who's standing out there on the start line with the headphones on, and Simon Eckengren behind the wheel. One of the really interesting things about this car is it still actually is the original Dodge. It's just been rebodied. This was Yari Connoller's car from years and years and years and years and years ago.
Now, I know a question that's always going to be asked is why all this horsepower and yet a lot of these cars still need a push to get going.
I've just
Say again?
spotted something totally relevant to this. You see where the two VP banners are there?
Yeah.
Taking the fence
They've
out.
taken the fence out so the youngsters can choose their cars for the big bracket
That's
random
it.
pairings.
Good
How
enough.
cool is that?
Sorry,
That's-
Luke, the
that
question was, go on.
The question was, with all this horsepower, why do a lot of these cars require a push from a crewman to get going?
Generally just to get them in gear so that they don't, if they're stuck in neutral, the way the gearing works, it has to be exact. So what you'll find, not necessarily from these cars, but especially in things like alcohol cars, methanol cars and things like that, is that you actually have to have the car moving slightly
Yep.
to get it in gear. That's exactly what
And we
they're
see
doing.
that a lot with like the methanol
That's
dragsters
right,
and
yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if they come to a stop, then the crew member needs to run over and start pushing the car
right.
a little bit.
Just to rock it, just so because the gears have to line up to be able to slot in. So the retro Dodge, still carrying the same kind of paint scheme it has for a long while. So Michael and the team from Nybro, roughly translated to Newbridge in southern Sweden. Not sure how far Simon is going to be taking it. Clean launch would be a good start.
All the way, I think, is the answer. Oh, no, just clicked it before the stripe. 7:15, 161.
They're not going to be overly happy with that. It's 101 to 64.43 at 159 to the 8th mile, which is a little bit off pace for them. However, again, first run of the year, but it sounded a little bit laboured off the start line, dropped the RPM just a little bit too much. I remember Jimmy Orland once describing to me what it felt like, right, when it leaves the line, and he said to me, very difficult to explain without seeing it, but he said it just went, "Ugh," and then just picked up and went. So, we are back with something other than Pro Doorslammers.
Julian Herman Bayer with the Mark II Golf. Full tube chassis, 2 litre 16 valve turbo. And who's he taking on, Colin?
Sorry, my headset's not working.
Was it Kamil Sobolowski?
Sobolowski.
Both cars at the stage, the light drops. It's a good strong launch by the Golf. 118.60 foot, 137 at the 8th mile, 802, 167 miles an hour. The team very happy with that run. Super straight.
I'm guessing he may have been in the 7s before.
I don't think he has.
Really?
I
Well,
really don't think he has.
They do look delighted with that, but maybe that's because they're getting quicker. Do you know what? It seems to be understated BMW day almost, doesn't it? Really.
No, that was a personal best. 824 and 169
Goodness,
was his
that's
best.
a big improvement, isn't
Yeah.
it? Big improvement,
Has he got
actually.
time to get the photo? Bosh.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's why you got your own screen, just so you can do that all the time.
Right. LLF. Living life fast. With the BMW. Issues, unfortunately, for Lewis. He does the correct thing, gets off the racing line. It's looking pretty
Is it
quick.
going to be as quick as the wagon? That's the big question. Nope.
Not far off though. 934, 152. Needs to find 1200s to be quicker than the wagon.
I'd honestly love to know what they do to it to get them. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. Those are seriously quick cars in the first place, but they ain't anything like that quick.
Big turbos.
Is that basically
Big turbos under the bonnet.
Not medium size.
No,
Big.
they are big.
We like big turbos and we do not lie.
Yeah. I mean, we say big, over 100 mil. They're seriously big turbos under there. And upgrade everything else so
to
it
go
can handle
with
the
it, so it
power,
doesn't break.
basically.
Yeah, precisely.
The weak point, I believe, is the gearboxes.
Yes.
And they're so expensive.
Yeah.
Just if you break a stock one. But then to go and upgrade to what you need to be able to get the performance out of some of these cars.
So, forgive me for asking, because a lot of those, especially the big one, I've never seen before. So, what events do they race at? Do they do it for fun? Is
Just
it a
run what you brung.
competition?
Yeah.
They just come along to run what you brung.
Seriously,
Yeah.
just to see what they can play
They'd
with.
probably
and
come
do.
along and play at Ultimate Street Car, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
So it's purely run what
They
you brung.
literally just come along to run what you brungs almost every weekend. And I'm just like, we'll have a quick. We have BMW Day. The BMW show is going to be magnificent this
Yes.
year. But the thing is, like, you got to the point where that weekend I'll be like, it's just another 9-second BMW, isn't it?
There are a lot of
Because
them
there's
about.
so many of them. I mean, earlier with the Tom Wrigley performance, they set out all the cars in a line, and it just looks like a BMW showroom.
Yeah. Mad. Absolutely mad.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That is a big puddle.
It's a very, very big shame as well. The guy from Denmark.
That looks like some heavy fluid as well.
Certainly does.
Oh, still dribbling. We're going to have a trail.
Is it still dropping where? Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, well, the fraudsters made it down as well.
Well, because that's behind the start line, we might be down to potentially one lane
Yep.
for a bit. So this is the car that you said earlier was going to not hang about, and it did. Or was that another one? I can't remember.
No, it's a different one. This is the 1 Series. This ain't going to hang about. This could be in the 9s straight away.
122 at the 8th.
920,
Wow.
154. Oh, dear. 603 at the 8th. 122 miles an hour. 122 miles an hour in 6 seconds.
It's not bad, is it? I'm just trying to think what the BMW ran at Hellfire a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure that was like a 9:13.
John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. He needs to win one of these. He's been runner-up twice. Third time lucky, perhaps, for JT.
Most people would be quite happy with 2 runner-ups.
Yeah. Well, who can ever forget the year? He had a buy in the semis, ready to come round and take his spot in the final, and the car wouldn't start, and literally everybody in the pairing lane scrambling, trying to get the thing going, and it turned out it was the fuse. There's just a bad earth, and it just eventually it was found, and he got it started.
I remember him pulling forward, and I just said, John, after all that, just take it easy. And he didn't. You know, don't
But it was
break something
funny
else.
because the Huxleys had already gone into the final, and then all the Huxley team were down there trying to get John, so they had somebody to race in the final. It was brilliant. But not that JT wants to be reminded of all that episode, but it went down in folklore of Doorslammers. It really did. Unbelievable.
There's been quite a bit of that.
So
Normal, but
little bit of a clean up in the Slick Tricks lane. We can see the Fraudsters down there pretty much ready to go. John Turner is ready to go behind us, but unfortunately the little cadet just been moved out of the way. Has unfortunately dropped some oil down there, hence that's why we're on the clean up. He's driving it back to the pits, so it can't be that bad. But hopefully we're going to see that car. It won't get any more test passes because the time now, just have a quick look, 10 to 4. We're running until 4:30. Then obviously we go into our break and then we'll be heading up to the announcement area, as will all of the drivers here this weekend, ready for the drivers briefing at 4:45. Once that's done, we'll come back down to the tower. All the racers will get back into the pits, and our qualifying starts at 5:30. 2.5 hours of qualifying this evening, and of course a full day of qualifying tomorrow as well. Apart from the big bracket, obviously they go into their test runs and the eliminations. So in effect, tonight we won't see any of the big bracket cars because they'll be going into their eliminations tomorrow. So hence that's why they've been doing their testing today. But yeah, parent lanes look pretty busy down there, as they have done all day long. Well, we've got some experiments going on this weekend as well with our coverage. So we'll be looking for updates on that as well. And
that TV show Ask Something, Ask Jeeves or Ask whatever it was.
For drivers briefing, are all three of us required? Or do you want 1, 2?
right, whilst the tracks are just finishing off, or maybe to put another lap in, we'll just give the airways over to Nitro 96.2. We'll take it back in a moment. Thanks very much. Here we go then, and it is John Turner with Greenfish Barracuda going alongside one of his sparring partners in the world of Pro ET, that of course Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia. These two running in the big bracket this weekend, and we were saying earlier on, John Turner has been runner-up in the big bracket twice Can he take one this year? Well, he'll have 2 days to try and do it. But then there are 44 competitors in total in the big bracket. And of course, there is the round one buybacks. If you get knocked out in round one, you go signing on, pay your 50 quid and give it another go. That's fact. Brett not coming forward, so it's going to be solo then for JT.
See young Nick Garrett down there on the start line as well. He did quite a bit of work on this car.
A lot of work on it. 19, 147. That'll do very nicely indeed.
He occasionally accidentally enters Super Comp, as he calls it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just likes running it all the way through, doesn't he? So there we go. There's a perfect example of a blue dialing board. Can you see it? Exactly. There you go. It's in the bottom right corner, just there.
That's terrible, isn't it?
Right, so something 9. Oh, that's backed off at the strike. Oh, it's still the nice 960, 137. Right, one of our 6-cylinder cars.
With 0 cylinders. Rotary powered, as you can hear. It's great to see James Wilday back on the drag strip.
We did have it on earlier. That's all we've got.
Crawling it off of the line, going through the gears. 116 at the 8th and still a 980 at 141 miles an hour. So the pairing lane is still absolutely chock-a-block full of cars.
Right, Jens Konecki, Ronnie Mercer. 2 of our big bracket racers.
Ronnie did well last weekend in France.
Couldn't have done any better, actually.
No.
Actually, one thing I didn't spot with Ronnie earlier, and I've answered my own question now, he's non-nitrous for big bracket.
What was he running last weekend? Probably the same, wasn't he?
And 10:36 for those two. Right, so Kev Jenkins then with the Fraudster. Now, Kev Jenkins is one of those that's won his class twice before. He won 4-cylinder back in 2021 and 2020.
So this is going to be his first run of the weekend. I know he's got plans, hopefully, to be lining up against Clint Fenech later on this weekend for a bit of grudge racing.
think those literally are going through the motions run there. 10:27, 137. Safely through.
When you see on the screen.
A little bit out of shape there for this Sierra as it comes out of the burnout. But then that's nothing unusual there for Chris Locke with the brown pants car. And I believe that's Billy Lowing down there with the Escort. So one in 4-cylinder, one in the big bracket. Well, much straighter from the Sierra this time. Not really weaving around so much. Should be in the 10s again. 1068, 136. But he goes 1154 at 114. Reuven Dawson back out with the Camaro. Only had one run today so far, so
It's a bit unlike him.
yeah. But he's run one run earlier, didn't go entirely the way he wanted it to. It should be low 9s.
So the Monte Carlo earlier, we were commenting, it has no wheelie bars on the back. It was pretty soft on the launch. It's got a 2JZ motor underneath the hood of that. Obviously a big old turbocharger. That's a much stronger launch. 108 60 foot at the 8th mile doing 129 and goes through with an 841 139. So not much progress in the back end of the track, but a real good launch. And then a 918 and
That's obviously off the gas
146.
then.
Yeah.
10 mile an hour difference. Reuven back sort of where he should be, low 9s. Probably a 10th quicker where he would have wanted to be about a 10th quicker than that. But nevertheless, back in the right direction. Quick time check for you folks. Just gone 4 o'clock. About 25 minutes to go of open testing, best way to describe it. And basically that will be, once we reach 4:30, that will be game over for the big bracket, because obviously they won't be able to, because it then goes into open qualifying now. So
Okay.
I assume so anyway. I don't know.
And I assume that is the end of the Run What You Brung as well.
Oh, apologies. Big bracket are more than welcome to continue to test during this period. It says it in the notes. There we go. So
There you go.
apologies if I misled anybody with that one. They are welcome to continue to test during that period. That's good.
Okay, right. Paul Ferneck and George Baker rolling underneath the tower. We've got Jürgen Caruana around the corner with the Escort. Still plenty of vehicles coming round onto the drag strip on day one of the Doorslammers. It's been a fantastic test session. Don't forget, a reminder to all of our racers, you are required for your drivers meeting not long now. What time is it exactly? Drivers meeting?
4:45.
4:45 on the main stage in the pits. All drivers are required to attend. So 2 10-second cars on the line. The Escort did dip into the 9s at Hellfire Raceway in 2022, I believe it was. It was the Christmas Run What You Brung 2022. George Baker, relatively new to drag racing, attended a Run What You Brung about a month ago, ran down into the 10. Before you know it, Terry Newton's bullied him to get a roll cage, and now he's entered in the Doorslammers. Right, 135, 64, 105 at the 8th. Paul Ferneck goes 10, 12, 120. I'm sure that's what he ran on the first run as well.
Well, if he did, that's going to be ideal for the big bracket, especially with a 003 light.
Well, the guys have run into the van. Very happy with that.
Yeah, but look at his light.
Yeah, totally. He's a fantastic racer. Well, the Maltese crew jumping in the van and making their way up to collect Paul Finneck after that run. So we've got a Scirocco 2-litre TDI. He's going to be taking on Jürgen Caruana. Now, this will be Jürgen's second run of the weekend. So, looking to improve on a personal best of 9:42. Oy.
Ah. So this rocket goes 15.64.88. And not entirely to plan there for Jürgen, just putting him through 22 seconds. So Mateusz Bankovic with the Corvette. Going alongside Tim Stanbury. Welcome back, Tim. Hasn't been here since Dragstalgia last year. So something 9-1 coming up for Tim if consistency stays with the car. Mateusz looking to go a fair bit quicker than that. Well, here's the 9-1 for Tim, 9-1-3, 149. And Mateusz goes through the 10-24 at 135. Well, two good friends in the pits and side by side here. Ash Cooper and Joe Stevens.
They crew for each other.
They
sometimes,
do, yeah.
Don't they? That is in that kind of good friends.
Yeah.
Joe, unfortunately, well, the car kind of fell over. It didn't really hurt itself too much, but Joe wants to get it perfect before he brings it out again. So he's still borrowing Al Sims' Cresta. Be a pretty good race as well. I think the Transit might have it. It does.
On 88.
140 miles an hour in, as Luke would put it, a loaf of bread.
Right, second run of the day for the S2 Coupe, powered by a 2.5. No, this one's powered by a BMW engine. So we've got basically two BMW powered vehicles on the start line. Thomas Drodds making a return to the Doorslammers after a very successful 2023. Taking the golf clubs out.
What the two cars are traditionally used for, isn't it?
Yeah. again, you can hear the tyres just chirping all the way up the track. And once again, the Audi lifts off. Still goes through with a 901 at 117, but was doing 126 at the 8th mile.
It was going very quickly till that point.
Now in my head, I literally just said, we've only seen Soren Hansen once so far today. And I turn around and there he is at the head of the lane. So still plenty more cars to come, and some of our pro mods making their way down into the lanes once again.
All right, first one of the day for Gary Carr. Matthew Southcott, fresh from his very low 8-second pass earlier. Well, the mission must be a 7 here, if not over the course of the weekend. Gary, not 100% certain where he's going to be. 11 ones? It's going to be one to watch out for this weekend because the car is so consistent.
Still absolutely perfect weather-wise. I mean, nice and cool. A little bit of sun on the racetrack, but the air temperature is really not that high, which is a good thing. It's warm enough, but not too warm.
He's into the 7s. 798, 171. Well, I said 11.1 for Gary Carr. Call me a liar. 11.09 at 116.
Well, Matthew Southcott timed that perfectly. He pulled the chute just exactly at the finish line. I don't think it knocked any speed off. But way to go. First ever 7-second run. It's a long way to go to the next milestone, isn't it?
Yeah. Dower Carter in Ian Howell. One front-wheel drive, 1 6-cylinder.
That's it. So underneath the hood of Damo's Ford Puma is one of Terry Newton's old engine. In fact, it's the old engine that used to be in the Focus.
Oh, right,
that he used to run as a spare car. So there's a decent setup in there. He's basically, that's probably the 3rd run I've ever seen him put in so far.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's the wall. I think it's the wall. I've gone through mine now.
It's the getting up at 5 a.m. to get here and sitting in 3.5 hours of traffic that did it. Although admittedly with no tyre changes, I did all that yesterday. That's why I have a flannel, not for other reasons, but just to sort of wake me up now and then.
Okay. Do you want me to slap you if you yawn? Wake up.
You can. As long as you don't mind having a shower afterwards. So, underneath the tower we have
Is that Franz Aschenbrenner? Is that how it's pronounced?
fantastic stuff. You've got the job, mate. Well done. Pass the audition.
No, it's just the first one I've got right. And that's subject to ratification, isn't it?
Potentially. Against Rafael Kakel.
Well, he ran a new personal best earlier on today. What's his number? I can't see it from here.
997 on front-wheel drive.
Can't miss it.
Well, now the smoke's cleared. Yeah.
Well, his personal best is 9:59.
I'm not. Did he go quicker than that earlier?
I can't remember.
It's because so many people have already.
Yeah.
So. He's actually staging with the nose, not the wheels.
Yeah, there was a concern with that when he went in. Well,
8:07 there for France.
and Rafael Canco, 9:35, 130, new personal best
And that was
for
actually
the rim service car.
deep staged as well. So he probably knocked a few hundredths off that at least.
So, 4:30 stop.
Yep. Right, so we've got about 13 minutes left of our open testing. Just to remind everybody that these two go through the Hocus Pocus Focus with Alan Kenyon. And, well, getting the best run in. 11.90 and 14.28. Yeah, so just very quickly before this car goes through. Everybody up to the announcement area at 4:30, ready for 4:45. All the cars can be left in the pairing lanes because basically once we finish doing that, everybody just gets back to their cars and we can continue. So you don't need to move cars out of the way or return back to the pits or anything, just leave them there.
So, Malta against Denmark in the UK. Horatius Karuna with the Toyota in the Kestrel lane, taking on one of...
Unfortunately,
is that
something
belt?
that looks like a belt's come off with the...
It's shredded, actually,
Yeah.
the rest of it.
He's probably sitting in the car going, everything says okay, so let's run it. So yeah, so it's going to be Horatius on his own with his 10-second Toyota sign-off.
Oh, he's going.
They are,
He's
yeah.
going to run it. He's like,
Against Soren Hansen. How quick has Soren run?
at 9.2 at 169 miles an hour
Okay.
with that insanely wide front.
It's the widest front to back of any car I've ever seen.
It's like the opposite to Andreas Hulin's car. It's a good, strong launch, though. 145, 60 foot. If you can get the power in the mid-track, 113 at the 8th. And goes through with a 949, 156 to an 1118 at 129. It's just not making the power at the mid-track. 113 is not where I'd expect him to see that car.
It almost looks like it's slow. It's got to pull those tyres, I think. That's the problem. So we've got Jari Rantaniemi with the Pro Mod. We've just got a little bit of track sorting out to do down there in the Kestrel lane.
Right. A little bit of track prep going on. I can see around the corner Pito Formella in the lanes with his newly crowned 9-second VW Golf. As Yeri makes his way around the corner, he's going to be coming into the Kestrel beer lane.
So, Jari Rantaniemi with a modern day Camaro. It's not quite the latest version, but pretty recent. There's not many, I don't think any other Camaro turbo cars in Europe of this ilk anyway. We do have a couple of turbo Mustangs. We've got a turbo Chevelle in Sweden. Yeah, there are a few other ones, but not quite like this anyway. It looks for all the world like a pro stock car, until you notice the bullhorn sticking out the side and the slightly meatier rear tyres and wing. Anyway, so Jari earlier on today, I'm not sure what he staged with. It wasn't actually the headers, but it was something underneath the car. It wasn't the front wheels, let's put it that way. He bumped through stage when he went up on the two-step. This car has run into the 5s. He's going to need that sort of performance to go rounds this weekend and next weekend as well. But the good thing about having back-to-back events is they get a whole load of track time, they get a bunch of runs in this weekend, they get a bunch of qualifying runs again next weekend to nail down the combination after a very, very, very long winter. So you've already got two of the 3 turbo cars are already in the 5s.
Yeah.
In your own time, Yari. Great looking run. It still sounds like he's on and off it. 6:22 at 242 miles an hour. 104 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 4.16, 181. There's loads more than that in there. And over the stripe, 6:22 at 242. But nice first full run of the season. That wasn't my imagination. I could hear him getting on and off the throttle, couldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
He
we're
was
noticing
feathering it.
just looking at the way that the Pro Doorslammers are running today. You know, well, the Pro
Already.
mods that are running in Pro Doorslammer, it's making next weekend look very, very interesting indeed for the FIA Pro mods. Yes, don't forget you need to be here next weekend. The FIA main event, full-on festival.
And actually, that leads me perfect into, if you want to be here next weekend and think, oh, I can't be bothered to take my tent down and put it up again, what was the deal?
£62
Yeah.
for staycation.
If you are here this weekend
Yeah.
and have a pass, obviously, for next weekend.
Yeah. You can stay here all week. You have to pay for it, mind, but you can stay here all week.
But £62 is not that much. Right, Pitor Formella taking on Christopher Schmidt. Pitor ran his first 9-second pass earlier today with the TDI Golf. He's doing 114 at the 8th mile in his second run of the day. Produces a 977,
Wow.
144, another personal best to a 1073. Wow. Pitor Formella, we got a race car, sir.
That's what makes it worth travelling all the distance.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Right, it's going to be one of our gorgeous escorts from the island of Malta. Paul Patch coming out with the ace. Again,
With a Union Jack car from Malta.
yeah.
Nice touch. I approve, obviously. I would, wouldn't I?
I am going, we'll wait and see how it runs, but it's going to be an 11. Carl Overbury a little bit impatient on the tree. Oh, he's double bowled. Well, 168 foot, 8th mile, 96, 11.13. If it ever comes up.
Oh, right numbers, wrong way round.
Carl Overbury goes through an 11.43. Again, a lot of our racers who are, let's say, not so seasoned in drag racing. And say major events here in the UK really need to have a lesson on courtesy staging. And it really does help you race a lot better if you're not sat in full stage, just popping and banging. Wait into pre-stage, let your other driver go into pre-stage. At that point, you can roll yourself into full stage. You'll find yourself more race ready and more consistent.
So the lanes are only open for another 5 minutes. Well, I say the lanes are. The lanes aren't closed, actually. We're only running for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, everybody can leave their cars there. They just get out and walk up to the announcement area. Mark Bailey and Pete Creswell. 8:52, 8:82. Nice to see Pete Creswell just running the car unrestricted.
Yep.
Because normally it's an 890 car, or if he runs in gas, 990, but uncork it, no throttle stops, 850s.
He's probably thinking the same thing.
I remember Pete Creswell, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, he got knocked out in round 1, bought back in and went all the way through to the semis. So
the way to do
he got
it.
his money back.
All right. Dustin taking on Phil Thomas, the four-wheel drive Civic that has been down into the 8s. Came to USC last year, won the Sports Compact Shootout.
Oh,
Issues
both
for
of them
both
with
cars.
And both fine gears again. I still 1361 at 157 miles an hour just doesn't make sense, does it? But there we go. Phil Thomas goes. Are you just as crazy? 1530 at 132.
It's almost as good as Mark Sheridan's 12-second run at 200 miles an hour or whatever it was, isn't it?
Right, Mark Turner. 760 heads up is where you'll find Mark this weekend.
So very, very, very nicely turned out Toyota Supra. I'm not going to say with the supercharged engine it was always meant to have. No offence, but I'm only joking. However, it does look seriously cool with the big blower sticking out the hood. And frankly, Bert runs a blown motor these days anyway, so he can't complain. So Mark has run bang on 760 before. Unfortunately, the engine didn't like it too much. Just a case of tuning it to get it right on the number. He's been running 780s or thereabouts. 768, there we go. That's the kind of thing we're looking for.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. Very interesting observer as well. Peter Billington down there as well, helping out.
Right, this could be the last car, or the penultimate car, as we're getting very close. Oh, Billy Gain. I wonder, I haven't seen Bill yet today, actually.
He's pitted next to me.
But you haven't got a car.
Yeah, but I'm special.
We know that. Sorry.
He's my neighbour for the next 2 weeks.
Now then, Billy Kane, he's been tuning the car to run in 760, but he's also had rather good success in the big bracket. He's won the big bracket before. Took that in 2021.
Going to be taking on Ian Wally, who reached for the sky
He
earlier on.
certainly did.
Well, Ian Wally made a really good race of it till Billy went past with an 8:30 at 166. I presume that was a no nitrous checkout run. Ian goes through with a 9:36 at 145. Okay, your next pair will be Scott Collin with 100E.
Yeah, very happy with that 8.7 from earlier on. Very, very happy indeed.
Right, we're about to stop running cars because it is around about, yeah, it is now 4:30. Might run two more, yep. We're stopping after the next pair after this one.
.906 and 996.
Right, last pair, and then we are all shuffling off up the other end. Have we got an hour till we start again, Colin? Was that right?
Yes.
So, last pair, Rob Smallworth and John Bean. I'm very impressed that John has entered Street Week with this car.
Right, so John Bean, will he get an 8 this weekend? That's what you would love. Rob Smallworth, well, obviously 760 is where he wants to be. He's in the 760 heads up.
Look at that testing, and Rob makes his straightest run of the year with a 767.
Oh, 904. That was close. That was close. Shallow stage, real shallow stage. You might find it there. But that's it. Right, folks, commercial break, whatever you want to call it.
For an hour.
We are out for an hour, but the reason is we are all now heading up to the announcement area. All drivers out of their cars that are in the pairing lanes, you want to head up to the announcement area, please. All drivers in the pits, head over to the announcement area. We will be doing the drivers' meeting in 15 minutes' time. And then we will continue with the meeting, which of course will be qualifying for Doorslammers. Big Bracket, you're more than welcome to continue testing this evening, but we will give you all the information at the driver's briefing, and of course we will let everybody know when we'll be back on commentary at 5:30. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take the airwaves over. Please, all drivers to the announcement area for 15 minutes time. Thanks very much indeed.
Someone's running out of engine at the top end there. 8.40, 152. Very, very nice looking run. Nice and smooth and easy, actually, for
Wasn't
Marion.
it a new car to him last year when he turned up at this event?
Right. There's a trick for making sure you keep your boot in it, right? Imagine this.
Decided to be a sensible boy and bought a house last year, so racing is quite on the back burner at the moment. Well, old 5 up, not quite sounding too correct as he rolls through with a 16.90 to
Brian Huxley's put the Focus up for sale.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's available now. Good speed for John Gamble, 11.10.
Given a bit of a head start.
I was giving him the wind light, actually. by the
Oh,
looks of that.
he's
Usually
going to
is.
catch that, isn't he? 947, 146.
Chris Waterhouse in 4-cylinder class this weekend. Chris looking to get the Audi back down into the 9s, doing 113 at the 8th, and goes 979.
Lovely little launch. Just tickled those front wheels in the air, not too much. 571 at the 8th, but he's coasting towards the stripe. 950. 111.
Let's see how it works.
Well, Thomas Bumblit's away first. He's in the big bracket this weekend. And that's a good looking run. 1025, 128. And breathing heavy at the top
No,
bit.
you're
But I don't
all
want
right.
it, I don't want any dramas on.
Oi, where are you going, Simon? Where are you going, sir?
But it was going quite well until it wasn't.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Man
stop
running
there.
in Brad Morgan's Renault 5. This year he's racing in his own car. Well, it was a good launch for the Tigra. 151, 60 foot. He's off the throttle now. At this point, he's going to be looking over his shoulder going, I can't let a Metro beat me. Goes through with a 12.53 to a 14.19. That's that first. Nissan 200 SX did not make the call, so the road car comes into play. He's taking on Wayne Shepherd with the M3 competition. 987, 137 miles an hour to a 13.4 Golf, taking on Carl Overberry from France. Side-by-side race. Issues for Carl, but Sean is away in front at the moment. 99 miles an hour out the 8th, and Sean Duffy goes through with an 11.33, 125.
6:39, low ET of the day. Yeah, but way better.
Way better. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, the little pedal there by Constantine.
Just a little
Marcus
bit too
Felt
much.
goes through the top end, 7.59, 185 miles an hour. Cameron Bishop with his Civic. He's been down into the 10s before. This will be his second Doorslammers. Doing 111 at the 8th mile. Goes through with a 10.50, 139. And Nick Foot goes through with a 12.98. Ooh! 142, 60 foot.
What's his PB?
142 at the 8th, and goes through with an 8.38, 142 miles an hour. Showing.
Turning out to be quite a good race, actually. Oh, it's going to be the Uno. It is.
Nice, 11.65, 120. That is around about his personal best.
Well, that's got everything.
Blew the tyres off, didn't he?
Yeah. And I thought, well, no, I'm still going to take it up. And that goes 9.
Anyway, with a very quick looking BMW. Go on, Al, don't get beat by BMW.
He's like, I'm doing my best.
He's going, I'm not having that. 8.76, 147 is quicker than a 940 at 147.
So, 2 9-second cars.
How far into the 9s is the question? 97 and 77. Little off pace from Mark Oakley. Not quite sure where that went. Looks like it went in.
I think it was Lorraine Large. that
Yeah,
took
it was,
last year.
yeah.
Trev. Steve.
Yeah, racers love a trophy for anything, no matter what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, that's it. Well, Tom Herbert's out in front at the moment. He'd take that all day long, but Jacob Bailey pips him at the top end. 10.66 to an 11:34.
Oh, the school run.
Series. Obviously, that's going to be a really quick car. And then I'm just like, as they leave, I'm like, oh my God, what is in that?
Actually got a bit of tyre slip, I think, that time, the wagon.
Well, one series is on the brakes at the top end. It goes through with a 10.20, but a 9.47 at 148. To a 13.29. TT taking on Chris Fabini. This will be the first event that we've seen Chris Fabini racing at. He's going to be watching Sanjay go through the finish line with an 11.49 at 122.
Showing.
Well,
Bet you wish you'd have stayed home now, though. That looks like broken stuff, unfortunately, for Nicholas Hagier.
stop, Nicholas, stop.
Cars here this weekend really making a good effort.
Oh, 100%. Oh. Well, Rob's going to be doing his best to get to the finish line first.
Yeah, Victoria had a bit of a wiggle about 3:30 and thought better of it. It's a good-looking launch, though, 1:32.
And go through the finish line. Kaz is going to get there first. 14.84 to a 15.37.
Yeah, this Audi in the slick tricks lane is indecently quick. Admittedly not as quick as the car on the other lane.
I love that
but-
you said it's indecently quick as our Corvette just disappears.
Oh, and the 7.4s and an 8.94 for Patrick as well. 161 miles an hour. Me and my big mouth. Right, ladies and gentlemen, 660 at 144. You folks down there on the start. Well, we weren't expecting that at all, especially after Stian pulled that terrific 9.96 60 foot, just a little bit too much on the start line, a little bit shake and spin, and Andreas was out of it before he got to 60 foot.
Gino's just creeping forward. At 3:30, Gino's already driven around Fran. He's doing 112 at the 8th mile and a 10.91 at 104 to a 12.84 at 108. That's Fran's fastest run. Second wheelie there as Adam goes past Julian there, gets the photo. 10.16 to a 12.8. Right, next up, Lowry Anslow with but unfortunately, sounds like his shafts were not as prepared as him. They were like, what is this grip?
What we should do is set up a drive shaft donation box in the pits, you know.
That's it.
So and see how full it gets over.
But
the
again, like a lot more cars now are reaching out. Jack goes through with a nice clean 9.48 and Jake goes through 11.33 on 110. Does a lot of racing at Grail Raceway, testing the car. This car has been down into the 9s.
I love that Fiat. It's the noise doesn't go with the look of it, does it? You know what I mean? You can hear a V8. 995, 136 miles. How on earth did they get that engine in there?
I think it's a small block Chevy. Oh my word! Yeah, that's got some power.
That was a bit too lively.
That's too much. Wow. That hooked and went.
Poland against Sweden. Unfortunately, this time round didn't even make it to 60 foot. Still went 0.99 to 60 foot, which is not hanging about in plain English. 870 at 171. Race the next weekend. That's how you do it. So, good luck, Dave. Stood up on the tyres a little bit too quickly, unfortunately. Tyre shake going past 60. Still went 0.975 to 60 foot with lots of shaking going on. So when that's smooth, it may be a bit quicker than that. Anyway, first runs of the season, but he finally got into the fives. No taking it easy this time. It's another 599 at 242 miles an hour. It looked slow off the start line, and it was with a 103 eighth mile and those quarter mile numbers. That's a lot more like it for Andrei Arnova. Shoots out way before the finish line and still goes 588 at 227. Well,
thought about sticking with it, but
yeah. Well, he got off the line, but he won't be happy with a 101 60 foot. I think it's just a case of testing everything out, make sure it all works. So we're out of Pro Doorslammers for now. We're be a good start.
all the way, I think, is the answer. Oh no, just clicked it before the stripe. 7:15, 161.
They're not going to be overly happy with that. It's 101 to 64.40.
Both cars at the stage, the light drops. It's a good strong launch by the Golf. 118 60 foot, 137 at the 8th mile, 802, 167. With the BMW, issues unfortunately for Lewis. He does the correct thing, gets off the racing line. Looking pretty
Is it
quick.
going to be as quick as the wagon? That's the big question. Nope.
Not far off though.
No.
9:34, 1:52. No, it's a different one. This is the 1 Series. This ain't going to hang about. This could be in the 9s straight away.
122 at the 8th.
9:20.
Good to see young Nick Garrett down there on the start line as well. He did quite a bit of work on this car.
A lot of work on it. 9:19, 147. That'll do very nicely indeed.
They're just there.
That's terrible, isn't it?
Right, so summing 9. Oh, that's backed off at the stripe. Oh, it's still in the nice 960, 137.
Well, just crawling it off of the line, going through the gears. 116 at the 8th and still a 980 at 141 miles an hour.
And 10:36 for those two.
To be lining up against Clint Finette later on this weekend for a bit of grudge racing.
Nothing, those literally going through the motions run there. 10:27, 137. Safely through. Well, much straighter from the Sierra this time. Not really weaving around so much. Should be in the 10s again. 10:68, 136. But he goes 11:54 and 114.
Underneath the hood of that, obviously a big old turbocharger. That's a much stronger launch. 108.60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 129, and goes through with an 8:41, 139. So not much progress in the back end of the track, but a real good launch. You brought about a month ago, ran down into the 10. Before you know it, Terry Newton's bullied him to get a roll cage, and now he's entered in the Doorslammers. Right, 135.64, 105 at the 8th. Paul Finette goes 10:12, 120. I'm sure that's what he ran on the first one as well.
Could be a pretty good race as well. I think the Transit might have it. It does. 188. What the two cars are traditionally used for, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, you can hear the tyres just chirping all the way up the track. And once again, the Audi lifts off. Still goes through with a 901 at 117, but
He's into the 7s. 798, 171. Dower Carter in Ian Howell. One four-wheel drive, 1 6-cylinder.
that's it. So underneath the hood of Damo's Ford Puma is one of Terry Newton's old engine. In fact, it's the old engine that used to be in the Focus.
All right,
that he used to run as a spare car. So there's a decent setup in there. Well,
807 there for France.
and Rafael Canco, 9:30.
And these two go through the Hocus Pocus Focus with Alan Kenyon. And, well, getting the best run in. 11:90 and 14:28. Yeah, so
It's Andreas Gooding's car. That's a good strong launch though. 145.60 foot. If you can get the power in the mid track, 113 at the 8th, and goes through with a 9:49, 156 to an 11:18 at 129. It's just not making the power at the mid track.
In your own time, Yari. Great looking run. It still sounds like he's on and off it. 6:22 at 242 miles an hour. 104.
Pitor Formella taking on Christopher Schmidt. Now Pitor ran his first 9-second pass earlier today with the TDI Golf. He's doing 114 at the 8th mile in his second run of the day. Produces a 977,
Wow.
144. And Carl Overbury a little bit impatient on the tree. Oh, he's double bowled. Well, 168 foot, 8th mile, 96, 11.13. If it ever comes up.
Oh, right number.
out and walk up to the announcement area. Mark Bailey and Pete Creswell. 8:52, 8:82. Nice to see Pete Creswell just running.
Came to USC last year, won the Sports Compact Shootout.
Oh,
Issues for
of them
both
are
cars.
And both fine gears again. I still 1361 at 100.
Just a case of tuning it to get it right on the number. He's been running 780s or thereabouts. 768. There we go. That's the kind of thing we're looking for.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. Very interesting. Well, he made a really good race of it till Billy went past with an 8:30 at 166. I presume that was a no nitrous checkout run. Might run 2 more. Yep. We're stopping after the next pair after this one.
.906 and 996.
Right. Look at that testing, and Rob makes his straightest run of the year with a 767.
Oh, 904. Oh, that was close. That was close. Shallow stage. Real shallow stage.
Now, of course, this is all just testing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Until
Yeah, till
our
lunchtime.
first break.
Yeah, lunchtime. After lunch, apparently, I only just found that out too. After
Do you mean
lunch.
dinner?
Sorry?
After dinner,
Dinner.
not lunch.
Lunch. This afternoon is just open. It's after the drivers' meeting tonight. Is the
Qualifying.
Qualifying.
So, I don't know if you remember last year, a lot of people just basically said the lanes were so chock-a-block
Yeah.
on the Saturday, and that's because we condensed all those cars into qualifying in one day. So by
So
opening
was
it up on
Friday
a
just
Friday,
testing then? last
Friday
year?
was always just testing.
Okay.
Whereas this year we brought in 3 hours of
Yeah.
Needs
qualifying.
To be, yeah,
Needs
no,
to be,
needs
yeah.
So people have got plenty of time to fix it for Sunday if they do it on
Yeah.
Friday then, basically.
It's good they put.
It's like the Nova that runs in Pro ET, Brett Featherstone. It's got a dial-in board,
Yeah.
and it's like it's blue lights. You can never see the damn thing. .37.6 and 119 and 16.61.
It's the tool chest full of sweets. There's bags there, so if anyone's got kids or if you're feeling a kid yourself, swing by, grab some sweets.
Oh, your name's Colin.
Or if your name's Colin.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit worried about Mark. That is so rare that Mark will pull over to the left-hand side.
And that was instant as well, unfortunately.
Johnny Marriage coasting across the line.
TT that raced last year.
me.
The yellow car's been into the 8. Whoa! He's still going.
Look at that.
Slightly more
speed.
traction than he's used to, I think that was.
175 miles an hour. 866. Wow.
Dave down.
And also with this car, see the real difference that the auto gearbox makes. That'll be a 9 low.
He's lost,
940.
found a 10th. 940 this time round. Similar speed.
Forms of content.
Stealing someone else's video and then commenting and and getting
saying,
away.
I did like this, I didn't like that, whatever.
Right.
That's Kaz Waterhouse in the Slick Tricks lane. Issues in the Kestrel lane.
Well, he has just put a DSG conversion on 3-1.
Well, he took it with us. Took the win last year. He can run in the 8s. He's street legal, of course.
Clicked it
968 clicked early at 109.
Yeah, no point in busting it. Running in 6-cylinder, which is enormous this weekend.
Yeah, 29 this year. It was only 14 last year. Oh, a little bit of wiggle at half track, but his foot was not going to lift. 883, 159. Oh, with a big plume of smoke at the top.
Very big. And that's still going all the way down the shutdown area, unfortunately. But they don't seem to be too worried, probably because it's not their car. But, you know. Oh my goodness me!
Is that for real?
60 foot of the year so far, 0.923.
Germany with the 2-litre 16-valve Golf. Now, much like Marcus Weltz, this is a full-tube chassis car now.
A lot of clutch lip going on. There was a lot of RPM, but not a lot of go that time.
But it still goes through 920, 160 miles an hour on a very nice, stable run.
Right, good for a run what you want. Okay.
Same kind of thing, really. A lot of noise, not a lot of forward motion, unfortunately. Still goes 991 at 139.
But again,
not hanging about. But
I think a lot of these cars have not got. They've got more aftermarket.
From carpet slowing it down. That's been put on hold to pay for the shoots.
no tyre slip for, well, I nearly said either, and then Victoria went a bit wiggly. What's Tony going to do?
774, 191. Both shoots blossom.
That was
And they're green. I wonder if he knew. I wonder if he knew they were green shoots.
Wow, out blazes the tyres off the start line. That won't be a 7.
Yeah, but it's a good looking run once he got it going. 986, 143, but
Good start.
yeah.
11.05 for Ashley, 139. That's been down in the 9s. Do you know the one thing I like about that?
I was like, if you got your cutter with them, I was like, you could have made some good money.
All you have to do is stand at the top of the fire up road and just. $9.48 for Bob, 138. 10.17 at 126. They look very happy
Yeah.
with that.
Yep.
As Tim said to me yesterday, it's about 6 weeks from being finished last year, and it's still the same 6 weeks now. 9 watt for Tim. 9.15, nice opener, 148. Ben goes 12.11, 112. Oh, cheeky little wheelie there from Simon.
Originally, Lowry did enter the 4-cylinder class, but the rules this year were changed that any front-wheel drive has to go in front-wheel drive. You're not allowed in any other class.
Yeah.
13, 17.
Anymore.
What's the camera in here?
I'll explain in a minute.
Is this the commentary to cam thing?
$9.72, 149 for Chris Waterhouse. So nice little opener here in 4-cylinder.
Next year it was Golf R's, then it was the RS3s. This year has been all about the BMW performance cars.
Look at that go. 142 to 60 foot. 8th mile
It's like someone's
is
pressed
590 at 124. At the 8th, 905, 156. Oh, yeah. Lovely opener. Well on, gang.
It's like someone just
Absolutely
pressed fast
superb.
forward. Did you notice that?
1190, 1222.
There's no way you're going to get camping for £62 for an extra four
Wow.
nights.
Literally a off the trailer checkout pass there for Jens.
Yeah, first pass of the year, probably. as well.
It could be, actually, yeah. So, well, I think they'll take that. 750, 570.
That looks rather well behaved.
Oh, it's looking very nice indeed. 782, 169. So we've had 2 cars in 760 run today. And
Definitely not hanging about again. 1060, 142. Is that quicker than the last time we saw it? Because that's very, very.
Right, so we had a 9.5 and a 9.4. It's been over 150 miles an hour. What have we got this time? Can we have a 9.3? No, we can have a 9.22 and a 152.
With a turbo in there. Sorry, twin turbo in there. Elliott runs in the 8s more often than not. And an 869 at 156. Nice looking test run. 1041 for Ronnie. At 120. Twin turbo in two.
No, they cut it down now.
Sorry?
They cut it down.
Did they?
Yeah.
Hopefully Scott hasn't broken a drivetrain, but Simon Innes often ran to a 10.7 perhaps. 10.74. 121.
Colin pretending. I'm sure it happens, obviously. It's got to be the first time ever I've seen you with food.
You haven't actually seen me eat yet. It's just there. The wife brought that.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, I'm a medical marvel. I'm just fat for no reason. Honestly.
I'm sure there must be a reason, but...
I'm yet to find out.
Okay, fair enough. 1638, 78 miles an hour.
Oh, just scrabbling for the grip there.
Now, this is a car I've been looking forward to seeing rolling underneath the tower right now. Is this Audi S2 from Denmark. Completely unknown. I have no idea what his ETs or anything like that is, but it's certainly looking a serious.
Maybe not then.
Oh, you can hear the tyres. Oh.
Got a progressive wobble on as well. Still not slow. 1050, 136 miles an hour.
38. Oh, we got some bulbs. Difficult to see sometimes. Anybody on social media, I need a tailgate for a Fiesta Mark 1. But he's got one. Because as he described, the one that he took off was bananaed.
That looks tame but quick.
928, 151. He's going to need to get back in the 8s this weekend.
What event did he win recently?
Your favourite cars, Darryl?
Of course. Any car that goes nothing like it looks is one of my favourites. Let's put it that way. Paul trickles through the 1265 at 71. Apologies about the Camaro comment, Paul. Not about the once every 10 year one though. That's
no,
3.5
hours.
Where's it? Oh, he got there quick.
I'm so looking forward to seeing the car underneath the tower. I've seen it all around Europe, Italy, Germany, France, and now we're finally going to get to see it at
Can I
Sandpod
have a go
Raceway
at
as well.
saying Franz Aschenbrenner?
Yeah, go for it.
Aschenbrenner. Actually, Colin, would you like to have a go?
No, not yet.
So, one of our big bracket racers. Do you know something, Colin? I love that. That reminds me of one of my best newsreader stories. 812 at 164, not hanging around at all.
That'll do nicely.
Was I think it was Trevor McDonald.
Sounds good.
It's running very well, actually.
Oh yes.
1036 at 130.
I just love the way.
It's way all the way from Hungary.
He knows how to drive it. 144 at the 8th and a 748 at 192.
Get that man a
And he's
straight
feeling
jacket.
brave with no parachute as well.
All right, so Jacob putting his first run in with the Jetta. Now, he has been into the 9s. I don't know where he's going to be at the moment. 11.56, 136 miles an hour, but lots of changes.
Oh, loads of changes. Something very, very quick. I was chatting to a couple of the guys earlier. These cars have got about 60 grand in them.
Wow.
By the time they go and buy a car of this vintage, that nice, with a little Pinto engine, runs 11.17 at 115. Now, is he in big bracket?
Yes, he's big bracket.
Those cars are so... Mark 7 GTI. I reckon 13, 14 second car. Oh, yes. Mr. Podge has just sent me a photo of the...
11.56, 120. And the workshops, and yeah. Oh, broke loose.
Scott Collin with a bit of a wiggle, but it's a good-looking run.
Well, if he can get straight into the 8s, he'll be very happy.
Oh.
8.74! Oh, yes!
Nice.
Oh, that's pretty much on PB territory there. I think he's been 8.72.
Down, which locks the front brakes. I love the little skip.
Nice little checkout pass. 141 at the 8th.
Just making sure everything's working out. 8 flat, 142. 114 to 60 foot.
Having so many spares from him, we've actually got him to start racing now. He's going to be taking on Lewis Lavender with the little 12-second Fiesta. Goes through with a 13.57 to a 14.13.
Oh, is Matthew going straight to the 7s here? Oh! 8.01! How close can you get? 172. Matthew. Right, Justin and Matthew are both in Pro Street. 8.88, 156 there. All the Morris boys.
Well, that was very easy looking for Andy Bond.
Low 7? No, clicked it early.
Oh, he was running in Supergas as well.
Yeah.
You see that? He rolled through.
Well, that'll do Jason rather nicely. A 003 light. That's the best one I've seen so far today. Goes 10.18. I think he wants a bit more than that performance-wise, but first venture onto the track today. It's going to be a very angry hairdresser in a minute if it's not doing what it's told. 12.91 for 101 for Ollie.
Well, I know the engine's in the rear, obviously.
Problems for the Mini,
Well,
so let's see how Dan gets on.
We can ask him now. He's going to get pushed back.
10.68, exactly where the car wants to be. A nod of approval from Nick and Keith and Spencer.
By side here. One sounding very different to the other. Because he's got a V8 in it.
994, 135. Very nice indeed from Chris Skinner there.
Oh, there you go. Oh, well.
10.18, 132. Now, previously,
It still looks big as it's going halfway
really
down
does.
the track.
Well,
102 at the 8th.
Yeah, he's
And
actually dropped off
Yeah,
it.
he's come off.
I think something broke by the look of the way it's reacted. Still goes 11.7, but coasting at the finish line. Darren Scannell, rather boring looking, 12.47 at 127. I'm just kidding, Darren. It's just, you know.
it'll come to me in a minute. The Garrett boys have made the tow hitch and everything. It's all done. He's got his trailer sorted, the whole lot.
That looks pedestrian by Usual standards. Still goes 9:16 though.
Yeah, he wants an 8 this weekend, does John?
That was very calm off the start line. Any idea what they've done?
Didn't look. He's got new wheelie bars.
Okay.
So maybe just.
Totally wrong. Anyway, there we go.
Ooh.
So Patrick, I think, was doing really well in eliminations last year. Busted the gearbox in the
Is that
semi-final.
150 nuts? 155? Yeah, 155, 959 and a 1084, 146.
Okay, John Webb's travel. Yeah, that almost like a second gear launch actually, or a high gear launch that was. It did not go at all like it did previously. But that's what testing's all about. Yeah, John toodles through, 74 miles an hour. I can see Tim Moore, first runs of the year. Lane. Brett Featherstone. Pete's got well capable of running into the 8s, probably about an 8.6 or an 8.7. 8.53, 1.57. And Brett with a 9.69, about where he normally is, to be honest.
It'll be Jose Late's first pass with this new build car.
I'm sure there are plenty lurking, but it used to be very, very populated by diesel cars.
We have a lot of diesel cars in the pits ready to race this weekend. There's Yeri's car as well at the head of the lanes.
Is it more?
Well, Tim will still try to run 990. Apart from a 955, so no delay or anything.
Oh, that will be broken stuff by the looks of that. Maybe not, just jumps out of gear.
That's a bit of a wild run. Right, let's see what the Sinus can do. 102 at the 8th, 11.26, 131 miles an hour, and a 12.47 at 144. So the back. Okay, right, so is it into stage? Going to build up the boost. Look at that launch. Disappears in a cloud of smoke. It's cleared up now, but still didn't really give it much revs off the line and still went 119 60 foot.
Well, that's obviously why it doesn't run a wheelie bar.
The lockdown skinnies coming for him because he won them in the European Front Wheel Drive Christmas raffle. They should, I think they're held in customs at the moment because I was supposed to have like 10 pallets of wheels arrived last week.
Okay.
11.44, 126 now.
Oh,
Well,
something's
something
gone
rolls off, yeah.
skittering off towards the wall. Yeah, the crew has seen it.
He's like, it's yours. It's past me.
That settled down really nicely after the initial shake.
Mid-track doing 142 and then a couple of pops and bangs. Still goes 873, 134, but a new personal best for Diogo, 934 at 152.
Well, so don't expect it to go all the way through. But he is finished, so it might do. 711, 173. He staged with the headers, though. When he went up on the two-step, it bumped.
Well, unfortunately, just a launch there for Justin. It sounded like it's either popped out of gear or lost all its gears, but good looking run for Thomas. 10.27, 151 miles an hour at the stripe. Great opportunity.
Yeah.
They're so good. So somewhere around 988, I'm going to have a guess with Lee. Okay, 989. Call me a liar for 100th. And 1038 there.
Yeah, there's a lot a lot of cars from Denmark here this weekend. Did you see Chris Newsom's door open and close then?
I didn't.
Okay,
I
all
was
right.
looking
It
at
did, I
the
wasn't making
Opel
it
being
up.
pushed back. So Chris goes through the 965 at 138.
He seemed rather pleased with that, which is always good.
Whoa! Carried the front wheels almost to 60 foot there. I think he just came off the throttle there because he wasn't sure if it was going to go higher or not. Still goes 965 at 138. Well, the Cadet is no slouch whatsoever. 987, 144. And George goes through 1106 at 132.
Right, I've got something to show you. Goodness me, that looks
Whoa.
quicker than a 9. Goodness me, that's an 8 something.
He's being chased.
877! Oh my goodness me.
160 miles an hour. Goodness
Wow.
me. I think that was the nose on with the staging beam there.
Oh. Smoke signals. Bob goes 948, 138.
Well, unfortunately, some.
Oh yeah. $854, 160. I think Brian's going to be looking for more than that.
What, a bit more? I think that was probably no nitrous.
Parker building up the boost. The Golf driving around the Escort on the mid-track, doing 106 miles an hour, and Grant goes through with a 10-11, 130.
Wallace. Well, Gino can normally run in the low 9s, high 8s, but he ain't going to be doing that on this particular pass. Josh goes 1238 at 109.
Going the long way around, 165, 64, 113 at the 8th. And Pitor Formella, 995, 144. His first 9-second pass. Congratulations.
First ever?
Yeah.
Wow. We're going to be saying that, well, yeah.
Loving the noise this car makes.
$10.50,
Wow.
131 this time.
That's a big old improvement.
Well, Colin's going up the wall, but keeping going, which is a good thing. 747 for Belinda, 798 for Colin. Yeah, that was pretty good. Frankly, next week in Pro Mod as well.
We got one of them this time. He had both of them last time.
He nearly didn't get off it. Look at that 60 foot again. 0.962 to 60. 330. I can't help thinking, honestly, that people like that, they're just really good sports for entering in classes that they've, they're seriously outgunned, but they've got just as good a chance as anyone, really.
That's it. But a lot of them then go sort of like into competition and they look to be the fastest air-cooled and stuff like that. Still, 13.09, 94 miles an hour.
Someone's running out of engine at the top end there. 8.40, 152. Very, very nice looking run. Nice and smooth and easy, actually, for
Wasn't
Marion.
it a new car to him last year when he turned up at this event?
Right. There's a trick for making sure you keep your boot in it, right? Imagine this.
Decided to be a sensible boy and bought a house last year, so racing is quite on the back burner at the moment. Well, old 5 up, not quite sounding too correct as he rolls through with a 16.90 to
Ryan Huxley's put the Focus up for sale.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's available now. Good speed for John Gamble, 11.10.
Given a bit of a head start.
I was giving him the win light, actually.
Not going to catch that, is he? 947, 146.
Chris Waterhouse in 4-cylinder class this weekend. Chris looking to get the Audi back down into the 9s, doing 113 at the 8th, and goes 979.
Lovely little launch. Just tickled those front wheels in the air, not too much. 571 at the 8th, but he's coasting towards the stripe. 950, 111.
Let's see how it works.
Well, Thomas Bumblitz away first. He's in the big bracket this weekend. And that's a good looking run. 1025, 128. And breathing heavy at the top there.
think
But
you're
I don't
all right.
I don't want any dramas on.
Oi, where are you going, Simon? Where are you going, sir?
But it was going quite well until it wasn't.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Man
stop there,
running
John.
in Brad Morgan's Renault 5 this year, he's racing in his own car. Well, it was a good launch for the Tigra, 151 60 foot. He's off the throttle now. At this point, he's going to be looking over his shoulder going, I can't let a Metro beat me. Goes through with a 12.53 to a 14.19. That's that first. Nissan 200 SX did not make the call, so the road car comes into play. He's taking on Wayne Shepherd with the M3 competition. 987, 137 miles an hour to a 13.4 Golf, taking on Carl Overberry from France. It's a good side-by-side race. Issues for Carl, but Sean is away in front at the moment. 99 miles an hour out the 8th, and Sean Duffy goes through with an 11.33, 125.
6:39, low ET of the day. Yeah, but way better.
Way better. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, the little pedal there by Constantine.
Just a little
Marcus
bit too
Velt
much.
goes through the top end, 7.59, 185 miles an hour to an...
Oh, here.
Okay, right, Cameron Bishop with his Civic. He's been down into the 10s before. This will be his second Doorslammers. Doing 111 at the 8th mile. Goes through with a 10.50, 139. And Nick Foot goes through with a 12.98. Ooh! 142, 60 foot.
What's his PB?
142 at the 8th. And goes through with an 8.38, 142 miles an hour. Showing.
Okay, we are back, and now it's all changed, as it is now qualifying for all of our race classes. Big Bracket are more than welcome to come down and put test passes in if they so wish to. I don't know, one of the two of them will be, but this is where it all starts from now. It's open qualifying. Don't forget, we want everybody in pairs so we can get more people through. We are running until 8 o'clock this evening. The best of luck to everybody.
So, I just want to be clear on a couple of things. Is front-wheel drive the only class we're looking... Sorry, Luke. Is front-wheel drive looking like the only class we're going to have a bump spot?
No.
We're going to have a 32 bump in four-cylinder as well, are we?
I don't know.
Six-cylinder has got a bump. 760 heads up has got a bump.
So six-cylinder is 29 cars down to 16.
16.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're joking. I thought it'd be run as a 32.
No, where's the...
Anyway, Jack Marriage and Tom Wrigley going to be the first out there to put in runs. True Street and four-cylinder. Goodness me, that thing goes. Warp speed BMWs, they should be known as. 878, 159 miles an hour. And they don't even look that fussed about that.
Because they've been quicker.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Right, yeah,
that's
so
probably why.
just to... Pro Street is 16 car ladder with a bump, because I think there's 18 or 19.
Okay.
Front wheel drive, 64 car ladder.
77.
Yep, 77. Four-cylinder, 32 car ladder. There's 44, I think, of those.
Okay.
And obviously 760 heads up. It's an 8-car ladder, 10 cars entered.
So they've all got to qualify pretty much, yeah?
Yeah, pretty
Apart from, what about six-cylinder? It's because six-cylinder's got 29.
Yeah, it's
Are
a
they-
32-car ladder.
It will run as
Yeah.
32. Okay, fair enough. So, a couple of practice runs with Big Bracket. Paul Marston and Darren Huxley. Anything in the Big Bracket is the only class that's not actually running. 895 for Paul Marston. And 1048 for Darren.
Right. Craig Evans making his first appearance of the weekend.
Well, if you're going to run, you might as well make it count.
Well, that's it. I mean, if I'm looking at my front-wheel drive list, there still is so many cars that have not yet turned up.
Yeah.
Chris Favini making his second run
Craig
of the
Evans not
weekend.
going to get to the other. Oh, yes, he is. That's a 5.82 60 foot. So Chris Fabiani goes through with a 12.93. Craig Evans is qualified with an 18.92. Now, if every car puts representative runs in, that will not get qualified. He'll need to get another one.
That's it. David Hubbard making his debut of the day with the VW Caddy. He was here last weekend for Run What You Brung, doing his first initial tests with the 20-valve turbo Caddy. He's going to be taking on Kaz Waterhouse, one of our four-cylinder class competitors. Well, he launched, it died. He's getting A to B. Unfortunately, though, I think it's going to take more than an A to B to get yourself qualified in the front-wheel drive class with 77 cars entered. Now, I know during the break there I managed to catch up with a couple of people and find out a few of the cars which are not making it. So that 77 does begin to drop down. But we've got some heavy hitters in the lanes. Torsten Middendorf next on the track. He had a good run earlier today. First run off the trailer into the 8s. He's going to be taking on Grant Moore, the Pigeon.
One of the best names on the car. I love it.
So Torsten's personal best is an 8:25. Wow, 138.60 foot, but then a little slight misshift. Grant's still out in front, and if this was the race on the elimination stage, Grant would have won it. 972 and 140 to a 1051.
Right, another test pass for the Big Bracket. This is the Yorkshire Terrier himself, Bob Molden.
So Torsten's actually qualified for the first time he's ever been here then? Because if he broke it in testing each time, he'd been before.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, it would have
It
been
would
on
have been if
Friday.
it was Friday morning or whatever.
So what are we looking at for Barber? 9.4 something? 9.49 at 138.
Slightly slower than I was expecting for the simple reason the weather's great.
Yeah.
Really, really good for running quick numbers.
Mr. Boost.
Got married yesterday.
And there is the new Mrs. Boost down there. Rach.
Oh, honeymoon time.
Yeah.
This is his honeymoon race.
That's it. Brand new setup with the D Series car. Made some decent power at the EFI Parks the other day. We're taking on Chris Waterhouse. Now, Chris has been into the 9s on a couple of occasions already today. And he is out in front and goes
with
through
a
with a
big
975.
Cloud of smoke for Chris Waterhouse through the finish line, 148. Matt Davis goes 11:38. He'll likely be in the draw no matter what. Just doing a quick check after that run in the Kestrel Lane.
Well, having a good old look out there. And unfortunately, yeah, we've got some fluid up the top end. Ian's sprinting for the tractor. And that gives us a chance to have a look into the lanes, see what's going on there. Looks like we've got Ollie Whitehouse down there with the Beetle. Oh, look, Colin Miller just strutting his stuff. We have a microphone walking around. Who are we going to have a chat with? Let's have a chat with Colin Miller.
Well, there we go. Let's hope.
Here we go.
So, Colin, give us a nod if you can hear us. There we go. Can he hear us? No, he's bending over for some reason that I can't quite work out. He's trying to hear the microphone. There we go. So, Colin, if you can hear us, sir, your thoughts on racing in 760 this weekend?
I'm really excited to race in this class.
No, you need to more excitement than that. Anyway, what we're doing, folks, just for you people out there on the banking and on the grandstands, we've actually got like a live roaming camera, and Colin Miller's in the Fire Out Road, and our cameraman is going round and having a chat with people when he can. So I think there we go. Teething difficulties are always the thing, but we can see him.
Hear me okay?
Oh, we can now.
There we go. Right. No, we've finished now. We're back to racing. It's all
No,
right.
we're
Just
not.
kidding.
No.
Just kidding. Right, so Colin, if you can hear us now,
Yes.
your thoughts on racing 760. Has it been difficult getting the car to run the numbers compared to all out like Outlaw Anglia?
I'm finding it very difficult at the moment.
So what's the main difference? Is it slowing the car down?
Obviously, the car is set up for the hit, for the big hit all the time. We're only giving it a tickle of nitrous and then we're coming off it, and the car obviously is getting a bit light, moving around the track, as you've probably seen the last couple of meetings we've been at. I need some major changes, but we're trying to refrain from major changes and trying to run it the way it is at the moment.
At least the good thing about you doing it the way you're doing at the moment, at least it looks really consistent off the start line, but like you said, a little bit wandery down the racetrack.
Yeah, it's, to be honest, we've found a really sweet spot for the 60 foot and the 330 foot. Fantastic. It's just when we come off the power, the car is disliking the lack of push and tending to move around. So we're making changes. We're progressively moving forward. So fingers crossed tonight we might see a number that we'd like on the board.
Well, I've got a quick suggestion for you. Now, I don't know whether you remember a few years ago now, one of our friends from the Netherlands ran a supercharged car in Super Pro, and he hit his number every time by pulling the chutes at 1,000 foot, yeah? So maybe if you hit it really, really hard, just pull the chutes at 1,000 foot, I bet you'll be dead on the 760 every time.
Don't give me any ideas, please.
Well, it sure would be fun to watch, but Good luck for this weekend. As always, it's great to see you. Proper showman.
Thank you
Colin
very
Miller.
much, gents. Thank you.
No bother.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Barney. Well done.
Well done, Barney. Now, once we've got Barney there, he's going to pan around with the camera, and let's just see who else who's going to be the next.
Everyone looks really embarrassed all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, help! What do I do? I need to run away.
Yeah, Mark Turner. Let's have a word
quick
with
chat
Mark
with
Turner.
Mark.
Yeah, let's go and have a word with him. Now, Barney, that's that guy straight in front of you. I don't know if Barney knows everybody, but
Yep.
we now
tell
have
him.
Mark Turner. Mark, how you doing, buddy? You've got to listen as well.
I can't hear anything.
That's all right.
Neither could Colin. He made it up as he went along.
Yeah, he's deaf as a post, is our Mark Turner. So, Mark, you're in 760 this weekend. The reason he can't hear anything is the car
Someone
going
behind
past
him. That's right. Yeah.
So we'll let that car go by.
Okay,
And,
maybe
little-
I can hear you now.
Yeah, how we doing, Mark?
Very good.
760 once again. You've hit that number bang on before. Can you do it again? Because I've got a funny feeling it's what's going to take this weekend, isn't it?
I would just keep teasing a little bit of timing out of it, and I think we'll get down there. It showed promise that last run. We went 68, so cool off a little bit. Maybe try the right lane, and I think we'll be there.
Good, successful testing last weekend.
Yeah, perfect. It was really good reception by all the Japanese cars as well, so yeah, it was good.
Good stuff. We are getting ready to go once again. Mark, all the best of luck this weekend, mate.
Thank you,
Hope it
Colin.
goes well.
Thank you, Darryl.
And we'll see you soon. Cheers. Right, so watch out for a lot more of
That kind of
thing. Commentator Comcam. We got to have a name for it in due course. This is Jordan Bishop with El Gapo, the Elise, running in 4-cylinder, going alongside another 4-cylinder competitor. This is Ollie Whitehouse with the Beetle.
Well, since we've got an air-cooled car on there, can I just do a big shout-out to Noah, sitting at home with Martin and the family? That's a notch, a good launch by Ollie Whitehouse there. 146.60 foot, 95 at the 8th mile. I think this is going to go into the 11s. He's being chased by the Lotus. 11.39, 111 miles an hour to an 11.36. That is one of Ollie's fastest runs.
Well, he'll take that.
He'll take that all day long.
Right, hopefully he's going to make his way forward. Jack Bowley with the MR2, but getting ready to run is Adam Phillips, cooking on gas, the Beetle in 4-cylinder.
Loves the stickers in Jack's window.
He's already calling people out, by the way.
Is he?
Oh, I saw him in the lanes. He wants one of the BMWs. He wants Buzz with the Lambo. So be interesting to see how he gets on. But here he is, Big Chief himself, Jack Bowley. He appreciated the call, the shout out in the driver's briefing as well. So well done, Jack. So Jack running in True Street, Adam running in 4-cylinder. Problems for Jack. Stops dead. Door open. Adam still going. Goes 15.19 at 87 miles an hour, but quick inspects underneath the Toyota of Jack Bowley. Oh, Jack, mate. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Curses, mate, curses.
He's currently sticking to the track.
Oh dear. But yeah, having a good look. We're having a look at the live feed actually, and just checking underneath the back of the car.
I'll tell you what. What are we, Friday evening, day one? If you're watching on the live stream, do us a favour. Let us know where you are watching the Doorslammers from, because we've got racers from all across Europe. We've got, of course, Malta, Portugal, Germany, France, Netherlands, Bulgaria. it'd be great to see how far we are reaching on the live stream. So please put it in the comments, whether you're watching on Santapod TV, our YouTube channel, or Santapod Raceway, our Facebook page. We'd love to see some of the comments and let us know where you are watching from this Friday evening. Hopefully you're watching from Santapod Raceway, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of people watching online.
Good to see Victoria Smith back in the lane. She did have a fuel pump issue earlier on. It looks like that's been sorted, so she's heading back down into the lanes. Good to see. But look how far back the lanes are. Literally going underneath the VP arch. That's Justin Woolner running the Camaro this weekend. Managed to nick the keys off. Right, now then hopefully Justin can hear us. Justin, you managed to nick the keys to the Camaro back off Sally.
Catch my breath.
Right, okay, we'll try that again. Justin, you managed to nick the keys to the Camaro back off Sally, yeah?
Well, a week before, otherwise she wouldn't let me bring it.
Ah, right. But no, you've had a couple of runs today. Not as quick as you probably want it just yet, but hence another run tonight.
No, one run this morning. It ran. We've had some issues with it all this year, really, and last year. I think we've got them put to bed now. I've changed cap, rotor, plugs, leads, bypassed the kill switch, bypassed the tack, bypassed the alternator. And it finally turns out it was the MSD box gone wrong.
Oh.
So we got it all back together last weekend, and then my new tyres turned up on Tuesday. So it's all been at last minute, but yeah, we're here. So going to chuck a bit of gas down it now, and hopefully it wakes up and does what it's supposed to.
Well, the best of luck, mate. Get some good numbers in. We know you're capable of it. We know the car's capable of it. Just hope all the stars align and it works out well for you. So best of luck, mate.
Bless your heart. Thanks very much.
All right. So Justin Woolner then with the Camaro running in, I think he's in True Street actually. So really do hope that Justin can get that car really hooked up well. It's a regular 8-second car that. You can see the new Hoosiers on the back of the car there. There is Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster, a former winner of the four-cylinder class, but also can run in 760 heads up, and he's now having a microphone thrust in his face. So let's have a word with Kev.
I love the fact it's someone else doing this instead of me at the top end. Because it's a good thing.
Kev, how are we doing, buddy? Good to see you here.
Good, thank you.
So, what's the status report for you?
That last run had but it was stuck on burnout mode. So it had 3 psi and 7,000 RPM. So it was driver error, unfortunately.
All been there, all done that.
Yeah.
So another run in tonight, obviously. What's your? I mean, you've taken money away from this event before. You've won it.
A couple of times, yeah.
Yeah. Can you do it for a third time?
I think so. I'll give it my best, as I always do. So I'll try my best.
Best of luck, mate. Okay, well, put your race face on. It was going to take you a while to get to the head of the lanes, but have some fun, buddy, out there. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so the Fraudster, Kev Jenkins, wish him all the best of luck for this weekend. And as Kev said, he is a former winner of this event, has done very, very well indeed. He's taken money away, which is what it's all about at the end of the day. Just having a quick look at the history for Kev. Where is he? He won it in 2021. He beat Andy Hughes in the final. And he also won it in 2019. He beat Darren Scannell when we had the all Ford Escort final. So, yeah, he has got good form at this event. So best of luck for him this weekend. Give you a status update on the track. The tractor is out there just doing a little bit of sledding. The shoe actually has gone right up to the top end. I think that's basically just following where Jack's car was towed off at the top end. But that's why it's really, really important to all of our racers, and I think they've all realised it themselves actually. Get in the lanes, get a run in tonight so that you have got a number going into tomorrow, because if we do get delays on track, it's going to delay the pairing lanes. So just bear that in mind. But very good to see that the pairing lanes are chock-a-block all the way to the VP Arch and further, I think, looking at there's Matt Southcote with his street legal car. Looking forward to seeing Matt on street weekend of all things, but let's have a look then. Where is he? Right.
Everyone breathes in.
Yeah,
Let's go and find the driver.
Find the driver.
Let's hunt the driver. Where's he gone? We're looking for him. He's a bit like a Formula One driver, is our Matt. He's gone on a comfort break, and he's never on the grid when you need him. But then, having said that, you wouldn't expect him to be with the car waiting for it for about an hour or so. So we may come back to see.
I like that. He's got the crew just pushing it down.
Yeah.
And it text me when you go beyond the parent. but when you're beyond the zebra crossing.
We've got him. We've got him. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who tuned in at home, we got Matt Southcott up there. Matt, good evening, buddy.
Good evening.
The car is going well. We're in the sevens this weekend already.
Yep, very pleased with that.
And
we give it another couple of pound of boost. Thank you to John Sleuth for everything he's done, and Trevor Hurst.
yeah. Now then, Matt, you're running this car at Street Weekend, aren't you?
Yep, we are planning on running it.
Got your tow bar sorted out, because I know I'm having issues with mine, but are you all sorted? Are you actually running a tow bar? I know it's a
Yep,
random
I'm planning
question.
on running a tow bar with a trailer, doors on the trailer, keep you cool, off you go.
Good stuff. Right, what do you think about this weekend? Doorslammers, big field of cars to get around this weekend. You've laid your gauntlet down fairly early. You're into the sevens. What do you think? What can you do?
I really don't know. I don't want to ruin it. Give it a little bit more boost, see what happens this run.
Good. And obviously no issues. I think it was the axle that you wounded, a few meetings ago now. But all good. No dramas since then?
No drama since then. We destroyed the axle. Jeff Hauser rebuilt it for me last Friday, put it back in. We'll try again.
Good stuff. Matt, wish you all the best of luck, mate. We say the same to everybody, but have fun out there. You're racing against people that you probably never raced before. You know, it's a real mixed bag out there. But at the end of the day, have some fun, yeah?
Thank you very much, and I will.
Okay,
Cheers.
Matt. So there we go. Matt Southcott running the awesome car out there. As I say, it is street legal. And there it is for your glory there. That is one heck of a car. Beautiful car. And if you are here, obviously you need to go and check that one out in the pits. So, wishing Matt all the best of luck with that one. All right, looking down behind us, we got the, I've been looking forward to seeing this, the Overkill Mazda. That'll be putting its first pass of the weekend, running in 4-cylinder. Pairing lanes looking chock-a-block. We've got backup Bob down there. Pete Lane. Pete has taken money from the big bracket before. He's done very, very well in the past. And also Paul Houston is down there with the Firebird. Lee Charles, we can see he's down there for a big bracket test pass. And it's, basically everybody's in the lanes. It's just about where they actually are.
Indeed. And directly underneath us, we have one of our drivers from South Africa. Carl Jacobs is going to make his first hit with the 4-cylinder Mazda. Looking on YouTube, loads of people replying in there, people watching from all over the world. So thank you very much for tuning in. Loads of people watching from the grandstand as well.
Good stuff. They're tuning. Those of you on the top of the banking, a very good afternoon. That's for everybody on the banking. Good afternoon to you. The Scarlet's still up there. Yeah, because they haven't moved, are they? Have you planted yourselves there for the next 3 days? Or is it the next 2 weeks?
Next
Because you're
2
going to hear
weeks.
for the main event as well.
I'll tell you what.
Probably got a pop-up tent. They're just going to put it over themselves overnight. So, good stuff.
I'd love to know by a poll, though. Hands up if you have been here all day watching Doorslammers. Hands up if you have been here all day.
Quite a lot. Yeah.
There's a few people on the banking. Thank you very much. Hands up if you've been to work today and you are now joining us from the evening. There's a few hands going up there. Yes. That must have been quite hard being at work today, just sitting there knowing that racing's going on.
They've all had it switched on their
100%.
computers. I know Brett Cordell messaged me earlier on. He's been watching the live feed all day long. Sean Bowe is had it on his iPhone, working in the pub in London. I mean, he's now. I think he could be.
He was here
now.
yesterday. I was drinking with
Was he?
him.
No. Was he? I thought he came up. Oh no, he was yesterday.
I was drinking with him last night.
Yeah, he was. He came up last night. He took his tent and everything with him to work, and then he came up on the train to Wellingborough.
not?
Good
Why
lad.
not?
Well done. Good effort, mate. That's right, Sean. If you're on a staycation, be interested to find out where you're going back to work. Oh, is he? Shame, mate. Never mind.
Wow. So, yeah, Carl Jacobs underneath the tower next. Also behind us is Amir Akram Assad. He's got the... he's basically nephew to Mr. Jamshed, went on a little tour. Look at him smiling there. He went to America a couple of weeks ago and basically just bought as much as he could in Summit Racing. He is now fully complimented up with this car.
Really? Wow.
So he's going to be coming and joining us.
Was that all hand? Was that excess baggage he bought back then?
Yeah, he just paid excess baggage. He just bought drive shafts, engines.
That is the way to do it.
They all went fully. They went to Summit. He's bought race suit, harnesses, hands device, boots, gloves, the lot. And he's like, this race suit is like £800 in the UK. He's like, I paid $300.
Yeah.
It was just worth a little holiday and go and get yourself kitted out.
Good effort. A very, very good effort indeed.
And I believe he was going up to scrutineering today as well to be teched properly, ready to make sure everything is good for Compliminator in the future.
Well, he's got his. You can see his smiley face sticker on the top corner of his windscreen. So he's been race. What's the word?
Race approved,
isn't it? So we can see that. As does the Mazda down there.
So the way it works basically is go to the States and get everything. The money you save, you spend on the trip, so you get a free trip.
100%. This is what we do for
Sounds
World
like
Cup finals. For many years, James Wilday has been telling me, he's like, I go to World Cup finals. I was like, you go every year. I'm so jealous. He's like, I go and buy the parts, and the money that I save on the parts pays for my holiday, and it's a free holiday.
Bizarrely, I'm doing the same things with diecast because I've got somebody now in America that looks after them for me. And when I go out to the States next March, I'll go and pick them up.
Oh, I bet you're fun on the plane, aren't you?
How much
they'll be in the hold.
How much are the diecast you're buying? Okay, don't answer
that one. I can't answer that one.
Don't answer that one. Don't answer that one. Anyway, we've still got a little bit more sledding to do and clean up right up the top end. You can see that past the Sanzapod sign up there. We won't be long, folks. Only probably about another 5 or 10 minutes. People are still sitting in their cars waiting, but they give them a 5-minute warning. So we'll let you know when that is. We'll hand back to the radio station for just a few moments, and we'll be back on with more qualifying action at Doorslammers as soon as we can. on the number. He's been running 780s or thereabouts. 768. There we go. That's the kind of thing we're looking for.
Yeah.
175 miles an hour. Very interesting. Well, he made a really good race of it till Billy went past with an 8:30 at 166. I presume that was a no nitrous checkout run. Might run 2 more. Yep. We're stopping after the next pair after this one.
.906 and 996.
Right. Look at that testing, and Rob makes his straightest run of the year with a 767.
Oh, 904. Oh, that was close. That was close. Shallow.
Anyway, Jack Marriage and Tom Wrigley going to be the first out there to put in runs. True Street 4-cylinder. Goodness me, that thing goes. Warp speed BMWs, they should be known as. 878, 159 miles an hour. A couple of practice runs with Big Bracket. Paul Marston and Darren Huxley. Anything in the Big Bracket is the only class that's not actually running. 895, Paul Marston.
Not yet turned up.
Yeah.
Chris Favini making his second run
Craig
of the
Evans not
weekend.
going to get to the other. Oh, yes, he is. That's a 5.82 60 foot. So Chris Fabiani goes through with a 12.93.
Well, he launched, it died. He's getting A to B. Unfortunately, though, I think it's going to take more than an A to B to get yourself qualified in the front-wheel drive class with 77 cars entered. Now, I know during the break there I managed to catch up with a couple of people. Wow, 138, 60 foot, but then a little slight misshift. Grant's still out in front, and if this was the race on the eliminations day, Grant would have won it. 9-7.
So what are we looking at for Barber? 9.4 something? 9.49 at 138.
The EFI parts the other day. We're taking on Chris Waterhouse. Now Chris has been into the 9s on a couple of occasions already today. And he is out in front and goes through with a 9.75.
Cloud of smoke for Chris Waterhouse through the finish line, 148. Matt Davis goes 11.38. He'll likely be in the draw.
Problems for Jack. Stops dead. Door open. Adam still going. Goes 15.19 at 87 miles an hour, but for those two.
To be lining up against Clint Finette later on this weekend for a bit of grudge racing.
Well, I think that is literally going through the motions run there. 10.27, 137. Safely through. Much straighter from the Sierra this time. Not really weaving around so much. Should be in the 10s again. 1068, 136. But he goes 1154 and 114.
Underneath the hood of that, obviously a big old turbocharger. That's a much stronger launch. 108.60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 129, and goes through with an 841, 139. So not much progress in the back end of the track, but a real good launch. You brought about a month ago, ran down into the 10. Before you know it, Terry Newton's bullied him to get a roll cage, and now he's entered in the Doorslammers. Right, 135.60 foot, 105 at the 8th. Paul Finette goes 10, 12, 120. I'm sure that's what he ran on the first one as well.
Could be a pretty good race as well. I think the Transit might have it. It does.
On 88.
What the two cars are traditionally used for, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, you can hear the tyres just chirping all the way up the track. And once again, the Audi lifts off. Still goes through with a 901 at 117, but
Damo Carter in Ian Howell. One from
We
the
are
drive,
back
1 6
to-
cylinder.
so underneath
I've
the hood of
qualified.
Damos.
Thank you very much indeed, as always, to our incredible Sandsborough Raceway track crew who do all of this week in, week out.
Really
Dave.
been looking forward to seeing this. Carl Jacobs with the overkill. Oh boy.
So Dave Warren says, "Get away from my Christmas tree." So story with this car then. Carl is from South Africa, presumably lives here.
Yes.
I've seen pictures of this car for some time now. It's been quite a while in the making, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. He used to race over in South Africa with an actual Mazda 323, which was originally a front-wheel drive car, and then this. If you kind of look at it, it looks like a 323 that someone's got on like Photoshop and just stretched it a little bit.
Yeah, there aren't that many Mazda 323 Pro Mod style bodies hanging about.
But it's got the Ecotech engine that a lot of people run over in the States. He's going to be taking on Amir with the Civic. Now Amir's been down into the 10s in his short career racing this car. He's definitely got hooks and it's getting quicker and quicker. He's just got to wait patiently while the final adjustments are done on the overcool performance car. Now Carl's made a few of the Yam Yam Racing test days, putting in test hits with this car. I don't think I've seen it go a full quarter mile under power. But there is so much potential in this car, and we'll see how it goes. Don't forget, this is now qualifying. Front-wheel drive in our Kestrel beer lane, 4-cylinder car in our Slicktrik racing lane. Well, Amir just forgot to wait. That's a good launch. 130.60 foot, 127 at the 8th. And Carl Jacob throws the chutes just before the finish line for an 881 and 135. Right, next up, the JNR fabrication car. 9-second VW Golf. Taking on Jan with the little air cooled. So, Ant Mincher's first run of the day. Quite a few of our front-wheel drive class racers have been sitting out practice, just waiting until we go into a qualification. No rush for a lot of the guys. They know what they've got to do. Just waiting for our track crew to clear at the top end, and there we go. Well, the lights drop, a little bit of a bog for Anthony Mincher. He's going to be out in front and going through the finish line with a 10.87, 133. So 12.57 at 112.
Right, two of our big bracket racers here for a couple of test passes. This is Pete Lane, who has made the final of big bracket before, and going one better, actually, Lee Charles has actually taken the title in the big bracket before. So two very successful racers in this category. In fact, Lee Charles took his win over Billy Gain on the Sunday of the 2022 running of the event. 2021, the year before, Keith Herbert defeated Pete Lane in the final. So back up Bob, the car that Pete is running, the Barracuda, going alongside Lee Charles. 9.89 is what he ran earlier. I predicted an 88, but that's how consistent this car is. Let's see what they got for us then. Check out passes for a couple of our big bracket races. .986 this time round for Lee Charles, and Pete goes 11.73. All right, Paul Houston with the Firebird, running in Pro Street, and it's one of our four-cylinder racers, the Carmen Gear of Mark Eltringham. Paul has put one pass in earlier on today, but these are the ones that count.
Mark Eltringham running his first 9-second pass a couple of weeks ago. Well, wow. Something went a bit wild underneath the car of Mark Eltringham there.
Every which way but straight. And a soft 11.92 at 116 there for Paul with the Scottish Bird.
Scotty.
Well, that's what he's called it. Well, Mark Eltringham just gently taking the car up to the quarter mile and beyond, and he'll take that first exit and clear the top end. There he goes, under the gantry. Hopefully he'll swing out. All right, and then turn left.
So below us right now, David Lammick, reigning champion in the front-wheel drive class. And Martin Dainty making his first run of the day. So David Lammick earlier almost matched his personal best with the gearbox jumping out of gear at half track.
That's mad.
So his personal best is 8.25 at 179 miles an hour. We have the potential for a world record here. A European record, should we say.
Oh, look at the way that's gone.
135.60 foot.
That's going to be really
145.30. Here we go at the top end. 8.22, 146 miles an hour. A new personal best for David Lammick, but once again, 146 miles an hour.
You could hear him run out of gears at the top end. It was actually hit on the limiter way before the finish line too. I mean, look at that, only putting on 2 miles an hour, 144 at the 8th. That was a beautiful launch. That was one of the nicest, cleanest front-wheel drive launches I think I've ever seen.
Comparing it to Petros's 7, it's 133 to a 135. 8th mile is 520 to a 530. So he's got the potential for the 7-second run this weekend.
If he can get the gears.
If he can get the gears.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's running out of puff before the finish line. That's the problem. I mean, don't get me wrong, it goes like a bandit, but it's very, very, and I'm not being rude at all, very rare you see a front-wheel drive make that kind of a clean run with no wheel hop, nothing. Just undramatic hooks goes.
Well, the bars certainly work, that's for sure.
Okay, next pair, and then Jose Late taking on Linda Thomas. Although Linda Thomas being standing on the line.
12.10 for Jose, 115 and a 14.78 for Linda in the 4-cylinder class. Okay, we got Steve Matthews up next. Practice run for the big racket tomorrow. It's more like it. The reaction time was definitely like it. 001 on the tree. Okay, we've got the Williams boys underneath the tower. So Nick Williams, Dan Williams isn't far away as well.
Right, well, if anybody's got a spare race car, Lee Huxley needs something to race this weekend because unfortunately we have a wounded bullet and he ain't going to get a new cam over the weekend, and he's probably out for the main event as well. So if anybody's got a spare car, instead of just asking for parts, if anybody's got a spare car, they can lend Lee. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Here we go then. Nick Williams hopefully has moved the weight around and the car's not going to stand on its bumper again. No, it has.
Drifting Camaros.
Yeah, okay, it did it again.
Seems to be a bit more vicious than usual.
Yeah, the problem they've got is obviously the engine has all been redone, but they went to the settings how it used to be, and now they've got to try and move it all around to get it to settle with the new combination. When they do get it to settle, that car is going to fly. But that was well, a good light. But I'm trying to find a positive out of that. But yeah, that engine's got some power. Right, Paul Maggots, Darren Scannell, a couple of 4-cylinder racers. Unusual not to see Darren Scannell wrestling the gearbox for me, because we normally see it, but no, he's got a sequential now. Takes it to a 10.15, 136. Paul goes 10.48, 131. And if 2 escorts wasn't enough for you, let's have another. Ay, ay, ay. Not supposed to take the chief starter out.
It's not a slalom, son.
Yeah. Wow. Almost run out of talent then. Dan Warren and John Gamble. What a car, though.
What did I miss, eh?
Nothing. Look at the replays on later on.
That's what I say, yeah. That's a good thing. I can just go click here.
So, Dan Warren then and John Gamble, these two both in 4-cylinder. Two rather rapid cars. Let's see what they can do.
Something dropped down underneath Jonathan Gamble's Cosworth.
It's now going that way.
It's now rolling away.
Well, there's nothing hanging from underneath the car, but as you say, yeah, something did depart company. 16:09, 50 miles an hour there for Dan. Well, John Gamble has had everything on that run.
So we've had Anthony.
What is the offending part?
If it's hot, is it hot?
I think.
No.
I think
Yes.
that's.
No, it's not. You think what's right?
I think that's the bracket that used to run underneath the prop, which has now dropped down. Because there was something spinny hanging down,
They're
and there was a lot of hop, skipping, and jumping off the start line.
There's a lot of that goes on at this event, isn't there? So I said a drive shaft donation box is definitely needed for future reference. Yeah, the quad is going to come and take him off out the way.
So let's have a little nosy to see Dan Williams and Dave Cherrett are down there. I think I'm going to have to... I can't remember if these two raced last year in the semi-finals of the big bracket. Going to have to check the old previous year's results. Might be right.
Well, he's off and moving. So Dan Williams is down there, along with Dave and Steve Cherrett. I can see remaining Huxley in competition around the corner. You just spoke to Lee, didn't you? What was the issue?
A busted engine, quite simply. There's all sorts of debris when they took the manifold off. They're doing the valve lash, realising that it wasn't correct. Took the manifold off, and it's pretty nasty in there. So they're out for this weekend. They're out for the main event. They do have some parts, but they're not going to get a new camshaft, which is basically where the damage is. And
ouch.
Yeah, so obviously they might try a miracle, but it's going to be very, very tough indeed.
So, but they ran last week, didn't they? They ran in clusters last week, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think. Right, so John is off the top end of the racetrack. And we continue. See a list of the quickest times in actual open qualifying, and David Lammick is actually at the top for now, anyway.
So a couple of races in the big bracket. Dave Cherrett has won this event, of course. Dan Williams has been a runner-up in this class, but brother Nick has won the big bracket.
Still absolutely stacks of cars in the pairing lanes, as in stacks, as in basically back to the Blue Arch. So if you join the queue now, you might run by whenever.
As if you were going up to the showers. Yeah, because that's the girl that should be racing. She was on the tarmac.
Well, something with a 9.9 would suit Dave Chartwell. 10.67 or 8 for Dan would be good. 10.58, 9.87. Not too bad. So, Gert Mertz with the cadet. And Johnny Marriage just having his door closed, so he'll roll forward now.
It wasn't Gert who had the leak earlier, was it?
No, it was the silver
The
straight
Opel
one.
Cadet.
Yeah.
Ah, there's another cadet looking at me around there.
Yeah, one's a sloop, one's an estate, I think.
Yeah, it was, I think.
Oh, and that lovely little white one. I want it.
Yeah. It does look rather pleasant, doesn't it?
It's lovely.
A good friend of mine, and you know Sean Milson.
Yeah.
He used to have a Rogo one with a V8 in it, and it looked like nothing at all until you went to get in it and had to climb over the bar.
Well, he kept it in a pub, did he?
Sorry. Something like that. 9.65, 149 miles an hour for Gert Mertz. Pretty stout looking run. 13.42 for Johnny Marriage.
Right, the winningest driver at Doorslammers, Andy Bond. He's made 4 finals in his history of Doorslammers, and he's won 3 of them.
My goodness me.
So he's the only racer that has actually won 3 Doorslammers out of 5. We've done it for 5 years. He's won 3 years. He was runner-up 1 year.
And we won't
Not
mention
bad.
why the other one. Andy Bond hooked and gone with the street legal car. This will be a new quickest qualifying run anyway. 7.50 at 203 miles an hour. We may have mentioned before, that's the street car. 1060 for the Corvette on the other side. Okay, more just a single for the big bracket car down there of Mark Huxley.
Now, Mark has got the capabilities actually going to the 9.7s with this. But he wants consistent this weekend. High 9.8s, low 9.9s would do. There we go, high 9.8. 9.87, 134. If he can keep it there all weekend long, happy days.
So, Helder Pereira for the first time today, I think.
Yeah. So he's just done a couple of test runs with this car. It's already been on 10-0. So I fully expect this to be knocking on the doors of a 9-second pass once again. Now, obviously, it was a good few years ago when the old car had the incident, and he's basically not rebuilt. He has turned a 5-door Corboda into a 3-door. And he's done a really good job of it, and looks absolutely gorgeous.
It does, doesn't it?
The door doesn't even look too small.
No.
Notice we're avoiding saying who the other lane is in the slick tricks lane.
Mr. Zaborski with his BMW E46.
Showing off.
I've been reading it for ages and trying to get it right. That's the first time I tried to announce it.
Well,
That's a good looking run, both sides actually. Held her off the power before the finish line. 10.91, 112. And 10.79 at 143, actually. Pretty good looking run.
okay. First showing of the weekend for Alan Duffy.
The one and only.
He has put a lot of effort into making this weekend with the Corsa, even going to the point of hiring Crail Raceway to test it privately to make sure everything is A-OK. He's been getting gears, and I hope I haven't jinxed him now doing all this.
Don't they have B roads in Scotland to test on, like everyone else? Okay, taking on Martin Argeron with that amazing Opel.
Look at that go.
Look at that thing go. Absolutely outstanding.
Went 8.7 earlier.
This time round, 866. 161. They look very happy with that indeed. Well done.
What a car.
Well done, guys. That's
I think they're a bit happy with that one as well, actually.
That's pretty stout, to say the least, isn't it? That really is amazing. He's in 6 cylinders, so he will qualify, but whatever it is, it's
mental.
Stout machine.
Do you know what?
We approve.
I was just thinking, it's quite a tall chance to be able to get the front-wheel drive into a bump spot this evening. 64 cars to run.
I don't think all 64
that's quite a lot of cars
over.
just to get through.
Yeah.
Just before the evening's done.
This is a car we haven't seen yet that I've been really looking forward to Colin announcing his name. Sorry, seeing the car.
I don't know his first name, is it? Staszewski.
Very good. He's got it.
Am I getting there?
I'll do all the Finnish names. You do all the Polish ones, mate. Look at that.
It's the same team that run Marcin Blauth with the four-wheel drive Camaro.
It
It's
looks
the same team.
kind of familiar.
Yeah.
That is. I presume his name is Gregor.
Is that four-wheel drive as well?
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Well, it's got slicks on the front, so
it must
you'd
be,
hope so.
actually.
Up against Marius Lehmann with that really cool-looking Corvette. I think they're still kind of shaking that car down. It'd be really interesting to see what that four-wheel drive Corvette can do. What a car, though! It's one of those
absolute monster. Isn't
it really is just a bit of a beast, really. It's very weird to see Luke doing his homework instead of Colin. Well, the Corvette is long gone.
Bye.
Oh! What a run off the trailer. 798 at 175 miles an hour. Marius Lehmann actually, first one to put down a run in 760. Heads up, goes 834. I like that Corvette.
Wow.
So I always find it really nice when a car goes like it looks, if you know what I mean. Definitely one of them.
All right, Simon Swarbrick running in True Street with the 4-pop.
Not Top Sportsman because that's TS. But
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. With nitrous on the go. Loads of cool stuff. We got Konstantin Dinev coming around right now. Actually, Luke, you might want to stop doing your homework for a second while someone gets run over.
There's Lewis cuts across him.
So Simon Swarbrick long gone. No race number, I think. No race number in the Kestrel lane, so he won't get a time. 10.74 at 132. So if anyone can tell, whoever that was with the BMW in the Kestrel lane, there was no race number on the car. No race number on the car, so no number came up on the board because we didn't know who it was. Okay.
All right, you can't miss that race number on the back of the Civic there.
No, that's a good
72.
example, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lewis Simpson from Scotland taking on Konstantin Dinev from Bulgaria.
So when does he start turning it up is the big question.
Wow.
The trouble is as well is you're here to race. Yeah, you want to run quick, but you're here to race, aren't you?
Yes.
And you can't be racing if you break it on Friday, obviously.
So Lewis' personal best is a 9.3, and Konstantin has been into the 6s before with the Audi S2.
He has been everywhere but straight so far. I mean, really, so far today.
straight.
Wow. That's more
Look
like
at it go.
it.
159 in the 8th, goes through 700.
Look at the speed.
200 miles an hour. Oh. And the crew are just like,
well.
it's rubbish. It's rubbish.
That was awesome.
What a run.
Goodness me. Has he been 200 before?
I don't think he's been 200 before.
Yeah, but they'll probably say, oh, it's in kilometres an hour. It's only 321. We don't care about that. Right, 10-12 at 147. Not exactly hanging about in the other lane.
So close to a 6. Oh. Wow.
Right.
I think the best part about that run was the crew. Couldn't give him monkeys. Yeah, that's what he was supposed to do. Okay, fine. Well done.
Right, 5:29.
Well, the one pair of oven gloves team are back.
Yeah, you kind of need to do your race number slightly better than that, fella.
That's it. So Diogo Inacio earlier today ran a new personal best. It went from a 9:51 to a 9:34. Current European record for a diesel is 9:28. 121 at the 8th.
Might be on that.
Oh, 9:29, 153 miles an hour. Another great run.
And a 14:21 at 98 in the other lane.
Well, all I can say is Jose Realista is going to be ruin the fact that he stayed in Portugal. He was going to come and then was like, no, I can't make it.
I do think at events like this is nothing better than seeing people go absolutely ape on the start line because they run way better than they ever have. Jack Krugel.
That's a good launch. It's being chased down by Mike Whittaker.
He's going to be passed by Mike Whittaker as well. He's broken towards the top end, unfortunately. 10:02 at 1:42 for Mike Whittaker. He's into 6-cylinder. Okay, Gary Carr. If you thought he was going to get calmer, we've got Marcus Welch around the back of the tower as well.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so Gary Carr with the boiling point.
Yeah, went 11:09 on his test pass earlier. Looking for some consistency, good light, but he's going to need mega lights in the big bracket, that's for sure. And we have an 11:09 again. I think the car's sorted.
He's
That's two
in
runs
the bracket, isn't he? Yeah.
At 11:09. That'll do nicely, Gary. Park it, mate. Wait till tomorrow. Aha. Manager.
So this is your boy in the sweepstakes,
is.
Colin. Fantastic car. This is all motor, K24 power, over 400 horsepower from a normally aspirated 4-cylinder car. Gets off the line amazingly, depending on who he gets in
He doesn't want
eliminations.
Calvin Skerritt.
Oh yes, underneath. So it's going to be a solo run for manager.
That's demolished itself. I can see a trail right behind it. That I think that's from around about where Bob is, because you can see bits go everywhere, unfortunately. That's a really nasty looking boom.
Damn.
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Colin. You can see a tear coming out the binoculars.
No, I'm just trying to see what it's done, but...
well, there's the trail and there's bits everywhere. Is the short version. Not very pleasant version, but it's the short version. You can see the trail going over towards the wall, can't you?
Yeah.
It's following the car. Dave's already out with the shoe. So we are going to be down for a little while. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind taking it for a few moments, folks, that would be fantastic, please. And yeah, just getting out of the car. Manager going to come up and personally apologise, Colin.
No, it is what it is.
First out there to put in runs. True Street 4-cylinder. Goodness me, that thing goes. Warp speed BMWs, they should be known as. 878, 159 miles an hour. A couple of practice runs with Big Bracket. Paul Marston and Darren Huxley. Anything in the Big Bracket is the only class that's not actually running. 895.
Not yet turned up.
Yeah.
Chris Favini making his second run
Craig
of the
Evans
weekend.
not going to get to the other. Oh, yes, he is. That's a 5.82 60 foot. So Chris Fabiani goes through with a 12.93.
Well, he launched, it died. He's getting A to B. Unfortunately, though, I think it's going to take more than an A to B to get yourself qualified in the front-wheel drive class with 77 cars entered. Now, I know during the break there I managed to catch up with a couple of people. Wow, 138 60 foot, but then a little slight misshift. Grant's still out in front, and if this was the race on the eliminations day, Grant would have won it. 9-7.
So what are we looking at for Barber? 9.4 something? 9.49 at 138.
The EFI parts the other day. We're taking on Chris Waterhouse. Now Chris has been into the 9s on a couple of occasions already today. And he is out in front and goes through with a 9.75.
Cloud of smoke for Chris Waterhouse through the finish line, 148. Matt Davis goes 11.38. He'll likely be in the draw.
Problems for Jack. Stops dead. Door open. Adam still going. Goes 15.19 at 87.
Well, Amir just forgot to wait. That's a good launch. 130.60 foot, 127 at the 8th. And Carl Jacob throws the shoots just before the finish line for an 881 at 135. Well, the lights drop. A little bit of a bog for Anthony Mincher. He's going to be out in front and going through the finish line with a 10.87, 133. So 12.50.
I predicted an 88, but that's how consistent this car is. Let's see what they got for us then. Checkout passes for a couple of our Big Bracket races. .986 this time round for Lee Charles. And Pete goes 11. These are the ones that count.
Mark Heltringham run his first 9-second pass a couple of weeks ago. Well, wow. Something Went a bit wild underneath the car of Mark Eltringham there.
Every which way but straight. And a soft 11.92 at 116 there for Paul with the Scottish
No European record, should we say.
Oh, look at the way that's gone.
135.60 foot.
That's going to be really
145.30. Here we go. The top end. 822. 146 miles an hour. Okay, next pair, and then Jose Late taking on Linda Thomas. Although Linda Thomas being standing on the line.
12.10 for Jose.
Bumper again. No, it has.
Drifting Camaros.
Yeah, okay, it did it again. It's got some power. Right, Paul Maggots. Darren Scannell. A couple of your four-cylinder racers. Unusual not to see Darren Scannell wrestling the gearbox for me, because we normally see it, but no, he's got sequential now. Takes it to a 10.15, 136. Paul goes.
Something dropped down underneath Jonathan Gamble's Cosworth.
It's now going that way.
It's now rolling away.
There's nothing hanging from underneath the car, but as you say, yeah, something did depart company. 16.09, 50 miles.
That's the girl that should be racing. She was on the tarmac.
Well, something with a 9.9 would suit Dave Choate well. 10.67 or 8 for Dan would be good. 10.58, 9.87. Not too bad.
Looked like nothing at all until you went to get in it and had to climb over the bar.
Well, he kept it in a pub, did he?
Something like that. 9.65, 149 miles an hour for Gert Mertz. Pretty stout looking run. 13.42, the other one. Andy Von hooked and gone with the street legal car. This will be a new quickest qualifying run anyway. 7.50 at 203 miles.
Now, Mark has got the capabilities actually going to the 9.7s with this. But he wants consistent this weekend. High 9.8s, low 9.9s would do. There we go, high 9.8, 9.87, 134. If he can keep it there all weekend long, happy day. I've been reading it for ages and trying to get it right. That's the first time I tried to announce it.
That's a good looking run, both sides actually. Held her off the power before the finish line. 10.91, 112. And at 10.79, Margaret with that amazing Opel.
Look at that go.
Look at that thing go. Absolutely outstanding.
Went 8.7 earlier.
This time round, 8.66. Well, the Corvette is long gone.
Bye.
Oh! What a run off the trailer. 7.98 at 175 miles an hour.
Lewis cuts across him.
So Simon Swarbrick long gone. No race number.
Keep it straight.
Wow, that's more
Look
like
at it go.
it.
159 in the 8th. Goes through 7.00.
Look at the speed.
200 miles an hour.
Oh.
And the crew are just like, that's
well.
rubbish. It went from a 9.51 to a 9.34. Current European record for a diesel is 9.28. 121 at the 8th.
Might be on that.
Oh.
9.29, 153 miles an hour. Another.
They run way better than they ever have. Jack Krugel.
That's a good launch. It's being chased down by Mike Whittaker.
He's going to be passed by Mike Whittaker as well. He's broken towards the top end, unfortunately. 10.02 at 142 for Mike Whittaker. He's winning points.
Yeah, went 11.09 on his test pass earlier. Looking for some consistency, good light, but he's going to need mega lights in the big bracket, that's for sure. And we have an 11.09 again. I think the car's sorted.
He's
That's
in the
runs
bracket, isn't he? Yeah.
At 11.09. That'll do.
Honey, baby, meet me just one last time. Honey, baby, talk to me one last time. It's hard leaving you this way. Crazy
6.39, low ET of the day. Yeah, but way better.
Way better. Oh, goodness me.
Oh, the little pedal there by Constantine.
Just a little
Marcus
bit too
Velt
much.
goes through the top end. 7.59, 185 miles an hour to an...
Here.
Okay, right, Cameron Bishop with his Civic. He's been down into the 10s before. This will be his second Doorslammers. Doing 111 at the 8th mile. Goes through with a 10.50, 139. And Nick Foot goes through with a 12.98. Ooh! 142.60 foot.
What's his PB?
142 at the 8th. And goes through with an 8.38, 142 miles an hour. Showing.
Turning out to be quite a good race, actually. Oh, it's going to be the Uno. It is.
Nice, 11.65, 120. That is around about his personal best.
Well, that's got everything.
Blew the tyres off, didn't he?
Yeah. And I thought, well, no, I'm still going to take it up. And that goes 9.
Anyway, with a very quick looking BMW. Go on, Al, don't get beat by BMW.
He's like, I'm doing my best.
He's going, I'm not having that. 8.76, 147 is quicker than a 940 at 147.
So, 2 9-second cars.
How far into the 9s is it? 97 and 77. Little off pace from Mark Oakley. Not quite sure where that went. Looks like it went in.
I think it was Lorraine Large. That
Yeah,
took
it was,
last year.
yeah.
Trev. Steve.
Yeah, racers love a trophy for anything, no matter what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, that's it. Well, Tom Herbert's out in front at the moment. He'd take that all day long, but Jacob Bailey pips him at the top end. 10.66 to an 11.34.
Oh.
It'll be worth a while. So, well done to our track crew. They've got it all sorted once again. So we are back, and it is 2 epic cars to return with. So Marcus with the Golf, Calvin with the Civic. Oh boy. So we've got 1 hour to go. We know the lanes are absolutely chock-a-block.
Well, if you're going to go chase a PB, do it against a quicker car.
Yeah.
8:68 is Calvin's personal best.
Don't know what the guy's doing, bringing him forward. He's already in pre-stage. So.
Oh, what a launch by Marcus Velt. He's doing 151 at the 8th mile and goes through with a 7:36, 190 miles an hour. What a run.
Wow. What did he run earlier?
I think that's a personal best. Congratulations, TTK boys. And well done, well done.
Outstanding. Tell you what, shots fired in 6-cylinder. We had a 7 flat, a 736. And we've only really just started. Wow. Right, Terry Newton, who was the chauffeur yesterday for the bride of the day.
Right then, so Chris has engineered a race between the LFF
Oh, he has, is he?
BMW. And he's like, it's just a 500 horsepower builder's van. Come on, let's race. Obviously, the BMW is looking to go into the 8s as well. This will be the first run of the day for the mayor, Terry Newton, with the Escort van. So, 2 potential 8-second cars on the start line. Terry got the jump. Our BMW is too scared to race him. 132 at the 8th. Terry goes through 8:76, 165 miles an hour. Absolutely trouncing the BMW, who was too scared to run him.
Stout run from Terry.
Hopefully Chris runs over and goes, give me the money, show me the money.
Right, Pro Doorslammer, Dave Vector. Just fired up round the corner and making his way forward already. And I think hopefully be a pairing. It is. Good low down camera shot of Dave Vector as he comes up to the water box. So Dave, runner-up last year in Pro Doorslammer. Has all the weaponry to take it, but we race out there. Anything can happen, we know that.
He's also technically the highest place finisher in the championship racing this season.
Yeah.
Because he finished number 2 in the European Championship.
He did.
And Jan Eriksson has basically emptied everyone's piggy banks, beaten them all so many times. He's called it a day. So, Dave, earlier on today, now one of the things that's changed, Dick reminded me very kindly, thank you, he's actually changed from bead locks to liners, which means the tyres are slightly different and they behave differently too. So he's going alongside Przemysław Sukaci, who's come all the way from Poland. Probably can't hear his own car at the moment. So let's see what Dave can do this time. Again, effectively still testing. This will count as a qualifying run. Jesus, that was quick. Sorry, pardon me. Right, 693, 139. Prebisev goes through 879, 176. I've got to give you these numbers, folks. To 60 foot for a Pro Mod legal door car, 0.946. To 60, yeah, not bad at all. 330 was 252, and 8th mile, he was off it way before then. He was 389, only 161 miles an hour. He'd normally be knocking on for 200 miles an hour. But seriously, that 60 foot, 0.946 in a Pro Mod legal weight door car is just about as quick as we have ever seen. That was outstanding. Well done.
I think the tyres work.
I think they do. There we go. That's why he changed to those, wasn't it? Wow. Okay, up next going to be side by side, actually. 2 supercharged door cars coming your way. The Corvette driven by Andreas Hedin, and the Camaro driven by one and only Andy Robinson. So both these cars competing in Pro Doorslammer this weekend. The man in the Kestrel lane with the NGK Camaro, nicknamed Anger Management because that's basically what Pro Mod racing is, i.e. blooming hard work every day of the week, especially on weekends. Andy and Luke have got one run under their belt, a test run from back at Easter. Sorry, not Easter, the rescheduled Easter at the Festival of Power a few weeks back. Very cold conditions, very cold racetrack, but the car went straight down there and they made quite a few chassis changes over the winter, and hopefully that will pay off. Taking on Andreas Hedin at the wheel of Jorgen Berg's absolutely awesome looking, it looks like an arrow, doesn't it? That's the best way to describe that car. It's a Corvette body. The bodies were designed and built by Andy McCoy in the US. This car was designed and built in Sweden by Mats Bragg, who has the title of building Europe's quickest door car. Also, if you're watching in, just want to say a big hi to Andreas's mum, Yvonne, who is apparently a big fan of our commentary.
Ah, bless.
I know. I paid her to say that, but whatever. Anyway.
I'm glad she said our.
Our. Oh, yeah, of course. Notice I didn't look at Luke, but don't tell him that.
How rude.
How honest. Right, so 2 door cars, one from Sweden, one from the UK. Again, test runs. Let's see how they get on. Andy got bored and stood on it again. 109 to 60 foot for Andy. There was something a little bit squiff about that. That probably wasn't what he was expecting at all. 2.91 to 330. Yeah, it just didn't kind of leave. They had a problem last year where the car was not staying in the right gear. That might have been what happened there, because that's a bit poochy for a Pro Mod car. Went through still with a 679, 185 miles an hour. And Andreas Hedin with a really, really nice 60 foot, 0.982. They're getting to grips with that Corvette. 330 was 268. He was already out of it by then. Still got to the 8th mile in 421 at 148, and he was nowhere near on the throttle at any point for that. So 2 really good baseline runs. Give them a round of applause for both of them. It's nice to see 2 side-by-sides blown door cars out here on a lovely summer evening in the UK.
Summer now, is it?
Well,
Nero's.
Still spring, isn't it? It's officially summer when the sun's out and we've got people camping and we've got events on. I think that's kind of it. The weather might not agree, but, you know, that's how it works. This is John Tebenham, who put in a run earlier today, practice run. His first run in this car in pretty much a year, actually. Car left really nicely. Most importantly, everything needs to stay in one piece after 2 successive runs with drop valves a year ago at this event. JT is definitely one of the bigger personalities we have in drag racing. He's also daft enough to name a car after something we said.
You said.
Sorry, I said. Yeah, okay, I'll take the credit for it then. Yeah, and let's just say it wasn't Fabulous Lightning McQueen, funnily enough. So, 5-second capable Pro-Mod legal Corvette from the UK. Only actually made one 5-second run, but it was a stormer. That was definitely one of those yes-no moments. It's like, this is fun, but it's getting out of shape. Help. What do I do? 0.98 to 60 foot. That's about where they want to be. He was shaking going past the Christmas tree and heading for the centre line, which is why he backed out of it. Nothing really to write home about for the 8th mile because he was off it by then. But again, nice looking launch, car in one piece. That's what you kind of want at this part of the season. 765, 130 miles an hour. Okay, I think we are back on with. We've still got open qualifying for the next however long.
Just under an hour.
Peter Kunk as well is round there with the nitrous Camaro. Not ready to run though, I don't think, because he's a little bit further back, isn't he?
Well, as we know, the lanes are chock-a-block.
They close in 3 minutes,
yeah,
actually.
I think...
maybe closer already.
Yeah. Right all the way back to... oh, no, look at that.
Yeah, I think they're just getting back to their pit area. That's why there's a gap.
No, there's all that lot.
Yeah, I know.
Behind. Oh, dear. They all want to run, but...
we had better get on with it then, I think, is the way to look at it. Here comes, but they're trying to run all the Pro Doorslammers all at once, so then we can get them done. But I don't know whether Peter Kunk's actually strapped in the car, ready to go. I think he might be. They're ready to fire him up. They've had a bit of a tortuous day trying to get the car running and getting everything together, and we are going to be seeing him for this qualifying run. Here we go. So the first nitrous oxide assisted Pro modified you've seen today. So you've seen a couple of turbo cars. You've seen a few supercharged cars. You're now about to see that beautiful gel coat Chevy Camaro. I think one of the reasons he came back, well, there's a couple of reasons he came back. The main one was even though he lost in round 1 at the European finals, he ran 5.99, which I know is, I mean, it's a major goal for any door car racer, isn't it? Getting the 5s. So this is qualifying. All these runs count. So if you only have to make one run actually. Hopefully they make a few more, but they only actually have to make one run, and they go into, depending on where they are in the qualified order for that class, they go into the chip draw tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean they're drawing for a bag of chips. It means we draw chips from a hat or helmet, traditionally, and we set the pairings that way as opposed to where they qualify. So there is an absolutely monstrous 903 cubic inch Pat Musi engine in that car. What's that in English? 13 and a half, I think, isn't it? Thereabouts?
No, that's nearly 15 litres. It's just under 15 litres, 14.9.
Oh.
Well, that's my guesstimate. I'll work it out for you. I'll find out.
Yeah. Pistons the size of dustbin lids, obviously. So the whole idea with Pro Modified Racing, or Pro Doorslammer Racing, is There are 3 different types of power adders, like I said, you can have. They're all big door cars. You can have a supercharger.
As near as damn it, 903 cubic inches is
Go on.
14.8 litres.
Your workings out are rather special, mate. Well done. 14.8.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Right, anyone that's got a 1.8, that's 8 of your car engines.
Yeah.
That is. That's your car engine per cylinder, effectively. God, that's astounding. So Peter Cook, he's aimed slightly left. I don't know whether that's going to make any difference when he takes off from the start line. We'll just have to wait and find out. Now, normally at night you get the, with nitrous cars, you do get the candles out of the headers. Here we go. He's going to stage it up. I haven't seen him purge the nitrous yet, but I'm sure it's on. Yeah, that's not quite what it's supposed to look like, unfortunately. 108 to 60 foot was absolutely not what they were looking for, but it's their first run of the year. He does get a number on the board. He will be in the chip draw no matter what. So they've got the next 24 hours or so to improve on that number and get back down towards the 5s where they want to be.
Right, okay. We're going to try and whittle through this lot as best as we possibly can.
Someone just sent me a photo. The queue for the line is beyond the showers.
Wow.
Which ones? Oh, that's right. There are some in the sportsman.
Yeah, no, not the top one. They're not queuing in the field.
Nice. Okay, Chris Locke and Sanjay Vara. So that was a new PB for Mark as well.
Yeah?
I didn't realise that as quick as he'd been. I thought he'd been down into the low 7s before.
No. The back end of the Chris Locke Sierra was literally off the floor. Sanjay Vara out in front at the moment, 99 at the 8th. Fan goes through with an 11.85, 119. Doing well though to catch him up to 126 miles an hour from Chris Locke. Right, Goldilocks. Dean Hindman with the Fiesta, taking on Brad Morgan with the Renault 5.
Oh dear. Bits everywhere for
oh
Brad
dear.
Morgan in the Kestrel lane. That's...
The fact that I heard a big whee from the grandstand.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
No. So it's going to be a solo run by the looks of it for Dean Hindman.
Oh, and
no.
Dean Hyman brakes on the start line. The front wheels are askew.
They are.
That will be an almost instant drive
I love
shaft
that
failure.
I love that Ian pointed, we're going to push it that way. You're not.
No.
You're not.
That's very...
The wheels are
Yeah.
pointing in different directions.
yeah.
He's like, can you take the brake off? No.
It's not brake. We haven't got the brake. It's going to be the dollies, isn't it? And
Oh dear.
and a pushback as well. So when he takes his crash helmet off in just a couple of moments. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brad Morgan, please. Come on. I heard all of you when he did it. Let's hear all of you now. It's not what you pour all the time and effort in for, but first thing he does, whips his phone out, sees what the bank account's looking like.
Okay, so the skates have come out for Dean Hyman's car as well. Hopefully that's something that can be fixed in the pits this evening by all the lads.
But they didn't both sides go at the
see
same
on-
time.
Yeah.
As Josie gets down on the live stream, just eyeing in on, that's
dear.
a Conrod.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh dear. Whatever you do, don't touch it. It's probably got its own heat radius. Yeah, it's going to be warm, unfortunately.
Ouch.
Wow. Finding the limits of a 1.4 litre 8-valve engine.
I'm just thinking, though, Dean Hyman could probably borrow his CV joints. You think? Well, we'd make one car out of two? Just an idea. Just an idea.
Okay, well, the boys are going to be pushing that back into the pits. And obviously we're going to have a little... Well, the cleanup's not going to be that bad, but it's just more getting the metal up.
Yeah. The only thing I would say about that was only the burnout. That wasn't on a run or anything like that. It wasn't massively stressed on a run, was it?
No.
Which is normally where you'd expect something like that to go a little bit sideways. Yeah, if you're watching at home, you can see on the live stream we have a rather unique situation of one car with conrods out the bottom of it in one lane, and the other one with the wheels pointing in different directions in the other.
That's it. And then obviously the car's been pushed off, but they forgot the front, so the lads are chasing it.
I'd say I'm sure you've done it. I know you've done it. I know I've done it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the most sickening feeling in the world when that happens. It's horrible. It really is. It's just like you do want to be sick actually when that happens. I remember I got out of the car once, and I thought, oh, it's not. I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's not that bad. And I heard a hissing sound, and I just looked in the diaper, and it was filling up with oil, and I thought, nah, maybe not.
Yeah, it's like when mine went.
Oh, you were up here. You got to watch it.
I was commentating on it.
Yeah, and he had to talk about it as well when he's let go.
And
he wasn't even driving it.
Oh, really?
Oh, he was here watching. Keith was driving it, wasn't he? Yeah,
and it's it just saw smoke coming out of the back, and he took it off to the first exit, and somebody said, "Oh no, sorry, there's no oil on the track. It's all right," and. Obviously, the car was then transported back to the workshops, and when they took the engine out, found a crack in the block. Oh God! Oh dear, that was.
It's not ideal, that is it?
That was bad.
No, it's it's very bad.
But to be fair, we pushed it beyond where it was supposed to go. So
you ran it a lot as well. I mean, you made so many. I mean, that was you were determined just to make as many runs as you could, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you did passenger rides, all sorts.
Oh,
didn't you?
and I still will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got. At least one passenger ride booked in for Dragstalgia, possibly two, possibly three.
Has your wife ever been in it yet?
No, she never. Well, she's been in the car. She will never go down the quarter mile, especially in that car. No chance. She hates.
It's not funny, but it's funny if you know what I mean. So go on. You were saying she what? She
no, she wouldn't go in the car.
No?
Well, I mean,
have you driven around the streets in it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She'd go in it then, but. It's not her cup of tea at all.
I was just going to say, is it not
her cup of tea? No.
You're probably lucky it's not actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm very lucky.
Otherwise, you wouldn't see it.
Gemma's all right with it, and Pete, Gemma's husband, he's definitely all right with it. So
yeah, that's all right then. Right, folks. This won't be long, actually. To be honest with you, they've almost perfected this getting stuff off the racetrack thing.
Well, what they want is 2 lanes. Straight away. Don't want to have to do one lane and then the other, so I want to come back with 2 lanes.
We've got all sorts of awesome stuff in the pairing lanes. If you can't see round the back there, I can see a Lamborghini which looks rather evil.
That's Buzz Patar, that isn't it?
On the dyno the other day. Did I read that right?
I did.
2,000.
Holy bleep. 2,000 brake horsepower Lamborghini. Okay, yeah, it's not as much as a Pro Mod or anything like that, but my goodness me. Didn't you'll know this probably better than anyone really. You know when they designed the Bugatti Veyron? So the whole thing about that was it was going to be 1,000 horsepower, wasn't it? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Because it was a
There's supposed to be 1,000 horsepower.
That's right.
And it was supposed to have the can't remember the rest of it because it's a W.
It's a W16. 16, yes. It's 2 V8s.
2 V8s put together.
Yep.
In effect, it's, they haven't just bolted 2 V8s together. It's a bit more than that. But staggering.
So a road car built to have 1,000 horsepower, which was an absolute Concorde moment at the time.
Yeah.
And round the back of the tower, we've got a street car with 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
Although saying that, we've got other street cars with 2,000 horsepower as well. However, with drag racing, it's all about getting it down to the track. It's absolutely not about how much BHP you've got.
All right, Thomas Bublitz coming around the corner with an over.
I see Steve Paintman as well around there as well.
Yeah, he's lined up. Now, who's Thomas going alongside? He's got to have somebody for company, surely. Why are they still finishing off down there?
Yeah, Thomas is making his annual trip to the UK, actually. He normally comes over for these couple of weeks. Yep, so Thomas runs in the low 10s. That's a nice touch. Have you noticed? He's got a GB sticker on the back of the car. That's very nice of him. He's from Germany, coincidentally.
Well, he's put a dialing of 1021 on the car. That could obviously change, but he's given us an indication where he thinks the car might be.
A little bit of skating around. But ultimately,
1019. Yeah, I'll take that.
Pretty close, pretty close. So here we go, front wheel drive against warp drive, I think is probably best way to describe this one. Or hyperdrive.
It just sounds epic as it goes up the top part. Really does.
Sorry. It's just absolutely no wasted motion whatsoever. So Nick Shotton taking on Buzz Patar.
the Lamborghini.
The only slight thing I'm worried about here is that car looks more expensive than my house. And probably all of our houses put together. I wouldn't even dream to think how much it would be. I know Nick Shotton's going to be on his own, so he may have another car to race instead of.
Well, I think because this is his first run of the day, it looks like they're going to be lining him up on his own, because behind us is Pitor Formella and Simon Crowley coming down for his first run of the day as well.
First run in qualifying, he did actually make a pass.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it's been out earlier on today. So Buzz Patar with the Lamborghini Huracan. So you heard this right, over 2,000 horsepower on the dyno this week in preparation for this event. He is in the True Street class and he has the potential to absolutely blow everyone away. However, as we might have said, it's about controlling it and getting it down to the racetrack. 874 at a booming 180 miles an hour, and that was with a bit of a skip and a jump off the start line too. I hate to say it though, you don't need 2,000 horsepower to run 87. But anyway, go on.
But he is the quickest True Street car so far.
So far. Yeah, that's what I said. He's got the potential to blow everyone away.
Yeah.
We've had a number of cars like that, absolutely supersonic things, enter before.
Yeah.
But for some reason they don't go rounds. It's they can be prone to braking. Just as I say that, unfortunately, Simon Crowley gets pushed back, and Piotr Formella comes into stage.
So, Piotr's had two good runs this weekend. First run was into the 9s, 995. Second one was 977. 15860 foot. It's a big cloud. 102 at the 8th and a 1059 at 131.
Yeah. So they look 100% nonplussed with
No,
that down
that's
there
it.
after the 2 9-second runs.
I think earlier when it was running a lot cleaner, obviously the performance was a lot better. Well, the guy's just quickly looking underneath Simon's engine bonnet.
Now, the crew guy there, you probably know his name, but has he got a broken foot from booting it? Where it
Yeah,
doesn't behave most
no,
of the
that's Stacey Fenton. He did that, I think it was, he went skiing the other week.
Well, no wonder he's got a broken thing if he went skiing the other week, because everywhere's brown by now. There's no snow left.
Actually, no, I tell a lie, he went skiing. I can't remember how he did it. He went skiing, he's running with a damn thing. Right? But no, he went skiing, and he's the most accident-prone person. And he managed to do the skiing trip perfectly fine, and then after that, he did something with his foot.
Oh, fair enough. No, that's cool. No, I just wondered where he busted it from kicking the car, because he doesn't behave all the time. Brian Pateman and Pete Bailey. Brian Pateman is in Pro Street, 6-cylinder. Whoa, Brian! Oh, ow. Well, he landed it. He may have a slightly sore coccyx or something else beginning with C. Well, Julie's actually laughing, which is always a bonus. 12:46 for Pete Bailey. Well, nothing appears to be broken. Something bounced off the car, but the thing is, when they land like that, imagine dropping your car.
Yeah, it's the
far.
sump that you got to worry about, and
there's no oil, so hopefully. Wasn't it the Williams boys that put sump protectors on their cars?
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you do? Just run a piece of tube underneath the.
It's like a skid plate.
Like a skid plate.
Yeah. Well, they don't anymore because they run the Sandhuff shocks.
Okay.
And
yeah,
as you know, they just fall down beautifully.
Yeah, I bet the wheelie bars are the first thing he looks for when he gets back.
Yeah.
Either that or a back rub.
But I don't know if you can run wheelie bars in.
Good point.
Pro Street, can you? I don't
No,
know.
maybe not, actually. You could well be right there. Okay, Stephen Powell with that very nippy-looking little Tigra. And one of our 760 heads-up cars. This time last week, I didn't even know he was going to be here, and that is Mr. Steve. Mr. Steve Pateman. I love the fact he entered the True Street class as well. That was actually hilarious.
Yeah, it was an office muck-up, actually. He did enter Pro Street, but they got put in the wrong class.
Yeah, but how cool was that, though?
It created hell for 3 days, though.
It's funny. Well, not ideal for either of them, I don't think, actually. 9:09 at 1:47 for Steve Pateman. Getting a little bit quicker all the time. And Steve Powell will get a number on the board. He won't like it, but at 16:43 at 56 miles an hour.
Right, Gino De Jong and BMW. I was sitting there listening to it build up boost, but I hadn't seen what car it was coming underneath the tower.
We've still got a few more Pro Doorslammers coming round too, actually. This is kind of prime time weather, though. This is really, really good. And needless to say, the racetrack's in good shape. So what's Gino's best? Any idea?
Gino's best is 987.
Okay. And Kazis Puvalonis with that very rapid BMW. Gino's not going to get any elapsed time this time because he left before the tree was activated. Kazis is in the 6-cylinder car, so Gino won't get a time. He left before the tree went green. 8:88 at 1:58. They look very happy with that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, if you don't get any elapsed time, it's for two reasons. You rolled through stage, so you weren't there effectively when the green light came on, or you don't have a race number on. Not a problem for these two.
Right.
Oh, and we've got Willis. Sorry.
What we got?
No.
Willis as well.
I'm just having a look out that way.
Right, Josh Holmes out in front with the Saab-powered Corsa from L&R Autos. He goes through with a 1083, 115 miles an hour. And Ryan French goes through with a 1395. That's the third of the weekend. Next up, another pair of our VW DLC racers. Good to see Daniel Moulton bringing the car out for the annual trip.
So Daniel being told to shut off. No, maybe not.
So Wayne Gill with the Golf R regularly now runs down into the 9 seconds and goes through this time with a 1021, 134.
Oh yeah, trailer fluid, unfortunately, from the Lupo as it's pushed back.
I can hear a V8 turbo whistle.
And you can see it now on the camera.
Oh yeah, Al Williamson. With the Howling Hauler with a Pro Charger on there. Yeah, just trying to do a very, very quick clean-up job in the Slick Tricks lane.
So the transit god, of course, Ash Cooper.
It makes me laugh every time you call him that now. I don't know why.
A 10 would be good, but a 9 would be better. He's already been in the 9s today, with the 9.7 I think it was. Oh, nice launch.
That's really clean.
It is.
This normally means really quick.
9.6 perhaps? Oh, 9.74, 142.
Yeah, even though it looks like 9 on the scoreboards up the top end, it is a 4. We get the actual digits in the tower. For some reason, the scoreboard is mucking around just to make it look slightly different.
Right, I can see at least 3 pro Doorslammers down there now. See the Willis has joined in as well.
Absolutely. Anders Ed, John Webster. I can't imagine Andre Arnover is going to be far behind either. Oh no, he's not actually. I'm just looking at the screen. He's not. That's the big news of this. He's not there.
Also coming around next, the certifiable nutter himself, and Rob Carter. So street eliminator cars coming round. This is our Williamson though, another street eliminator car. So deserves a 7-second pass out of this truck. It really does. It's going in the right direction this weekend, that's for sure.
So Hal's actually had this truck out now for a number of years, hasn't he? And I remember he was getting really close to the 7s and then realised he wasn't pushing the throttle all the way down. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yeah. And he had a couple of incidents where he had one, unfortunately, fairly major one where he got the wall, which took a little bit of fixing, but he's made a certain stuff. So with these cars, they run street tyres. All about getting off the start line. They've got the horsepower to run really quickly. There we go. Unfortunately, just that little bit too much off the line, and he spun the tyres. 883 at 169. They still look very happy with that.
It's just getting it off the line. That's all it needs to do. So once that is sussed, it'll come good.
We're talking to Tony earlier today as well. They've never actually. They said they watched it on the live stream while they were in the caravan last year, which is what drag racers do when they go on holiday. Just watch the live stream.
Literally, wherever you go.
Yeah, frankly. Anyway, so they watched, but this is the first time they've ever entered the event. They thought it'd be fun. It'd be something different to do, and also the chance to win some pretty serious cash.
Win some money to pay for Katie's new bedroom carpet, which is now on the back of the car, cunningly disguised as parachutes.
Nice. Up against Rob Carter, who's another. They're both 7-second street cars, these two. I think there's a lot of slipping going on in the Cortina. Rob Carter, no wasted motion at all. 7.79 at 182 for Rob Carter. Parachutes at the third exit, nearly. for Tony Higgs. 798, 191. That was still getting him in the show. That's all that was for. But yeah, there was a bit of slipping and sliding going on down there. Okay, we got side-by-side pro Doorslammers this time. Turbo car from the UK, supercharged car. Screw-blown Hemi, actually, if you will, from Sweden. You know, I don't know whether to. You're watching that. I don't know whether to look out the window or actually watch the live stream, because the live stream is probably easier to see what's going on, and it's so good.
It's got a little blue glow underneath the rear spoiler.
That's it. So John Webster in the Kestrel lane. with the Turbo Mustang. Oh, Anders Ed is actually coming back. Earlier on, ran 5.99 in testing. Would love to back that up with another 5-second run. He went 5.90 just a few weeks ago. A booming 247 miles an hour. Anders Ed in the Slick Tricks lane. Now, this car was brand new last year. He's actually been top Doorslammer champion previously, so he really knows how to drive, and the team know what they're doing. However, they're trying to nail down the combination in this still pretty much brand new Camaro. They've got a screw-blown Hemi on there, which is legal to run in top Doorslammer out there in the Nordic countries. They normally only run to the 8th mile. Take some gearing and rear end changes to make the car safe to run all the way through the quarter mile. The other thing, as we found out a few years ago, is that with the speeds that they go, it tends to do funny things to the bodies.
Yeah.
Not just the driver's body either. But there we go.
Don't forget, we've got 19 Pro Mods at the main event next weekend. Do not miss that. But if you can get here tomorrow or Sunday, if you're not already planning to, get here, see Doorslammers, and then obviously main event next weekend.
Well, John Webster long gone. Anders Ed headed for the centre line. John goes 6.27 at 2.32. Slows up slightly from earlier. However, he's safely in the show. My goodness me again. Yeah, I think the trouble is Anders Ed's 60 foot was a 0.93 again, which is really, really good. John Webster's was kind of slow for him at a 1.07. That's probably where the ET went. But Anders Ed's car, if they can get it off the start line, it will fly. But one of the reasons a lot of the time the 60 foot is really quick is because they don't have any wheel slip. Now that sounds really counterintuitive.
Yes.
But they do actually need a little bit of wheel slip so the tyre doesn't run over itself effectively, which is what causes tyre shake. So they're just not getting enough wheel speed off the line. Basically, the car's hooking too well. I know that sounds really, again, stupid, but that's what's happening. It's hooking just that little bit too well. No wheel speed. And that's the problem. Anyway, he's got a number on the board. He will be in the draw for eliminations no matter what happens tomorrow. But the team were looking for a hell of a lot more than an 11.79. Okay. What a car to go racing with. This is Stian Rusains from Oslo in Norway. The world's biggest pay-per-mile one-way system you'll ever come across, Oslo is. Handing in a hire car at Oslo Airport is great because it's all automatically detected by cameras. So you don't know you're even being charged for everything until you go and give your rental car back, and the bill is 3 times the cost of the rental car for actually drive. Yeah, or there's loads of, anyone who lives in Norway will tell you, there's loads of toll roads all around Oslo, and there always have been. They were sort of the pioneers of it, really. But anyway, beautiful place to live and a beautiful race car as well. The Hammer Motorsports 1941 Willis, I beg your pardon. Now this car is Pro Mod legal, so it doesn't have. It's got a Hemi in it, but it doesn't have a screw blower on top because they're not legal to race in European Pro Mod. However, he was seriously quick to the 8th mile earlier on today. His personal best numbers up until that point. Now, if it hooks and goes again, I'm quite sure he might be going a little further than the 8th mile this time. We're really glad to have him here as well. He was due to come over for the European finals last year, but unfortunately destroyed an engine just before he came, and they didn't have enough parts to unfortunately to risk the trip, if you like, to come all the way over here with just one spare. Excuse me, that was a little bit too lively, that was. He nearly held on to it. At a lesser racetrack, anywhere else in the world, that would have been in the wall.
Yeah.
Santa Pod is prepared from guardrail to centre line and the other side as well. and Stian Rusland is very glad that it was after that. 0.975 to 60 foot, 261 to 330. He was already out of it by the 8 miles. That was kind of what the car did before, but it was just that slightly bit further out of control that time round. That was lively.
Jens Konecki. Big bracket. Can tickle into the 7s. Has taken
Window
money
net.
from this event as well. So, and
What
of
was
course,
that? What did you get to the final? Did he?
let's
Was
have a
it?
look.
I think that might have been one of the either the first or the second one. Actually, that was.
Yeah, Stian's crew going off in one
Yep.
of the best.
2018, he was runner-up to Lee Huxley.
Okay. I've got to write stuff down instead of just remembering it. Actually, no, I don't. I just guess it and you tell me.
Yeah.
So,
Funny enough, it's the same notes I made last year, and I'm just adding this year to it.
a slight wander around. 874, 142. Okay, Dave Mace with the Cresta. Taking on one of our True Street competitors, Josh Wallace. So again, qualifying. The times they run here, we'll put them in the draw.
Well, Civic doing a proper driving job.
Whoa!
783.
Dave Mace with a 783 at 173. I think that's his quickest run ever. He tickled the 7s a couple of years ago and he beat Andy Bomb, but I think that's his quickest run ever. Stands to be corrected, of course. I would say the crew look happy, but, you know, most of them do today, to be honest.
Right, next up, Alan Kenyon and Lisette de Koning from the Netherlands with Lola Racing Civic. Well, unfortunately, Lisette being pushed back, so it's going to be a solo run for Alan. All right, 11:56, 127.
So a couple of 760 heads-up racers. Glenville, Polatella.
So, Colin Miller.
Just the free nitrous purges there.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. It's
Yeah.
split into three, but telling us the issues with slowing it down. You'd think that would be a really easy thing to do, but like he said, the car and everything about it is set up for it to be aggressive. Not that 760 isn't quick enough, but oh my goodness me, if they're pushing that,
That's a long old
that's
push.
a long push. No, he still had to back off. It still had a wiggle. 750 and 790. Well, that'd have been a race. Colin would have won because he was the right side of the
Yeah.
number. Just get Colin to stop having his swig of whiskey before he gets in the car and he'll be fine.
Next up, Cameron Bishop, the Bish. With the front-wheel drive Honda Civic, he's going to be taking on Wayne Shepherd with the BMW. Now, Cameron's already run down into the 10s in testing today.
When people are in a hurry to get the lanes, they forget to unplug their battery chargers and just crack the wheel of the car.
That's a great launch for Cam Bishop. 166.60 foot. The BMW is catching him up at the half track, but Cam's still out in front. The BMW is going to finish line. Cameron, unfortunately, on the brakes just before the finishing line, though. Goes through with 11.19 at 91 miles an hour, 29.79, 138. The run looks so good for Cameron before there. Hopefully everything is A-OK.
Right, Elliot Day and Arnie Pamant. So you got True Street and Pro Street here.
And again, the difference between these two classes is Pro Street, you're allowed a tube chassis car or modified floor plan, compared to Arnie's, which is, as we say, a True Street, unmodified floor plan. But of course, both of these cars are fully road legal.
Both 8-second cars as well. That's a good old matchup, that one, isn't it? Elliot goes 8.66, Arnie goes 9.03. All right, next up, front-wheel drive, Laurie Anslow. And you got Reese Hurd with the BMW running in 6-cylinder.
Mile, the BMW is doing 117 and goes through with a 9.35, 147 miles an hour.
Laurie 14.09 at 107. Well, the hits just keep on coming.
Well, good to see Charlie Roberts back on the drag strip. He put a pass in around about this morning, I think. He's going to be taking on Simon Fogg. Charlie's out in front, he's doing 88 at the 8th and goes through with a 13.79. And Simon Fogg is just teetering at the finish line with a 20.25. Now Simon is another one of those cars that's fitted a DSG gearbox to the Saab motor, but he's basically mapping that DSG gearbox, much like Sanchez and Brown was doing at the last round. Unfortunately, it's really hard to do on a dyno because the car doesn't see the load from the road, so it won't actually map itself. Next up, Jacob Bailey taking on Carl Monks, two 9-second cars, looking for that performance to get back into the 9s. Good launch by both cars. Here comes Jacob at the mid-track. 111 to 116, all the way to the finish. 10:30 and a 10:19. Jacob Bailey's down into the low 10s. Well done.
Well done, Jacob. 149 miles an hour. He's back.
Right, next up, Alex Stitchbury. I swear he was in front-wheel drive a few years ago in a Fiesta. But if not, it's a different person, maybe.
Sounding good.
Yeah, 98 at the 8th. And Alex, the Porsche goes through at 11:28, 124 to Lewis's 14:12 at 99.
I would hazard a guess that's a lot more of a standard car than those BMWs
Yes.
you keep seeing. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really quick road car.
Yes.
Seriously quick road car.
Yeah.
Just to give you an example of how quick everything else is, pretty much.
Next up, right. Alexandra Hunter. Now they've been working on the car. They've had issues with the slave cylinder. I know this one. When you just have issues just getting the car into gear, I think they might have been able to bleed it up and get it on the track. But the main thing is she's on the track. She's going to go A to B hopefully, and she'll be qualified. Taking on a Chris Todd with Fiesta Roo, the 8-second Fiesta.
That's a good looking launch there. Didn't lift the fronts up too much at all. 894, 154. Back into the 8s once again.
And Alexander Hunter goes through in a 16:37. Right, Damo Carter with the Ford Puma. Talking of the Tigra as being a rare old car, I bet these Ford Pumas are quite a rare old beast these days. I say that just so Colin can go and search for it. And then we got Kev Jenkins in the Fraudster.
Well, that's a rare car that everybody wants, isn't it? A Mark 1 Escort.
Pretty much no boost for Kev off the start line. It all comes in around about half track.
10:03, 125.
That was kind of odd.
And Robert, well, he gets a number, 1631 at 68. So Mark Turner then with the Toyota running in 760 heads up. And the Gold Digger Toyota, Rob Lawton.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Rob was doing a burnout there and probably looking at his car going, am I still running?
I can't hear it.
Remember the Rital Express Chevy?
Yeah.
I did a burnout in my car alongside it. I couldn't hear mine. It just totally phased me. I just lost the plot.
So did you run against him?
No, he broke in the burnout.
Oh, so you won then?
Yeah, but just a real bizarre experience doing a burnout against someone like that. 769. Nice one, Mr. Turner.
That'll work. And a really nice looking 1035 at 145 in the other lane. Okay, so Justin Warner, it is Justin in the Camaro in the Kestrel lane, taking on Soren Hansen with that
wide car.
It's a wide boy. It's a wide boy Starlet, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, there's wide and there's, well, that really.
That's more like it for Justin.
That's a good launch for Soren as well. 138.64. 884, 169 miles an hour. Soren's first 8-second pass to an 8:33 and 163.
That was sweet.
And again,
Well,
undramatic.
Yeah.
They normally are, though, isn't it? You know, but again, his first 884, he just like, barged his way in there.
Yeah, and a proper speed as well, nearly 170. I think he was low on terminal
Actually,
speed.
good
earlier.
speed, like both over 160. Yeah. But no, Justin will be well pleased with that because that's a little niggle that had crept into the car. He's evicted it and car's back where it should be. Right, Matthew Southcote with the Scamp. Went into the sevens earlier on. Going alongside Phil Thomas with the Fiesta.
So the cars in Pro Street have they got to be street legal, but they can run slicks but no wheelie bars, I think.
I don't know if they can run wheelie bars or not. I don't think so.
I haven't seen a Pro Street car with a wheelie bar.
Wow.
Although that might need
That
one.
was beautiful.
That looked a lot more aggressive than it did earlier.
7.8. Yes, 789. 163 miles an hour. Getting it done.
Well done.
789. It's getting quicker. Nice one, gang.
The crew can hear us. Get him to drive it out the back door. It might be even quicker. You never know. Don't pull the chute before the finish line. 12:33 at 1:32 for Phil Thomas. But that was talk about kick the door into the sevens.
Yeah.
He ran his first seven a little earlier on. That was absolutely sweet. 789 at 163.
Well, another one looking... well, she's been in the sevens, but she wants to go 7.5, and she wants that 200 mile an hour. That is Grace.
I think we may be done for the day. It's bang on at 8 o'clock. So that may well be. Yeah, it looks like it is on the nose of 8 o'clock. We do actually have a curfew, folks. This isn't us being naughty. The curfew is no more noise after 8 o'clock. It's one of the rules we are allowed to run by. For all the local villages and people that live around here too. So thank you very much indeed for your time and attention all day today. Hopefully it's been entertaining. It's going to be a hell of a lot more entertaining tomorrow and Sunday. But anyway, have a fabulous... Is there anything on this evening for VW Breakout, actually? Just thinking out loud, I can't remember.
Well,
I think
the live stage, maybe?
It could well
Oh,
be.
yes, of course, yeah, the big
Yeah,
stage
just over there.
over the distance, yeah. So on the website now.
There we go. As everyone heads off out of the grandstand on the back. Ladies and gentlemen, do you enjoy your day today? Raise your hands and give a big round of applause for all the Santapod staff for a good day of racing and day one of the Doorslammers. We've got plenty more action to come over the next 2 days. Have a great evening. Colin is still eyeing up the live stage. He's got it.
Yeah, we got the all-new Blues and Soul review. That is on the main stage tonight. Yep, that's on the stage on Friday. And also we've got live music, full lineup, brilliant party tunes and serious live music across 2 arenas. So yeah, it's all going on over there.
Okay.
And of course, Fuelers Bar, of course.
Well, we're going to have a little procession of all the cars coming in front of the grandstand, heading back to the pits, unfortunately unable to run because we hit the curfew.
Run out of time.
Mate, if Grant Moore comes round, he'll be one that you can encourage to do a little bit of two-step. 100%. Let's see if we get the pigeon coming round the corner.
As you can see, the lanes were chock-a-block.
Plenty more cars to be seen tomorrow.
Well, I think everybody's heading off for their evening entertainment now. Obviously, all the cars are going back to the pits, and the good thing is they're all ready to run tomorrow.
If you're in the grandstand, the little camo Nova that's coming in front of you, give him some wave him. Try and encourage him to do a bit of two-step.
Not too much.
Go on, the lads at the front.
Oh, such a mixed bag of vehicles. It really is. Chris Skinner there with the Taz Fiat. God, they're still coming down. Well, we're going to sign off from the tower now. Wish everybody a very, very good evening. And wherever you end up, have a good time. And we will see you again tomorrow when we continue all of the qualifying for all of our classes. But it'll be the big bracket that will be racing. They're the ones that will be they're the ones that will be going for the money tomorrow. So have a very, very good evening. And don't forget, track opens at 9:30 in the morning. Best of luck. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.